Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour event here of the kite surf discipline. We already saw yesterday the kite surfers and the hydrofoil-freestylers go out onto the water, and we are going to be starting very shortly once again with the kite surfing. Let's not forget we have that world title race, as we have at the top of the charts we have James Carew and Capucin Delanoy, and then also on the men's side we have heavy hitters like Pedro Matos, Sebastian Ribeiro and Machu Lopez coming in hard. And then on the women's side we have Frances Kelly and Joanna Katarina Edding. All of these athletes are hungry, they are ready. We got down here bright and early just to get that tide right. As we can already see, it's about mid-tide as the tide is pushing down and the swell is looking pretty decent, supposedly going to be picking up throughout the day. Wind is already there and we are going to be going into sequence very shortly. But before we go to the action out there on the water, let's check out what happened in day number 1. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the season finale of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour here in Brazil, Taiba. We are going to be doing 2 disciplines at this location. We have the kite surf discipline and the hydrofoil freestyle discipline. On the kite surf side, the world title race is all up for grabs. We had the event back in Dakar where we saw James Carew take the win, and then we saw riders such as Sebastian Ribeiro, Machu Lopez and Pedro Matos pushing very hard. And then on the ladies side, we have Capucin Delanoy take the win, and then we had Frances Kelly, Joanna Katarina Edding absolutely pushing and coming in, looking at the training that they've been doing on the water. It seems like that battle is going to be very close. We will have to find out, because this is going to be the place where we are going to be crowning our world champion.
He want his contract.
The kitesurf action got underway with 3-man heats in round 1. Judges were scoring the 2 best waves and single best freestyle trick for each rider. Time and time again we've seen the more regular tour riders taking the lead with strapless freestyle tricks, but then the local Brazilians would turn up the heat whenever they hit the waves. Although the conditions were tricky with often choppy waves and 25-knot winds, the locals continued showing their natural surfing style to take heat wins one after the other. Round 3 got off to a brief start. Pedro Matos and Machu Lopez won with their usual fluidity and flair. But locals Artur Moraes and Wesley Silva were relentless once again. They are now directly into round 5. On the hydrofoil freestyle side, this is a one-stop world championship, meaning that once again here in Brazil, we will be crowning our world champion. As the tide was pushed super high, the focus switched to rounds 1 and 2 of the hydrofoil freestyle, which was all about sending it big. No doubt the trick of the day went to Alex Soto for his massive unhooked sent front mobe, scoring a 7.77. Australian Ryan Parsons had a real eye-catching slashy style, and he's also through to round 3, along with Maxime Chablot and Finn Fluger, who won their heats today too. Day 1 finishing off strong for this double event in Taiba, and be sure to join us tomorrow as the current world champions in both disciplines are about to hit the water. And welcome back, everybody. If you are just joining us, welcome to day number 2 down here in Taiba. As we can see, the wind is starting to fill in and we are very close to going into sequence. Just getting information in. Looks like we're going to be going into sequence in less than 3 minutes. As the waves are starting to push forward. The tide is going down. We were down here bright and early to make sure that we hit the best peak of the tide for our riders. We will be starting off with heat number 5 of round number 3, which is going to be in between Gabriel Benetton, Hendrik Lopez, and Sebastian Ribeiro. But to get a little bit more info of what is happening down there, I can see that Liam Dreg is ready to give us a little bit of a conditions update.
Yes, good morning here from Taiba Beach and little conditions update. So as you mentioned, Joe, the tide is most definitely dropping. It's just getting towards that sweet spot now. So we see all our riders getting ready. As you mentioned, we've been down here early doors. So the sun's now coming up. The winds at the start of the day was a little bit more cross offshore, but it's just done the old swing. Riders, 9 meters, 10 meters, 11 meter kites. So that's the sort of the name of the game at the moment. The waves are looking nice. Some of the riders have been out this morning, so very excited to see the action that takes place. It's only going to get better.
Oh, it is definitely only going to get better. Thank you very much, Liam, as we are going to be going into sequence, and we can see the wind is starting to flicker in. So competition is on standby at the moment, as we are just getting ready for that first heat to go in the water. And I can see that we have the guys out here in front of me. I can see that red flag is going to be hitting the sky in just under 4 seconds. There it is. There it goes, red flag in the sky, as we have 3 minutes and until the start of that heat number 5, round number 3.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
And welcome back, everybody, as there is the journey, making our way all the way over here to the north coast of Brazil for the season finale of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour kite surfing discipline. We have the kite surfing and the hydrofoil freestyling out here this week, as we have already done the twin-tip freestyle, where we saw Jean-Maria Kokoluto and Michaeli Sol take the world championships, and also the event when it came down to the wing foiling. We saw Malo Grenole and Flora Asner take it out on the surf freestyle. And here we can see already with the kite surfing, the strapless that we have out there, we will be starting off bright and early, as we have in the water Gabriel Benetton, Hendrik Lopez, and Sebastian Ribeiro. So talking a little bit about the format. As it stands with these 3 men heats, we have 12 minutes of action. The first 4 minutes, the athletes have to perform 1 best trick freestyle maneuvers, and they have 5 attempts to do so. Then after that 4th minute, so from minute number 5 to minute number 12, that last 8 minutes, they have to perform their 2 best wave rides, so their 2 best waves out of 10 wave attempts, making up a total of 15 attempts of maneuvers and waves throughout these heats. That is the name of the game. On the maneuver side, we are looking for the execution. We're looking for the style, the travel, the power, the flair. Then when it comes down to the waves, it is all about surfing, especially with these cross onshore conditions, one of the things judges are really going to be paying attention to are that if riders are able to connect and flow through the waves, getting various turns, and then of course hitting it in the critical spot and really committing to those turns. So that is a bit of the name of the game out there. As we can see, that green flag about to go. We are getting ready with heat number 5, round number 3. So let's not forget, now is the trick part of the competition out there so far. There we can see Sebastian Ribeiro, one of the top surfers on tour. And he is also going to be freestyling a little bit out there. We can see Hendrik Lopez there with the Rastas coming towards us, the Cape Verdean representing Switzerland. And then Gabriel Benetton, who took second place in the Qatar Airways Big Air World Championships in Tarifa, and just making his way back from the beach. Joining me here in the booth, Liam, good morning.
Good morning, Joe, and it's a pleasure to be back up here with you and enjoying this first heat of the day. And big heat on the water now. Benetton there on your screens, which is a lovely little manoeuvre just to get started. And again there, Sebastian Ribeiro. But yeah, Hendrik Lopez as well. So 3 big, heavy hitters in this heat.
Very much so. I mean, definitely Sebastian is more known for his freestyle double front roll there from Hendricks. Really liking that move. All right, so there we can see Seb also going for some toe side maneuvers, mixing it up as well. Just waiting for some of those scores to come in as we have started off this heat.
Yeah, Hendricks is dialing down some nice tricks, just going down a little butt check there on that one, but scores a nice 5.43, which the scores, there we go, are on the door. So Hendrik Lopez in first, Benetton in second, and Sebastian Ribeiro in third. Just all with a score under their belt.
Yeah, absolutely. And already some of the guys starting to mix it up. Let's not forget 4 minutes for those freestyle maneuvers. And it does look like Hendrik making his way out one more time. Let's see what he got for us. A very nice double front roll, going for the double shove it. But just missing out there. Hendricks really throwing down early in this heat.
Good stuff there from Hendricks. And interesting chatting to him. I think we both caught him on the beach earlier in the week, Joe, and he mentioned that when he first came to Taiba, he was a little bit rusty, just sort of getting used to the conditions. Benetton there with replying to some of the moves that Hendricks is doing.
Yeah, really nice front shove it there from Hendricks. Here we can see Sebastian Ribeiro. Maybe we can get a replay of that last move. There it is. All right, just a little pop to revert there from Seb, as we're just coming in on 40 seconds left. And then it is time to get down with the waves. Let's not forget, probably one of the most experienced wave riders will be Sebastian Ribeiro out there. As let's not forget, he came second position back there in Dakar, meaning he stands second position overall on the tour coming into this event.
Do you remember that heat, Joe, when we were over there in Dakar, Morocco? The conditions were firing, and James Carew, Sebastian Ribeiro just going nuts during that final. Probably one of the best heats. And there, Benetton again, just laying it down. Sebastian Ribeiro now on your screens. These riders will soon be looking to get those wave scores started.
Oh, they aren't here to mess around. I mean, you know, as they would say down under, we are cooking with gas, and we are definitely not here for a haircut. And we can see the guys are already starting to push forward. But now it's when he's really going to start to get interesting. And the smile on this man's face as he already starts to look for the wave. Seb right up in position, all the way up the top. And here we can see Hendricks with the help there of Francesco, just getting in a little groove, getting in a little geese to see what he is going to be able to produce. Because Sebastian Ribeiro already has a 7.10, and he is lethal when it comes to waves.
And now Hendricks just popping into first. Another score coming through there. 2 big scores there from Hendricks. And you can see he's there coming, like you mentioned, Joe, swapping his board. We'll probably see quite a lot of that today. We saw a lot of the riders yesterday coming in and changing the boards when it goes from the sort of freestyle tricks to the wave, and Gabriel Benetton here doing what looks to be the same thing.
Yeah, it looks like he's changing a board there, if I'm not mistaken. So Gabriel taking a little bit of a gamble, making his way in, as he is currently in last position of this heat. We saw him get a 20-point-something average yesterday. So obviously, definitely, as we've been saying, one of the heavy hitters already out there on the water. And there we can see our videographer, Diogo Cardoso, getting ready, making sure he gets all of the shots. And here we have Sebastian Ribeiro. Looks like he's about to drop in on a wave.
Yeah, there's first, there's the second, making use of quite a smaller set wave there. Yesterday we saw these waves close out quite quickly, but hopefully we've caught the tide at exactly the right moment here, and we can see Hendricks with a nice sort of carving turn, getting to the top, getting nice and low. That's lovely. Look at the spray that he's hit off the top of that wave there.
Yeah, Hendricks is really riding well. He's come out here early, and I had a little chat with him, and he said it took him a few days to kind of get used to the conditions, but he's really making the most of it. Wow, let's have a little look-see of the scores out there. It is going to be close. We've already seen a 6.53 for that last wave there, as it is continuing on. And Gabriel Benetton getting a big score up there as well. With that, he has a... just waiting for some scores as we continue.
So here we have Sebastian Ribeiro on your screen. Scores will shortly update. Apologies if there's been a little mix-up on there. But we will get that sorted as soon as possible for all you tuning in. So before we announce who's in first, second or third, let's just have full focus here on Hendrik Lopez, who has put a good start to the final event of the 2022 calendar. And you can see here the F1 rider. A very interesting thing that Hendricks actually mentioned to me was that he's altered his bar slightly. The PVC tubing he's taken away. It's a pure rope that he's got coming from his harness hook to give him maximum D power on every wave. And you can see there's a slight hand single there. Be interesting. Maybe looks like he's pointing to his kite, rotating his hand. So probably going to be coming in for a kite change there.
Yeah, just jumped out there a minute. It does. There is a system error. That 6.53 there from Gabriel Benetton is not a score. So what had happened, he is going to have a 6.53, but that 4.13 is not valid, as there has been a system error, because those are two tricks. And now we're going to get that one sorted out. And Seb landing right. This is one of the things you really see about Sebastian, is he could pretty much let go of his kite, and he would be able to continue on surfing. And that is the difference. That is definitely what the judges are looking for. Here we can see Hendricks, little skiddy, a little skatey there on that one. And Sebastian Ribeiro already landing another score.
Yeah, it looks like Hendricks here is coming in towards the beach. Got two of the big dogs helping him out there, James Carew and Francesco Capuzzo. What a caddy team Hendricks is being treated to.
He's got all of the boys rooting for him. Like I said, we're just having a little bit of a system error there on the score, and we'll get those scores back up as soon as it is corrected. At the moment, I can say that Sebastian Ribeiro is definitely going to be in the lead. Second will be Hendrik, and third will be Gabriel Benetton.
And there is your leader, Sebastian Ribeiro, the duotone rider. Very, very big surfing background, reads the waves very well, and in a location like this where the waves can sometimes be a little bit messy, that surfing experience will sure come into his hands. And you can see there looking over his shoulder, is this one going to pearl up for him nicely? He's looking, he's waiting, hunting the wave down. And there he is, dropping in. He's found it. He's lining it up. First turn, gets the fins nice and high. Second turn, sort of going into the white water, yanking the bar, getting as much juice out of the kite as he possibly can, making every part of this wave count. And from that one, as you can see, he's done very well. Done as good as he could possibly do with the waves and the conditions that we have out there at the moment. And as we both mentioned, myself and Joe, the whole crew, the whole team has been here early doors to get the maximum tide, to get the best possible conditions we could get, because when the tide's a little high here, it can get very, very difficult. And when the tide's super low, as you'll probably see later on, a few rocks start to appear and the waves will die off a little bit. And here he is on your screen, Hendrik Lopez, putting in a good performance from this heat. The freestyle section was very nice indeed. Putting in some double rotations, looking from his left and his right, trying to see what's coming his way. He's just gone and changed his kite. I reckon he's probably gone up a size. And here we have him dropping in on this one. First turn. Really opening up. Second one doesn't quite get the snap that he was hoping for, but yanks the bar, getting full power. 3 turns on that wave, all of probably which wanted a little bit more juice, but Gabriel Benetton here, you can see riding backside, the core rider. Very, very talented when it comes to wave riding, a little bit of freestyle and also the big air. And we're still waiting on those scores to come through, so we will keep you as updated as we possibly can, but we don't want to get any of this information wrong. So as soon as it does come back up on your screens, we'll be able to tell you who's in the lead, who's in second, and who is in third position. And Benetton here, finding something, goes switch. And
Alright, so it looks like that has been resolved as we now have that graphic out on the water. So it does look like Sebastian Ribeiro is in first position so far. We will get confirmation from the judges on that one as they are still updating a couple of the scores. Let's not forget top 2 waves count and the biggest freestyle move count. As we stand out there so far, it does look like Sebastian Ribeiro has done enough.
yeah, he looks like he's done enough, but look at those scores. Super, super close. Hendrik Lopez, 15.70. Sebastian Ribeiro, 15.74. So he's only winning by 0.04. So very good performance there from our top 2 riders. I mean, even Gabriel Benetton there putting in quite a nice 3 combo there with 15.26. Not sure if this one will count because the buzzer has just gone, but Sebastian Ribeiro, look at that. Style with ease, as what I like to call steezy stuff. So plenty of action to come, and it's looking like Sebastian Ribeiro, once the scores will get updated, should see himself going through with Hendrik Lopez in second and Gabriel Benetton in third. But let's go and have a little cheeky look at the highlights from that heat.
And welcome back, everybody, as we just saw that heat number 3 of round, heat number 5, round number 3. Sebastian Ribeiro taking the win in that one. Here we now have out there on the out in the water, we have Moni Maji from Morocco. That man there is Reese Myerscott, and also we have the South African Matthew Maxwell.
Yeah, great to see these athletes here in Brazil joining us for the final stop of the 2022 calendar. And some very, very talented riders here. Reese, the Ocean Rodeo rider, coming from Canada. So nice little switcheroo for Reese, going from the freezing cold to the nice warm waters and board shorts of Taiba. And there, Matt Maxwell, another rider coming from Cape Town, South Africa.
Yeah, here we have Reese, a very talented young strapless freestyler, and also when it comes to waves, really powerful, and especially in these cross onshore conditions. There he is going for that back roll tic-tac. Let's start to get those scores up to see how they're going, because at the moment I reckon that is going to take Reese into first place.
Be nice to see Reese again on his next wave, because I don't know, Joe, it looked like he was wearing boots.
Yeah, he's so used to riding boots back there in Canada because, you know, it does get a little chilly over there, and he just feels a lot more in control of the board in boots. So you actually see him riding boots everywhere he goes.
Very, very interesting there. I mean, this is all down to what these riders, you know, what feels comfortable for them, what works the best. And so if boots is the way forward in these warm waters, then boots it will be.
All right, there we can see Moni just unfortunately going to crash. So at the moment, it is Reese Myerscott in first position. There we can see the graphic coming up. 4.5 for that freestyle move. Let's not forget, in the first 4 minutes of these 3-man heats, they have freestyle action. 5 trick attempts. Best trick is the one that counts. And then in the last 8, it comes down to 10 wave attempts. And the top 2 rides are the ones that are going to see their overall score that you will see on the left-hand side of your screen.
And there, Reese, nice little 360 rotation there. And it'll probably see what we'll see with these riders is them coming in after those minutes, once those waves action gets underway. Maybe some of them will be changing some kit. Monim there, just getting a slight butt check, but does get to his feet. And Reese there, oh, face planting, going down quite hard. Matt Maxwell now on your screens. Back rotation, lovely stuff there. The F1 rider. It's good to see Max on the tour. Dakar was the first event that he was able to do so. Matt now back in action here in Brazil.
And we can see Moni Maji, also one of the Moroccans. It's great to see the Moroccans here, and I am very excited to see Ali Bekali, 4th position over there in Dakar, taking out big guns such as Pedro Matos at that event. And he now is sponsored by North Kiteboarding and has a few other sponsors, and we're going to be seeing him at more tour stops around the world. That has been a long time coming, and well deserved. It is great to see that hard work pays off.
It is, and over in Dakar, Morocco, he was actually riding the big 5-strut Rebel kite, so now he's actually got the carve and a proper wave kite to be able to compete with.
Yeah, no, great to see the young man here, and I tell you what, he's going to be breaking some hearts, I can guarantee that. So as it stands at the moment, pretty close in between these athletes. We've got a 4.5 there for Reese, a 4.0 for Matt Maxwell, and Moni Maji with a 2.60 as we are just going to get to that wave position. There we can see the guy starting to switch it up. Yeah. He's going down from what looks like an 11 to, if I'm not mistaken, a 10. And it looks like also Reese there's a 10 meter up there. He is still continuing on. I think that's a prodigy, if I'm not mistaken. We will find out, but now let's get this one on a roll. Let's go. 8 minutes, wave riding coming your way. Heat number 6, round number 3 here, the competition. Day number 2 in Taiba. Wow, what a water sports location. I mean, pretty much anything to do with water sports we have been able to show here throughout the past few weeks.
Yeah, we've had 3 back-to-back events. So we started off with the kite freestyle over in the luxurious lagoon of Taiba. First GKA freestyle kite competition that was able to happen there, and what a comp it was. We saw all sorts of action go down there, and Jean-Maria take the win. And then we went over to where we are now, at the front with the wing action. And now we're treated to a little bit of Kite-Surf and Hydrofoil-Freestyle action, Joe. So is there a better way to spend 3 weeks?
There is definitely not a better way, and look at this. All right, Reese already going down. We've seen him. He's been on the podium when it came to Dakla a few years ago. He has been a top athlete throughout all of the years, and at the moment he is not in the top 5, but looking to push up. He was 5th overall last season in 2021, and he is a very complete rider. Riding for Ocean Rodeo, also involved in the R&D and the development on all the boards, all the kites. Really is a very techie guy and has some really interesting shapes for his surfboards. Makes his own ones. Sometimes, 3D prints his fins. He really, I call him the mad professor. And it's great to see Reese starting to get his groove on here. You can see quite a rounded, narrow board. Nice top turn. Oh, just getting hit by the old trip rope.
Yeah, going down there. Unfortunately, not being able to see that one through. And here we have Monim, who just turns around, doesn't like what he looks. And back to Reese now, as all riders making their way back out, just waiting for that next set of waves just to open up and give them what they want. Looks a little challenging out there at the moment, Joe.
It does. There is a little bit of bump on the waves. Nice turn there from Marine. Getting, wrapping it around again. He's looping this kite all the way down just to get a little bit of a foam ride, trying to make that bottom section. But yeah, like we said, the judges really are going to be rewarding athletes that link the moves together, are able to get a few turns in. But like we saw from Sebastian Ribeiro before, really pretty much you could release his kite and he would still be able to surf that wave.
Yeah, surf the wave, read the wave. He does it all pretty well. Big surfing background for Sebastian Ribeiro. And when it's conditions like this and they're a little bit more challenging, you've got to pick the right ones when they're there. So big experience like that is very, very useful. And here, his kite just going down in the water, but manages to catch it before it catches any sort of shore break, because the shore break here can be a little bit fruity at some times. We saw a lot of the wing guys last week struggle, but when it's low tide like this, these guys will be flying.
Yeah, no, and hopefully that wind will start to increase. Probably about 15 knots out there on the water at the moment. We can see some of the guys like Matt, who's probably one of the bigger riders, was out on an 11 meter for the waves and then dropping down to a 10. So yeah, we can see obviously for the freestyle they want to be on those bigger sizes and then a little bit more of a whippy kite. Also, a lot of the kites out there at the moment, for example, some of the ones from Reese and Ocean Rodeo, they're out there with the Alula, where we are starting to see smaller kites, lighter, stiffer. So you'll see, the likes of James Carew, Matthew, the duotone riders, or the guys from Ocean Rodeo or North with that end weave there, starting to have constructions that are lighter so you can take a smaller size kite out while you have these light wind conditions.
Yeah, and when we talk about wave action as well there, Monim there getting a really nice top turn, getting a second top turn in there just before that wave closes out on him. But just going back to, this wave's not over yet. This wave's not over yet. He's making use of every part of it. But yes, Joe, going back to the material there, that lighter construction, just allowing those kites to just drift that little bit better, sit in the window nicer, and allowing these riders just to get maximum potential out of everything that gets thrown their way.
Yeah, and you can see, let's not forget the highest score in heat already yesterday. Today was a 15.74 there from Sebastian. We can already see Reese and Matt around getting to those numbers. Let's see if Reese can increase on this 4.07 backup score. Looking like a little bit of a bumpy one here. All right, starting getting a mid-first turn, hacking it back all the way to the whitewater. Let's see if he can link it up again. You can see it definitely is still, the tide is quite full and it is very bumpy through the face going down there. So no, that's definitely not going to be able to increase out there on that score. And it looks like he was signaling to the beach. Are we going to see an equipment change? Because I definitely doubt that was a claim.
No, I do think we're going to see an equipment change. He's coming right in now. I can see another kite, which looks to be maybe even be a 12. So maybe the wind has dropped once we've got underway with competition here. So he's going from a sort of a standard construction Ocean Rodeo kite, now switching to the Alula construction. That is what's happening here. And let's see if that makes a difference.
Yeah, we can see him just getting ready to go out on 10-meter glide there for Reese Myerscott. See if that is going to make a difference. It did look like he was struggling a bit So he's dropped from a 12 meter to a 10. I think he was feeling a little bit overpowered, and he is now out there on that 10 meter glide. Nice little pit stop. The old Formula Ones would be happy. I reckon that was about 5 seconds, 6 seconds. So yeah, up to par, up to par. As we continue on over this, it is just coming up on 9 o'clock local time over here in Taiba. And here we can see Matt Maxwell is starting to get his rhythm, getting close, as he needs a 5.64 if he wants to take the lead from Reese, and looking to improve on a 4.17 backup score at the moment.
Yeah, I do enjoy watching Matt ride, actually. The South African rider definitely do get pretty prime conditions out there. And here he is, just getting a little bit of a turn on the foam there. Sort of closing in, checking his watch, seeing how much time he's got left. And we are getting towards the final minute now. So there, Matt sitting in second position with a 12.40. Needs a 5.64 to take the lead from Reese. So time on the clock, but yesterday, Joe, we saw waves. What would you say? Set waves coming probably maybe every 5 minutes? Yeah,
that's probably about right. I mean, we saw scores of the highest score yesterday. Combination score was a 20.33 there from Gabriel Benetton. And then, I'm going to say it, my favorite rider from yesterday, Artur Moraes, the Brazilian, getting 6.7 point wave rides. Doesn't have the freestyle, but man, can that guy throw down some turns. And that's one of the things we've always said about the Brazilians. You know, we see, let's say, more that some of the regulars out on tour have the freestyle background. But then you come out to here to Brazil, and the Brazilians definitely turn up the heat when they start to hit some of those waves and some of those turns. And obviously, you know, at the moment how the format is, it is one trick and 2 waves are what are going to count on that general score. And Matt here just trying to increase on this last one. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is. So that is looking like, no, it is not going to be enough. So that means that going through to round number 5 is going to be Reese Myerscott taking first position in this heat. And then round number 4, Matt Maxwell and Moni Maggi are going to have to battle it out in that elimination round. The place I like to call the dungeons.
The dungeons indeed. But just before we move on to the next heat, let's go and have a little look at the highlights from that previous heat.
And we're back. There it is. The green flag in the sky, meaning that it is a go, go, go out on the water. Leonardo Gangedo, who put on a very good heat out there yesterday. We also have Ali Bakali, one of my favorites. And then this man, Nikola Adabtiev. This guy has so much flow and so much chill and style. He just lays back and just gracefully gets it. One of my favorite riders. He comes from Bulgaria, but living out in Tarifa for a long time, my hometown. And I tell you, he just has that, kind of easy, loosey-goosey style that let's see how he does. And also a very talented surfer, but when it comes to strapless freestyle moves like that. So Nikola Adabtiev already starting to rack up some points. Leonardo Gangedo also getting a back roll Rodeo with a 3.93 as we start off these 4 minutes of freestyle action. Let's have a little look at the graphic.
And their scores are now on your screen. So we can see there Nikola in the lead with a 4.37, Leonardo 3.93. So a couple of little cheeky freestyle maneuvers there getting thrown our way in the early stages of this heat. Can't miss Nikola there though. Red Bull bucket hat on. And there he is showing his freestyle maneuver, but unfortunately just couldn't quite grab that board and catch it on his way down.
Alright, so Bakali still looking for a wave to be able to use as a kicker. Let's not forget, they do not have straps attached to their board, so they are using the power of the wind to block it against their feet to be able to do their maneuvers. Ali Bakali coming fourth in position in Dakar for the first event of the season, so he is fourth on the total ranking as we stand. And I can tell you what, he is here to make some damage and to break some hearts, but needs to get some freestyle moves out there if he wants to have an option. And there we can see Leonardo already starting to throw it down. This guy out on the Elevate Kites, very powerful surfer, and he has a decent freestyle move up there already. As we come towards those 8 minutes where we will switch this one and do the old switcheroo, blue flag in the sky, and it'll be time to surf the waves.
Not sure with old Ali Bakali, Joe, if he trains that much sort of freestyle maneuvers. He's definitely got a few tricks in the locker, but over in Dakar he's able to just train the waves hard and really cement that part of his riding style. And tide times today, let's have a little look. Joe, do you want to explain when is low tide today?
Well, low tide is just gone 11 o'clock, so about 2 hours before that full low tide, and then we're going to have the push high tide around 3. Idea is to continue on with the kite surfing until about 2:30-ish. We have the ladies that should be coming out on the water if all the conditions are good around 12 o'clock. But Mother Nature is boss, and she will always decide.
And hopefully we'll see a slight increase in the wind strength as well. Last few days here in Taiba have been pretty strong. We had a good little session the other day, a good solid 25 knots over in the lagoon. So it's been quite strong over here, and hopefully it will happen and build later on this afternoon. Unfortunately there, Nikola going for the same move, but yeah, just can't quite grab the board, and focus now goes on to Ali Bakali, the new North rider.
Yeah, Ali definitely known more for his wave riding than his strapless freestyle as it stands out there at the moment. About 15 knots on average. The forecast says it's to increase throughout the afternoon when we get towards that 3 o'clock. But we will have to see what is going to be going down. Yesterday it already got pretty decently windy, but then it did completely drop off at the end. But yeah, forecast says about 16 to 18 knots throughout the whole day. So looking forward to see those start to blow in. Did start off with a little bit of a cloud this morning, so the wind is taking a little bit longer to start to, kind of fill in. But as it starts, ooh, looks like something. Unfortunately, he is limping. So hoping he is all right, as it looks like we have either he's treading on the rocks or he has had some sort of a twisted ankle. We'll try and find out and get some more information there on Leonardo Gangedo. I hope he's okay, but now eyes back on the water. Nikola Adabtiev about to drop in.
Yeah, here he is on your screens, looking over his left, looking over his right shoulder. Didn't like the look of that one though. I can just see on the beach here. Oh, there we go. We've got a shot. He looks okay. It must have been the rocks, which will start there. You can see the rocks. appearing at low tide. Quite funny, Joe, when the low tide came into action yesterday, a lot of the riders were like, I didn't know there were rocks there. Hadn't been here at such low tide.
Yeah, I mean, you know, also a bit of advice for everybody. When you are traveling around the world and you come to a break for the first time or to a spot for the first time, take those 10 minutes to talk to a few of the locals, know what obstacles there are, know where the wind comes on, know where, especially, you know, when it comes to surfing, know where the rip tides are. Always take a little bit of time to know your surroundings because, hey, underneath the water there can be a lot of things that you don't see, and it's better to know them beforehand than to have a kind of a scare afterwards.
Yeah, you want to be keeping all those fins on the board as well. You don't want to be surfing over any rocks and hearing those fins just chatter along. Otherwise, that will be another drama to your trip, trying to find fins at the local shop. But here, Ali Bakali looking, he's always got such a lovely style when he rides the waves. And here, seems to have found a little something. It's closing in, but managing to get 2 nice quick turns. And I think that's where we'll see these top riders, Joe, you know, really sort of come into their own. Quicker turns, really making use of every single possible inch there is, because this wave can close out quite quickly.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see. When you see, I mean, you know, what defines a good athlete? It's the people that make the hard stuff look easy. It's the people that, you know, they have the flow and they kind of get turns where you wouldn't even think. I mean, I can guarantee you, we've been out here the other day, to get 1 or 2 turns linked together on these waves is so hard. And you can see some of these athletes already getting 3 to 4 turns. That just marks the difference. And look at that, powering through. Here we can see Leonardo pushing and just making it work here for him. At the moment, sitting in 3rd position, and Bakali in 2nd with a 3.9 for that last wave.
Yeah, so he has the best wave score at the moment. And Nicola now on your screens. Let's see if he can do something with this one. Puts in quite a nice turn there. Nice bit of spray. Again, 2nd one, boom. Lots of power shown through that turn. Stays on his feet as he rides it home in towards the judges. Quite a nice little wave there.
Yeah, you do see he is kind of handbrake turning there a little bit. You know, one of the things the judges are looking for, they're looking for those bottom turns. They're looking for the speed, the flow. And Nicola there just turning on the handbrake a little bit, and it's definitely going to be represented on the scores. But he's in the lead so far, looking to improve on a 3.33 of his backup score. Already got some decent numbers up there, but it is very close because look at that. Leonardo Gangedo also 7.50. This is going to be a close heat.
It will. Ali Bakali now sitting in 3rd, but you know, this guy knows how to read a wave. You can see there, he's just having a little look what's coming his way, what's around the corner, because he can shred. We saw in his last wave there, the 3.9, putting in some nice turns. But you know, definitely, as you said, Joe, they want to see those top turns. They want to see those bottom turns. But definitely tricky at a wave like this because it can end and close out that much faster. But here we can see Ali Bakali. What's he going to do here?
All right, already leaning in. Decent hack off of the wave. You can see him looping that kite around. A little bit of a foam ride here. Very small wave, this one. Let's not forget selection is also going to be key. But pushing, trying to milk as much as he can out of these small wave sections. But I'm going to say it, I reckon this man here, Leonardo Grangedo, is the guy who's surfing the best so far.
Seems to be picking the right waves when they come his way. But Nicola's still out in front. Maybe some scores to come. We've just got around 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. You can see Nicola there checking his watch, seeing how long he's got. He's winning by 3.77.
All right, and I know that kite. I can see getting ready for the next heat. We are going to have our reigning world champion and current #1, James Carew, getting ready to go in the water. Had a little chat with him yesterday, and pretty much the summary of that chat is, I got this, mate. That is about all that has to be said about James. He is in the right mindset, he is hungry, and he is here to take no prisoners.
Similar mentality to what he had in Dakar, Morocco. He was super focused. Even when we were trying to catch him for an interview, it could quite challenging because he's just so determined to just have full focus on every heat. And then you saw when he did take the win, he just relaxed and was just a little bit more, you know, chatty, let's say.
Yeah, no, I mean, we can see him. It looks like he is putting up the 12-meter D-Lab do-a-turn, and here we can see Leonardo also racking in, getting some good turns in on that wave. Waves, I mean, selection is key out there at the moment because pretty much we are seeing 1 to 2 sets throughout the whole heat. So you either pick up on the right ones or it ain't going to happen. Ali Bakali going down the line, but this one closing out in front of him. You can see it is not giving him the rise that he wants so far. Already down in 3rd position at the moment. And we can see Leonardo has overtaken Nicola with the backup score of a 3-3-3. It is going to be close. It is going to be close.
Close it will be. Nicola needing a 6.49 just to take the lead. Another score drop there for Leonardo. So 14.43 is what we have in 1st position. Ali Bakali needing to do some work as we start to come towards the final minute. And on your screen now, Nicola there checking his watch, seeing how long he's got left. Will we have another set of waves to just end this heat and close it out?
Well, let's have a look. There does look like there's a little bit of a bump coming all the way from the back. But like you said, Liam, 60 seconds left on the ticker. Ali is going to have to push if he wants to have an opportunity of continuing forward. Because let's not forget, first goes into round number 5. And then we will have the bottom 2 riders are going to be the ones that go into that round 4 to battle it out. But it looks like Leonardo at the moment has put in enough work. All right, this is a better wave here from Bakali. This one is actually opening up for him. Getting one decent turn on it. He needs a 4.64 if he wants to go and advance. But he is definitely not going to be able to get to that 1st position as Leonardo has put in the work early. And, yep, there it is. He is going to be taking the heat.
Good heat win for Leonardo there. Nice little start under the belt. So he'll be leaving the water feeling confident. And coming up next, as you mentioned, James Carew. So riding the 12, putting one of the biggest kites we've seen out on the water so far today. Always loves to ride full power, full beans. But before we head towards that heat, let's go and have a little cheeky look at the highlights from that last one.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for the moment a lot of us have been waiting for, where we will see the reigning #1, James Carew, entering out there on the water. And he is up against Greg Foster, who had a very good competition yesterday, and Luke Miller. Greg getting some great front roll tic-tacs and also some front roll shove-its. Yeah, just waiting to see what the boys are doing as all 3 of them out there on the water. Let's get eyes on the world champion, James Carew.
Very interested to see how James sort of adapts to these conditions as well, Joe.
All right, there we can see James just starting to try and get ready to see as he already has a one score out there. And it looks like Gray Foster there landing another move. All right, here he comes. There is actually quite a lot of flat in between the waves. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a 3-1-3 here from Mr. Carew.
He's eyeing something up. Very excited to see how he goes. Pumping the board, driving through the fins, coming in towards the shallows though. Checking the watch. Plenty of time left. Puts it a turn and now focus out to Luke, and again it looks like again from Canada riding with boots, so clearly wants to have that feel on the board.
James there going for the double back roll, landing switch stance, nice and easy, nice and controlled. You can see just rotating that body around. All right, here we have Gray Foster. Let's see what he's got for us. Front shove it, but missing the landing on that one. Looks like he went a little bit too far upwind, so the board was not quite landing in front of him. At the moment, as it stands, Carew with a 5.07 as we continue on. Has 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left out there, and he is pushing forward. I definitely, if I know James well enough, I know he's looking for a flat section in between the waves. And I reckon we're going to be seeing that 3-1-5. And he just noticed that he just jumped over the top of a rock there.
He's just unhooking there as well, so he's clearly got a few tricks in the bag. Riding the 12 D-Lab Neo, so full power out there for James. And you can see it when he's riding, just, you know, so much momentum going into every run that he has. And I can see out the corner of my eye here, he's turned around again. So 2 of the men on your screen now, Foster and Millard. What are we going to see from both of these riders?
Yeah, Luke also a really good surfer, has some freestyle moves underneath him. He's looking at this wave as we're just approaching the last 60 seconds of this freestyle term. All right, here we have James. There it is. There goes out the chicken dick. He is looking for the 3-1-3, getting into the flats.
So there, the buzzer on the beach has gone, so that will probably be the end of the sort of freestyle section. You can see here James Carew running back upwind, Gray Foster there, nice little land, little butt check there, unfortunately going down at the end, but just looking out the corner of my eye, I can see James here running back up the beach. It's looking like he's changing kites as well, so we can see there, is he going to change? No, he's not. Clearly likes what he has on the 12, so still, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a drop in the wind. We can see as well there, Bruna Kajia helping Mr. Carew out, changing boards.
Yeah, so there still is 1 more minute to be able to do the waves, and we can see James here now is going to be making his way out. It is time to surf it up. 2 best wave rides are the ones that are going to count out of 10 wave attempts. So now it is time for the surfing to come into hands. Let's go. He looks like he's swapped sizes. No, he's still out on his 12. Okay, I can see the 10 up here in the air. So he's obviously is quite light out there. James, one of the heavier boys out on tour, and also one of the more powerful riders. And he's trying to start to eye up a wave. Let's see what he has here. All right, starting to come towards us. And who is going to throw off? All right, so it is Luke all the way down on the left-hand side. 2 nice carvy turns there from the Australian. And let's see here, linking up turn number 3, but losing the power.
Yeah, unfortunately going down there. And also Luke actually, you know, custom makes his boards. He shapes them, he does everything himself. I remember talking to him in Dakar about the boards he was riding. He has a few toys up his sleeve, and so I'm sure he's riding one of his own customs out there today.
Absolutely, and here we can see James just starting to try and see where those waves are at. He's been riding here pretty much for probably 2 weeks already. All right, here we have, dropping in for the first time, current world #1, ranking and wrapping himself around. All right, easy 360 off of the top of that one, back, linking it into another turn. James Carew starting to mix it up and starting to dance out there as we're just approaching halfway through this heat, and we can already see the rock starting to appear out there on the competition area.
Yeah, tide's going to be starting to get a little bit lower, but James there just making a difficult and challenging wave look so easy. You know, really showing all his tricks in the bag, showing what he's made of and why he is a force to be reckoned with. And again, here he is on your screen. Still a score to come in for James, as he's currently on your scoreboards in second place, but that may change after that previous wave.
Yeah, there is a 4.47 for that last wave there from James, so totaling out a 9.80. Still, he's kind of chilling up in the middle of the competition area. We saw Sebastian Ribeiro also doing that, looking for those little nuggets to come in. And here we can see both Gray and Luke also trying to go in on this side. But yeah, not a lot of waves in this heat.
No, there isn't. It looks a little bit challenging for all riders out there. But here we have the heat winner at the moment, James Carew, potentially finding himself a nice little treat here. What have we got? First turn just opens up so nicely. Just lovely surfing style here on this one. Getting caught up in a slight bit of a foam ball. Will it hit that sandbank, Joe, that this wave can sometimes always do? There it is, getting the fins nice and high up on the wave. Nice top turn. Not necessarily getting the bottom turns that the judges will want to be seeing, but it's very, very challenging out there.
It definitely is challenging, and just trying to milk as much as possible these small waves. You can see really getting pulled by that kite, and it is quite tricky out there, but still that's going to be another wave for Carew. And just waiting for confirmation on those scores. There it is, 14.80, 5.0 for that last wave there from James. Knowing him, he's going to want to get some better scores, because you can see still not really got one of the ones he wants, but nice big open hack there from Luke Millard. Just coming up on 4 minutes to go. As we can see, wind is quite light out there, but these guys making the best out of what they have out there on the competition area.
Yeah, I might have to poke my head out of the booth after this heat, just see what sort of conditions we've got down on the beach, what the sort of wind is blowing, so I can update you all listening and tuning in at home. But Joe, just let's have a little discussion about the kite sizes. So we see that they ride slightly a bigger kite when they do their freestyle moves, and when it goes to that wave section, a lot of them are dropping in. Why is that?
Well, it does seem there is a bit of a A-frame there in the middle, and sometimes, you know, they drop the size of the kite because they want it to be whippier. They want to be able to move it, to spin it, to kind of get those loops, to be able to get into the sweet spot. And, you know, if they're riding the wave like we saw, for example, Sebastian and Jane, they're using the power of the wave to keep going along. They don't need as much power just to keep them keep kind of riding. They use the power of the wave in combination with the kite so they can drop a size a little bit. And here we can see James looking at another section, as he knows it is quite close out there at the moment. All right, that's a better turn. You can see these waves really starting to give him. That is a better top to bottom engage. Look at this bottom turn all the way. Lets it off. And they're going to be link it up with yet another turn. And maybe a little bit of an air finisher. There it is. James Carew mixing it up in very tough onshore conditions. Because, I mean, when you see even the best of riders having a hard time, you know how difficult it is out there.
Yeah, he made the most out of that one there. Looking forward to seeing what the judges will score there, because sitting over in first position with a 15.4. So comfortable. And here on your screen now, Gray Foster. Let's see what he can do here. Nice top turn. Driving up. Doesn't quite get the bottom turn, but again, nice little top turn on that one. But yeah, needs to get a little bit more out of the wave. It did close it out on him there. Challenging conditions, and we can see now James Carew for that last wave, a solid 8 on the dot, on the money, 18.93. That's the highest combo score of the day so far.
Yeah, and that is the highest wave score of the event so far as well, with an 8.00. So it looks like world number one starting to get into his groove as we're just approaching 90 seconds left of this heat. And they are all the way down the bottom of the competition area. James knows he's pretty much got a solid advantage, but it does look like wind is very light out there so far.
Yeah, these riders really working their kites, just up, down, trying to get as much juice as they can. James coming right into the shore here. Probably going to be a few rocks around as the tide does start to drop. And now on your screens, Foster. Let's see what he can make out of this one. Nice start.
Yeah, Gray looking. He needs a 3.55 if he wants to take over or overtake Luke Millard. And he had some very good heats out there yesterday. And you can see just dropping from one way to another. Unfortunately, getting caught up in a little bit of the whitewash there. Luke up and over, also going down as we just approach the final seconds of this heat. James Carew linking, engaging up. And a nice air spinning out, making it look too easy out there. I reckon I even saw a little smirk there.
He's having fun out there with what is being thrown his way. And I think those little airs, Joe, you know, those are going to help just increase and just edge that score just that little bit more, because every part is going to count in tricky conditions like this. And we can see now coming towards the end of the heat, it's looking like James knows he's done what he needs to do. He's sort of coming in, he's not running back up the beach, so that looks like his heat will finish there. And we can see Luke Millard on your scoreboards as well, over in second at the moment with a 10.17. Gray Foster closely behind, 9.63. Will he manage to get on this wave before the buzzer beats?
Oh, good opening finisher there for Gray. We'll have to see if this one is going to count. Just waiting for confirmation on that. But no matter what, even if he got a 10-point ride, it would not increase it to go over James. So James Carew is going to be making his way through to round number 5 of the competition, taking the win of that heat. And we're just waiting for the confirmation here of that last wave score there for Gray Foster. But while we're doing so, let's take a look at the highlights of one of the best heats we've seen so far. And welcome back, everybody. Going back into the water now. We start off round number 4 of competition, which is going to be in between Hendrik Lopez, there he is, and Jairo Neto. These are the riders that are going to be battling it down as we continue on. So now it is elimination rounds out there on the water. Whoever gets kicked out now will not be continuing on in the competition. Hendrik opening up with a good wave. Let's see the replay of that last move. 1, 2, double front roll, stylish, nice and controlled, landing, good speed. Hendrik Lopez now. So what that means, as it's only 2 riders in the water, we will now have 12-minute heats where they can both surf the waves or do the freestyle moves as they please. So now it starts. From now on, we will only be seeing 2 men heats. And first one on the water, Hendrik Lopez, Jairo Neto. All right, here we go. Hendrik Lopez looking like he's eyeing up another chop. Okay, going for front shove it. Nice and high, but not able to get the landing out there on that one. Round number 4 of competition of the men out there on the water. As we have 8 heats, and then it looks like the plan is we will be changing over to the women. Still getting confirmation on that right now. Hendrik Lopez already getting a couple of big moves. 7.07 there for that double front roll. All right, going for the double. I know he's going to be looking for the double shove it. Here we have Jairo Neto, who had some very good surfing out there yesterday. Still yet to land a trick, though. 12 minutes of action. So 5 trick attempts, 1 trick counts, 10 waves, 2 waves counts. That is what we're looking for in this heat, as this is the elimination round. Coming up next, we will have Matt Maxwell up against Anderson Reboses. All right, Neto here. Looks like he's got a bit of a wave. It's starting to form in front of him, but he's deciding against it. And then we have Hendrik looking to improve on that freestyle side. He knows he has the upper hand on Neto when it comes to the freestyle. Already got a 7.07 there. That's a pretty decent trick. I reckon we might be seeing him maybe attempt it 1 or 2 more times, and then it is going to be going to the surfing side. All right, Neto there. Let's get a replay of that one. Just managing to land on his feet. Off he goes, back roll, rodeo, and lands in a little bit of a bundle, but still will be able to get the scores. 2.90 for that last one there from Neto. And as we said, 8 two-man heats. 12 minutes to perform their best freestyle maneuver out of 5 attempts, and then also your top 2 surf waves out of 10. I can see also on the beach down here, Francesco Capuzzo got another kite in the air there for Hendrik Lopez, as they do make changes in between the freestyle and the waves. And there we can see Neto going for the tic-tac, but just losing the board underneath his feet. And here we can see Hendrix pushing and trying to make his way back, but again, in very close to those rocks. as it is getting quite shallow out there. He's going to go all the way down in on the channel to make his way back. And putting the board backwards so he doesn't get any of those fins left off of his board. So here we have Hendrik Lopez out to the shore. Is going to be wanting to change it up and switch it around to go for the surfboards. And if I'm not mistaken, even maybe drop a kite size. All right, here we have Hendrik Lopez getting helped out there by Francesco Capuzzo. Tic-tac off the back of the wave there for Neto. Going to try and rack up some of those freestyle moves. There's the look, wraps it around, gets it, nice control, keeps the kite nice and high. Landing it clean, a 2.87 coming his way, but still not going to improve over the 7.07 there from Hendrik Lopez, as we're just coming up on halfway through this heat. The meridian of the 6-minute mark. Hendrik, you can see there's a channel in between the rocks right here on the right hand side of the competition area where some of the riders make their way out. As wind is pretty light out there at the moment, we can see some of the guys. Oh, some of the guys out there on 10-meter kites. It looks like Hendrik is also out on a 10. Hopefully the wind will increase a little bit because it does look like it's dropped off since we started to compete. 15 knots out there at the moment. I'm seeing gusts in between 13 to 15. Waves are looking decent. They are starting to clean up a bit as that tide gets out. But hopefully they'll be able to have a little bit more wind and just going to make this more fun for everybody out there on the water. 5 minutes to go. Heat number 1, round number 4 of competition. All right, here we have Hendricks making his way, just waiting for some of those waves, but you can see wind is definitely light. Neto talking to his caddies out there on the beach to see what's going on. And Hendrik looks like he's seen something, deciding to go with it. As he knows he only has a freestyle score. He needs to get a wave if he wants to start to be in a little bit of a safer place. All right, so here we have Hendrik Lopez. Looks like he's going to engage on a wave here. Yep, here he goes. Hendrik Lopez coming out of Cape Verde, dropping in for the first wave ride of his heat. Just getting a couple of turns there on that one to add some scores to his overall. He is comfortably in the lead so far. Very slow heat, this one. No waves, unfortunately, out there at the moment. Here we have Hendricks making his way down, getting another wave. This one's looking better. Gets it off the top. Oh, just goes over. I think he might have even got hit by the board in his head there. Here we have it. Is the battle of the little white rollers. As conditions are looking very tough for these riders in this heat. Trying to get some information from the race crew, as it does seem like that wind has dropped off quite a lot. There's the replay of that last wave there from Neto. As we now, at the moment, we can see both of those riders out there as we start this round 4 with 2 men heats. Hendrik Lopez in first with a 9.90. But Haido Neto, there you can see a 5.23 in that last wave. It's good job that Hendrik put the work in on the freestyle side, as he can have a little bit more of a breather. But he needs to start to get some scores up on the waves, because if Haido has one more wave like that, he is going to be overtaking Hendrik. So Hendrik all the way down on the left-hand side as we come to the final 90 seconds of this heat. Both of these guys out there on 10-meter kites. Hendrik all the way down the bottom, but Neto is up on top and in position. Okay, Hendrik, this is looking like a decent wave. Looping the kite to try and be able to get some sort of turns out on it, but only getting a little wiggle, a little wobble. And here we have Haido Neto. He is in position as Hendricks is all the way out, so he's going to have to watch on the sidelines to see if the energy out there in the ocean is going to send him some waves and be able to get him through to the next round. Here we have Hendrik running up as he knows he is very close to be able to go through. So what does Neto need? He needs a 4.51. We've seen it do him in that wave before with 5.40. Is he going to be able to pull out the goods here on the buzzer beater? We will have to find out, as here we go. 10 seconds on the ticker. He's looking at it. Yes, he is. And it looks like he's going to engage. All right, Neto starting off. Big carving hack. Wave opening up a little bit nicely in front of him. But it just has not been able to open up at all. As that, he went completely forward before he actually went on that wave. So I reckon just waiting for confirmations on that last score there from Haido Neto. But nope, there it is. There it is. All right, so making his way through to the next round is going to be Hendrik Lopez. Just doing enough, and that shows you got to be complete in both the freestyle and the waves if you want to have a chance out there. So Hendrik Lopez making it through to round number 5. Let's have a little look at the highlights from that last heat.
Okay, and here we are back towards the action where the next heat will shortly get underway. But you can see a nice little shot of our competition area here. We've got a low tide, as you can see. Some of the rocks there are out, and yeah, challenging conditions for our riders. We've seen the wind drop a little bit from when we first started. I just managed to get outside for a little bit, and yeah, wind's definitely dropped. But chatting to our previous heat winner, we have Gemma down on the beach.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lee. I'm down here with Hendrik. That was a great heat from you, quite close. I think you're quite relieved passing through to round 5. How did it go?
Yeah, it was really nice. Condition got a bit lighter than this morning, so I'm really having fun a lot. Finally waves. So yeah, I'm really stoked to be here. Yeah.
How do you feel about your competitor in that heat? That was local rider Jairo, who was also riding really well.
Well, yeah, because these are guys that you don't see you don't compete against every single day, so it's really scared because you don't really know what they got. And yeah, I was quite a bit under pressure, but I'm stoked I got a bit better on freestyle, so that made me advance through for sure.
Awesome, Hendrik. Well, good luck, and we'll see you after round 5. Thanks a lot. Back to the guys.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Gemma, and great to see Hendrik Lopez there advancing through to the next round. And as he did mention, he got a nice big freestyle score there, so that definitely did help him out into the next round, where we'll see him later on. But right now on the water we have Matt Maxwell and Anderson Rebucas. So both of them now out there, and we'll see who will advance shortly. Anderson there on your screen, shaping up, grabs the board. Not quite sure if that might have been a kite loop there. Couldn't quite see the kite, but didn't get the height. But you know, maybe he came down a little bit hard. But there we have 2.5 on the scoreboards. Matt here on your screens. Love watching this guy ride. Very passionate about his kiting. Wasn't able to join the tour last year because of studies and everything, but is here now, wants to make a point, prove the point, compete with the best, and he had a great result over in Dakar, Morocco, shredding up the waves and just milking it for everything it was worth. And really nice to see him out here in Brazil, and moves into first position there, 4.10. So 10.5 minutes on the clock. Currently in the freestyle section, where you can see our riders just putting in some nice turns, and there Anderson putting in a nice little 360 with a shove it there with the board. You can see a replay here, up, little front rotation, spinning the board under his feet, lands it, thanks for coming, and that will surely improve on his previous score. Nice shot of both riders there. There you can see Anderson going in the lead with a 5.80. So nice little freestyle maneuver there. And here on your screens, front and center, the South African Matt Maxwell powering up, driving through the fins. Doesn't manage to stomp that one though. Maybe not getting enough height. But still, you know, plenty of time on the clock. None of these riders will be wanting to leave the competition early doors. Anderson there, maybe slight issue, what looks to be with the harness. Maybe he's tightening up, but definitely kite is down. Just looking at the corner of my eye, still down. There we have a shot and a chance for Matt here to pounce and improve on his 4.10. And you can see deep breaths, up he goes, grabs the board, little rotation, lands it, nicely done. You can see there, up he goes, little back roll, flip, whacks the board back under his feet, and I think I can see him here coming in. Looks like he's changing up his kite. Yes, he is. We've got a caddy running down the beach, sprinting to the full. Can't quite see if he's going up a size or down a size. From the conditions, I reckon he's probably going to go up. But let me see if I can see. Get the specs on. Currently riding an 11. Yeah, he's going out on the same kite actually, but it's looked like he's changed the board. So same kite, but he's changed the board there. still just sitting on a 4.40 for that back roll flip. And Anderson there with the 5.97, which was a front roll shove it 360. So here he is on your screens now, looking for a wave. What can he find? We know that now the tide sort of reached this point, waves can be very challenging to find. They're not maybe lining up as these riders would hope, but you know, this is the World Tour and we like to throw everything at these guys. But a lovely vertical turn there. And one person that sure does do vertical turns well and gets right up on the wave is the Machu Lopez, who we will see later on. Scoring some big maneuvers yesterday. But now we start to enter 7 minutes on the clock. Anderson there still in first position there, 2 scores on the board. But here Matt making use of a cheeky little wave. Very small though, but managing to put some nice little turns. Was going to go for a little bit of a 360 maneuver there by the looks of things, but just not able to get the ball under his feet. And still remains in second position, but sure will get a score. Anderson here, a little bit of backside riding. Gets up, nice vertical, gets half the board out of the water there. Driving through the fins. Those sort of mini little turns probably not going to count towards the score that much. Judges won't want to be seeing that, and unfortunately goes down. So our judges are really looking for, you know, those big top turns, those big bottom turns. Making use of every single bit of the wave out there. We saw James Crew get the highest wave score of the day with an 8.00, and you know, he really did make use of every single part of the wave. And you can see here Matt going for that little freestyle maneuver at the end there, but unfortunately not able to do so. Checking his watch, seeing the clock, but still has one score to put on the board. So although still sitting in second position with a 7.23, that can definitely be improved and could even go into first if he gets the waves that he wants. But it's definitely challenging out there. We've probably got absolutely no more than 15 knots at the moment. Anderson 11.70, winning by 4.47. So Matt needing a 4.48 to take the lead, which is definitely doable. This guy is a great surfer. A 4.48 is a score that he can definitely get. And a replay of his last wave here. You know, yanking on the bar, trying to get as much juice out of that kite as possible. That's a nice little turn there, spraying the water above him. But you can see that these waves are closing out quickly. And sets, proper good sets are coming probably every 5 minutes or so. And nice little shot of the beach here. Tide's low, rocks are appearing. A few kites on the beach there. You can see Nicola there on the Red Bull RRD kite, ready to launch. Probably get a little feel for the wind, see what the conditions are doing out there. Green flag flying high in the sky. Just over 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Couple more scores just updated, so a few minor changes, but Matt's still sitting in second position. This one's shaping up to be a bit nicer. That's a little bit better for Matt. And again, focus now back onto Anderson. Just straight lining this part of the wave though, but it's closing in out of him. Yep, that won't be an improvement on any of his scores so far. As you can see, doesn't get the height on that turn at all. Gets a little bit higher there, but still no verticality. No real spray, not driving through the fins there. And then the wave does close on him. So unfortunately, I don't think we'll see an improvement on any score there for Anderson. Keeping the balance nice, so through the foam ball. Oh, we've seen a slight increase, 13.01, but Matt as well advancing on his previous scores, 11.80, so needs a 4.05 to take the lead. definitely doable. 3 minutes on the clock. Anderson here looking over his left shoulder. These riders praying that Mother Nature throws them a bone. And here he is, the Brazilian. Dropping in. 1. And yeah, just not quite getting managing to get a second. Nice little turn there, little rotation, but loses the ball from underneath his feet. Matt Maxwell here yanking on the bar, cranking on the full pressure, manages to keep his feet on the board there, riding with the fins first. We can see here, little replay. This way, very close to the one in front. Nice bit of air time there. Fins flicks the board back underneath his feet. So does the best with a bad bunch there on that one. Let's see if the judges will increase the score for Matt Maxwell on that one. Scores to be dropped. But it's starting to get to crunch time now. Minute and a half, 90 seconds remaining of this heat. Men, round 4, heat number 2. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some spicy heats coming up next. This competition, this kite surf wave event is packed with goodness. We've got athletes from all over the world competing, coming to the final stop here in Taiba, Brazil. The best of the best. And I must say, we had a huge number of riders wanting to compete here, but only the 28 of the top best can compete. And here into the final minute, as Matt Maxwell checks his watch to see how much time he has, because he is in second position at the moment. Needs a 4.05 to take the lead from Anderson, who's put in a nice little shift, with that freestyle move being the sort of the edge, the icing on the cake, 5.97. And that could see him over the line during this heat. But he's on a little wave now, which probably will be his last wave of the heat. Closing in out of him. And Matt, here we go. Can he improve on that 2.83, which he so desperately needs to? Cranking on the pressure on the bar. Nice little turn there to end it, but sort of 2 waves folding into one there. Let's see if the judges can... Oh, Matt Maxwell, you won't want to do that in the shallows where the rocks are. Little replay here. You can see really giving that bar a full pressure, full whack. But Matt Maxwell, that might be a wave. We're going to wait until we see the scores come through right on the buzzer, potentially. Let's have a little look. Once this replay's over, has he done enough? Yes, he has. 13.97 scores of 5, but still we have Anderson with a wave to be scored. So these are not the final scores, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere, because things could still change as the final scores are coming in. Nice view here of Taiba, windmills in the background, kites out the front. And we can see our riders coming in. Lovely little view here. And we're now going to check towards the highlights while those final scores come in. So we're throwing it back to those highlights of heat number 2, round number 4 of the men.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back as we continue on with this round number 4. Heat number 4, Nicolas Adjaviev going up against Clément Rosselló. And let's see, as both of these athletes have been putting in some decent heats, and Clément definitely known for his surfing, starting off with a front roll, but going down hard.
Big heat coming up here in round 4, and let's not forget the previous run, Matt Maxwell just scraping the barrel there, going through on the final wave where he scored a 5, so that did edge him.
Yeah, he definitely did scrape and edge it there, and I tell you, he is going to have a sigh of relief on his face. And talking about that, let's go down to the beach with Gemma, because we have an interview with Matt Maxwell.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joe Matt. That was a close one. I think your last wave there helped you pass through, advancing to the next round. Tell us how your heat went.
Yeah, it was pretty tricky. Like, it was a bit too light for me to do freestyle. I think I'm a little bit heavier than a lot of the other guys, and even on the 11, I couldn't really do much. Also, with the ankle, I'm pretty limited to which tricks I can actually do. So when I saw Anderson land the front shove it, I got a little bit nervous. But yeah, just right at the end, I got one of my best waves, and I think it was pretty tight until then.
Awesome result for you passing through. How do you feel about your whole experience this year competing with us on the GK?
Very stoked, I must say. Like, I didn't expect to get through so many heats and stuff for my first year, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun. The guys on tour are super cool, and the girls, and yeah, it's been super cool, and I've really enjoyed it.
Can we expect more from you next season?
For sure, yeah. I think I'll be back on tour. First stops in Cabo Verde, so definitely not going to miss that one.
Good stuff. Well, perfect. Thanks a lot. Good luck for the next round, and hopefully we'll see you back again. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Brilliant. The smile says it all there. He managed to scrape through there, and we'll see Matt again in action later on in the next round. But for now, 10 minutes on the clock. Nicolas against Clément, and Nicolas here 5.20 in the lead, 2 scores on the board. So big heat coming our way.
Oh, absolutely. And let's have a little look, as it is Nicolas Adjaviev in the lead so far. Let's not forget the best trick out of 5 maneuvers and the top 2 waves out of 10 wave rides. That is what we're looking for. Nicolas just managing to keep it together on that last one. Let's get a little replay of that last wave.
Here he is, just making use of this wave, getting nice and high on that one. Again, dropping, not quite getting the bottom turn, but sort of breaching those fins a little bit out of the water there towards the ends. That will definitely score nicely with the judges. And there we can see scores on the board coming in for Nicolas there, 11.63. So 2 scores coming our way, 4.63 and a 5 on the dot. So winning by 8.93. It's a good start to the heat here, Joe.
It is, yeah. Nicolas definitely on the money. All right, going for that front roll. Shove it. Front shove it, but just not quite getting the landing. Yeah, he has a 2.0 first wave, a 4.6 for back roll, and a flip, and a 5.0 for that wave that we saw there on the replay. So yeah, quite looks like these guys are definitely starting to get their stuff together. Clément's still waiting up, but hey, let's not forget, 12-minute heat, loads of time.
There is loads of time, but still not yet to hit low tide there at the moment, so water will drop a little bit more. And here, Nicolas, on your screens, little nice wave here, one of the best ones of the set so far. Not really doing much with that first turn. Can he do anything on the second? Nice bit of power towards the end there, but not quite getting as vertical as he wants to. You can see just sort of untwisting those centre lines, but still sits in first position. Clément will definitely be wanting to improve on the scores that are currently on his scorecards. And here he is on your screen, making his way out. Let's see if he'll find himself a kicker. Maybe we'll see a little freestyle move.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for one of those, because at the moment he doesn't really have, he only has 2 waves. He hasn't got the freestyle move up there. And also taking a little look, let's not forget this is an elimination round, meaning that only one rider will continue on. Only one rider will be making it through to round number 5 of the competition. at the moment. Nicolas Dagiev and Clément Rosseo out there. And then coming up next, we will have Luc Millard and Yaris Delormo, the Italian. As we have 8 heats in total here of this round number 4. And then it is time to start round number 5. We're just trying to get information out if we are going to be starting off with the ladies or not. Information, we will get that to you as soon as possible. As we can see, a low tide already making its way out. And I can see all the way out our screen here. It looks like Matthew Lopez is right front and center in the middle of the rock, so he can help out his good friend Nicola.
Great caddy, Matthew. He enjoys helping out a fair few riders on the tour. And he's one of those guys that is very competitive there, Nicola, and landing that one. But yeah, Matthew will be in action later on, and a very, very good competitor.
Yeah, Matthew will be going up in round number 5 of the winner of the next heat. So he'll either be going up against either Luc Millard or Yanis Delormo in that round number 5. But going back to the action, just coming up on that halfway mark, 6 minutes to go. Nicolas Dagiev at the moment definitely in the driving seat.
Yes, and we see a little mini increase on his score, bang on a 12.00 there. So slight increase, but Clément here looking to improve on the wave score. His lowest there is 0.5, so I definitely think that that last wave will increase that score, because that was a rather little nice one. So let's see what the judges make of that, because he's definitely going to need to do some groundwork here with 5.5 minutes on the clock. And now, Nicola, on your screens, just, you know, conditions not lining up as perfectly as these riders would want, but nevertheless, there is definitely some waves out there to be caught.
Yeah, we've seen this, as that tide's got down, the waves are a little bit cleaner, but they are taking their time. They are chilling out. Forecast said that there was going to be same waves as yesterday. Let's not forget we have the high tide at 5:30 in the afternoon, so pretty much we have just gone past that low tide, because the lowest tide is going to be at 11 o'clock, so we're almost there. And I reckon then with a little bit of the push on the up, we might be able to see some of the bigger waves coming through. Here we have Clément riding this one all the way down. Let's see how he's going to be scored on that last wave ride.
Yeah, much better wave ride there for Clément. And it can be tricky, as you mentioned, Joe. These waves are coming in quite slowly. And when we've got 4 minutes between each heat, if that set wave come in that little gap, you know, the next riders can be waiting a little bit. But Clément here, one wave score to come. It is coming in very, very shortly. Very interesting to see what our judges will score this one. And it's come in. There it is on your scoreboards, 5.6. So definitely one of the better wave rides of this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. 5.60 there for that wave from Clément. Putting him into second position, and now he just needs one more wave and he can be back into contentions, because the 2.90, so starting to make it close.
And there are flags blowing in the wind, about 15 knots out there. We really are praying to the wind gods that are watching from above that they can just let it blow a little bit faster. Give us a few more knots. A few kites on the beach there, a few 9s, a few 11s, a few 12s. That's the aim of the game. I can see on my left-hand side here, there's a Ocean Rodeo 12-meter that's just been launched into orbit from Luc Millard there. You can see on your screen, bar in hand. But full focus back onto the action on the water right now. Clément on your screens, 9.20. Needs a 5.47 to advance. Just under 3 minutes left. Nicola in a nice position, 14.67, winning by 5.47. And you can sort of see from his posture there, maybe a little bit frustrated that the conditions aren't firing like he wants. Just sort of waiting. But maybe the wave will line itself up now for him. But decides against it. And you can see that previous wave score from Clément, the 5.6 is the best wave score of this heat so far. Doesn't yet have a freestyle scored maneuver. So that will definitely be what he wants to aim and achieve. We saw that Nicola with a back roll flip, board flip, was able to get a 4.87 for the freestyle maneuver, a 5 on a wave and a 4.8 on a wave. So he's got his 3 scores under his belt. We'll just be looking to advance on those now. But Clement on this wave, a lot of back foot pressure there, but drops in. There's the first turn, yanks the bar. Second turn, yanking again, driving through this one. But just, you can see the frustration there. Head goes into the sky. Maybe just a little lack of wind there. No power in the kite.
And Nicola here dropping in on another. This is looking like this wave's opening up nicely. Big first turn spray all the way down. Links it together. Breaks out a bit because this bottom section, it does kind of mix up with another wave. But getting to a decent enough turns. Let's have a little replay of that last wave there from Nicola Adamziev. Decent first turn, driving through the fins. You can really see him pushing that water. A little bit of a foam ball check there to continue on. Tries to break it up, but you can see the wave is kind of doubling up here on the inside and just managing to get a little bit of a check turn there at the end. 3.80 is what is going to be get for that one. So that's not going to increase on his score. 14.67 as we are closing in. Clement needs to really get a good wave, but I tell you what, this guy is more than capable. We've seen it 5.60 in that last one.
Yeah, we'd be loving to have another one of there. Nice little pop 360 there. It's yanking the bar down, but yeah, you sort of frustration, sort of hands in the air. Let's watch that one on replay.
Yeah, toe side free to revert. And just spinning around. So if he can, all right, watch out, because he could get a good score. He was going to have a freestyle score for that last move. Is he going to be able to pull it together here with this wave? There's turn number 1, buzzer beater possibility. Is he going to be able to increase on it? I very much doubt. You can see his cheeks puffing out. Clement. We will have to wait for confirmation on that. But yeah, conditions very tough out there for these guys. And there we can see Luke Millard going in the water. So while we're waiting for those final results, let's take a little look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. As there we can see already people starting to pump up some of the bigger sizes out there on the water. I can see there the 11-meter carve from Camille Delanois getting ready to rumble to go out in his heat. Out there on the water at the moment is going to be Luc Millard and Yanis Delormo, as we are just starting off with heat number 4 of round number 4, halfway through this round. And just waiting for confirmation to see what is going to be going on after this round, if we will change it up and go towards the ladies, or if we will continue on with the men. Yanis going up with some power. Double tic-tac with a back roll. Liking what I saw there. Really going into it here. Starting off with a bang. Let's have a look and see what the judges thought of that one. Yeah, 5.90 up there on the scorecards. 5.90 for Yanis Delormo. And up and again. Going for the back roll flip. Tic-tac. Landed nice and easy. Getting the freestyle groove down early on in the heat. And here we can see Luke also making his way out.
Oh, Yaris with a lovely maneuver there. Again, it would be great to see a little replay of that last one. Luke Millard there going for the kite loop. But let's see if we can check a little replay from Yaris. There he is, getting some high little back rotation, board flip as well, just moving that thing around everywhere. And with these conditions, the wind is definitely a little bit light, and for Yaris to be able to stomp a trick like that, very good stuff. And Luke going for the kite loop, just not getting enough height and coming down hard. That must be a tough job on the knees.
Yeah, it certainly does look like a tough one there, and you can see just not quite getting that lift from the kite again as he is pushing up.
On your screen, here he is, Luc Millard, the Canadian ocean rodeo rider. Second stop on the tour, because remember, guys and girls at home watching, this is the second tour stop of the year for the kitesurf discipline. First one was in Dakhla, Morocco, about a couple of months ago now, where the conditions were absolutely firing. Probably some of the best conditions we've seen. And while we wait and see what happens out on the water, we've got the heat winner from the previous heat down with Gemma on the beach. So let's have a little hear of what he has to say, making it through to the next round.
Thank you, Liam. Thanks so much, Nicola. You were the first rider on the beach this morning. I saw you here at 6 a.m. together with the crew, bright and early. We saw you stretching, doing your yoga, doing your warm-up. It pays off. Is this your good luck routine to get a good result in advance?
I came earlier than I should have, I think, because there was no wind. But yeah, I just tried to stay calmer this time. I am kind of better than before, but I'm still have a lot of stress on my mind, but trying to fight it. And yeah, things worked out right now, so I'm really happy.
How have you enjoyed so far your entire year with the GK on tour? What's been your favorite moment?
I mean, being with the GK crew and the riders and on tour is just something really amazing and unbelievable. I enjoy every moment. It's a big family now, I think. So yeah, it's just a real big adventure.
Thanks a lot, Luca. Good luck, and we'll see you after the next round. We'll go back to the heat. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Gemma, there. Good words there from Nicola as well, making it through to the next round. And as you heard, it's like a little family out here, so everyone's good friends, everyone carries each other's, and now Luc Millard back in action. Dropping in on this wave. Just getting caught in the white water. And previous heat winner, Nicola, ranked 17. And here on your screens now, Luc Millard, ranked number 9. So that's where they are in the current rankings.
Yeah, and here we can see Yanis Delormo. Yanis didn't make it down to, you can see, not quite getting the moves he wanted to on that wave. He is also 9th overall, as we had that one event in Dakhla. So both 9th position on the overall points and looking to try and improve on their overall scores after the result here at this competition. 8.13 for Yaris, with a 4.17 for Luke Millard out of Australia. These guys, let's have a little look at what they got out there. They have, they're being counted, we have a kite loop for Luke Millard, and then a 2.0 for his wave, and then we can also see a 5.90 and a 2.33. So that is what is being counted for both of these guys. As we're just coming up on a halfway mark, and Yaris just getting folded upside down there, unfortunately.
Boards all over the place there, going in between the lines, going over his head, but yeah, just going down on that one. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Yaris still in first position. I saw just previously Luke fully powered up on his 12 meter was what he's gone out on. I'm just looking out the window now of the booth, and you can see some riders actually with 9s in the air, so a little bit of a personal preference when it comes to the conditions out there. But here we have Luke dropping in on this one. Nice first turn, gets nice and vertical, nice bit of spray. Let's see, nice bottom turn. Not quite as aggressive on that second one, but you know, the wave has sort of closed out on him, just making use of the last section and managing to get one really nice aggressive turn at the start there, and then two sort of little gentle ones to finish off.
Yeah, two kind of little check turns, but yeah, nice way to start that one off. Let's get a replay of that last wave there from Luke Millard. Alright, so let's have a little replay of that last wave there from Luke Millard, please. Thank you. There it is, that first turn you were talking about. Up, nice and vertical, getting it wrap around. And then we can see just the two little check turns at the bottom of this. But at the moment it is Yaris Delormo, the Italian, with a solid lead, as he has a 10.0 up on his combination score.
7.4, Luke Millard, bang, on the 10 for Yaris. And here he is on your screens now, chopping on this one, running backside, Matthew Lopez style. But just getting caught up again. So the wave just breaking on the board at the same time. Yaris not able to stay on his feet there. And Luke, 4.5 minutes. He's in second position. He needs a 4.61 to snatch the lead. Don't forget, as you mentioned, Joe, the losers of this round will be packing their bags. And unfortunately, heading home. And for one thing I can say is that, you know, these guys do not want to be leaving Brazil early for the sunshine. They're in board shorts. There's no wetsuit needed. And of course, your favourite drink. Remind us what that is.
That would be either the cerveza gelada or the caipirinha. Not sure which one is more dangerous. What do you reckon, Liam?
I can certainly say that a caipirinha is more dangerous.
Alright, well there we can see the vibe starting to get down here on the beach. The wind does look like it's increased. It's back up to in between 15 to 18 knots. And now it is, like you say, the only one man can continue. Only one man will make it through to round number 5 of competition. At the moment, Yaris Delormo in the driving seat as he has two 2-point waves. But Luke there with that last wave, that nice one-hit wonder with a 3.23. And it looks like he's starting off in a similar way. So these guys are going to have to throw down both of them 9th on the overall ranking so far. So here we have Yaris. Got some good freestyle under him already. Starting to link it together, trying to get the 3 turns backside, but getting pulled off of that one. Not quite getting the hits that he wanted, but he is only trying to improve on a 2.13 backup score.
And Luke here making use of the wave, but will definitely want to improve on his scores that he's got. He's got some a 2 on a wave and a 3.23, and replay here can show that lovely first big turn. And again, just putting in a little check turn for number 2. And what's going to be another turn, little sort of checky turn, much better than the second though. Big bit of spray, so 2 nice turns there. Definitely, I think, going to be an improvement to his lower wave scores. And we can see there definitely has been an improvement, 8.87 overall now. So Luke there, just over 2 minutes, needs to do some work to make it through to round 5.
Yeah, he is definitely going to have to step it up if he wants to. But, I mean, he has a mediocre score, quite a low score on the freestyle side. So I reckon maybe his idea would be maybe to get a bigger freestyle move and then try to improve on one of those waves. That could make the difference. But at the moment, definitely not being able to get those things matched up. 7.40 total out there.
Luke's only freestyle maneuver from what I remember seeing was just sort of the kite loops. So just going up in the air, yanking the bar, feeling the pull, and when winds like this are around the sort of the 15 knot mark, maybe not getting enough height and coming in quite hard. So I mean, kite loops are always great to do, but you definitely want a little bit more wind to get that height to swing under the kite. But right now, riding a wave, again, sort of waves forming into one another. It's a little messy out there, Joe.
Yeah, it definitely is. As we start to approach those final 60 seconds, Yanis, this one's looking like it's opening up a little bit nicer. The A-frame on the right-hand side of the competition area is starting to form as that tide is dropping. And here we have him. Looks like he's going to decide to engage on yet another wave ride. He already has 2.23 is what he wants to improve on. And this one is looking like it might give him a possibility, but no, he's going to be turning out of that. 45 seconds on the Tekka. We're going to have to see. Luke Millard is going to have to pull something out of the bag if he wants to be continuing on in this contest.
He's got to hope Mother Nature throws him a bone right now, because 30 seconds on the clock, 8.87. He is chasing. He needs a 4.01 to take the lead. Definitely doable, but he needs to hope that a wave comes his way. And he's sort of chosen to drop in on this one, 15 seconds. So this will probably most likely be, if not his last wave. Two nice sort of starting turns, getting up. That's a little bit nicer, but coming towards the end section of this wave where it starts to get very, very small. Will the sandbank make this one reappear? Buzzer's gone, but he's still riding. Joe, I reckon that could be definitely a score improvement, but it'd be good to get eyes back on Luke.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Needed a 4.01 from what I'm seeing up here. Just waiting to see the last final score for that ride from Luke Millard. But before we can confirm those scores, let's take a little look at here. We have that replay. So turn number 1 engaging, but is kind of going flat off the back. Engages into turn number 2, much better. Wrapping it around, then you can see as he gets down to this section of the wave where it really just kind of side runs. But while we're waiting for those results to come in, after this replay, we're going to enjoy some of the highlights from that heat number 4, round number 4 of the men.
Okay, I'm down here on the beach with Yaris. Yaris, congratulations, you're advancing through. Tell me a little bit about how the conditions are right now and how you felt about the riding in your heat.
The conditions were pretty good now. I think I did a pretty good hit, but I think it was close until the last 2 minutes. But I managed to pass. I'm super happy, and let's see in the round 5.
What do you think about the location for this final event of the year here in Taiba, Brazil?
It's amazing, warm weather, sun, wind, every day, wave. The perfect place for finish an event this year. Hope to have another one here the next year.
Absolutely, let's hope so. Thank you so much, Yaris, and I wish you lots of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Back to the guys.
Thank you there, Gemma. Nice to speak to Yaris there, previous heat winner, makes it through to the next round and obviously enjoys competing in his hometown, in his home country. So, and there we can see nice little overview of the competition area. Kites are rigged up. We see the 11s with that carve there. We see another 11 with the core on the left. So 11s, sort of 10s, that's the sort of name of the game at the moment with the kite sizes. Yellow flag in the air. You can see our flag team there doing all the work, letting those riders know when the green flag flies up. Race director Juan Antonio front and center on your screen. Black t-shirt. He's the guy in charge, making all the calls. But now on the water, the water guru, the Italian stallion, Francesco Capuzzo, taking on Moroccan Moniem Maggi. 12-minute heats. Capuzzo, been in Brazil for quite some time now, was competing at this exact location for the GWA Wingfoil World Cup, the last tour stop, where we have both the surf freestyle discipline along with some surf slalom. And Francesco was competing in both. He's also a very, very competent windsurfer, wingfoiler, kite surfer, surfer. The guy does it all, as you can see. So interesting to see how far he can advance into this competition, but don't get mistaken, Monim is a force to be reckoned with. The Moroccan sure does shred on the waves. So 11 minutes left on the clock here. Some scores to come in shortly.
Yeah, Francesco, like you say, a very complete rider out there. He is up against Moni Maggi, who we saw him do very well over there in Dakar, and he also was over at the European SUP Championships. So it's great to see the guys starting to push forward. Francesco, tic-tac, rodeo, flip, back, roll, landed. There it is, double claim, double fists.
Yeah, it's a great little maneuver there from Francesco, and you can see he's one of the bigger guys, but focus now back to Monim on this wave. Nice little first turn. Would have seen what Francesco did just out of the corner of his eye. Seems here, Joe, we have a little bit of a set wave coming our way.
Yeah, oh, Monin racking it back, making the most of this little inside whitewash. Managing to link together a few maneuvers, and now we'll have to wait and see from Francesco. At the moment in second position, but still waiting for scores to be dropped. Both of these guys throwing down from the beginning, and Hendrik going to be changing up the kites. And now it is time, there we can see from Yaris to go, as he is going to be going on the surfboard. And there I can see Francesco talk about a sprint. Usain Bolt would be proud.
Get him in the 100 meters, the Olympics. Let's go, Yaris. Let's go. It's really good to see these riders, though, you know, all helping each other out. Francesco there switching boards and switching kites. Hendrik Lopez, the kite caddy. Yaris, the board caddy. I wonder how much he's paying these guys.
I reckon there's a few beers involved at least. Yeah, no, it is really cool. I mean, everybody is family out there, and, you know, it is great to see, you know, even when athletes are kicked out, they stay around, they help out, you know, fellow teammates or just friends out on the water. You know, really, you can see the good vibes down here at the GK Kite World Tour, and that's how we want to keep it.
I'm sure if it was raining and stormy, and they'd still be there helping each other out, or would they, Joe? You know better than me.
Yeah, they definitely would be. I wouldn't be if it's stormy. I wouldn't be out there with an umbrella. But yeah, hopefully, you know, a lot of we're very lucky to go to a lot of the locations that have very nice weather. Because, I mean, let's just be true. Life is definitely better in board shorts. And we can see all of the athletes enjoying it out there. And life is better in bikini for the ladies that we're just waiting confirmation to see if we be starting with them after this round number 5. We will know by heat number 23. Concentration out there on the water as we have Francesco Capuzzo is up against Moni Maggi, and Francesco is starting to come down a wave to get ready to surf this one backside. He came 4th in Cape Verde a few years back, and he is, like we said before, the waterman of the tour. Does pretty much anything to do with the ocean.
Yeah, he does it all. He does it all. And we can see the 5.20 there being his freestyle maneuver, which has got the highest score of the heat so far. There's Monim there. Little frontside 360, landing that onto his feet. Will definitely be an improvement.
Yeah, let's not forget they have 12 minutes to be able to produce their top freestyle maneuver out of 5 attempts. And then their top 2 wave rides out of 10 wave rides. All right, Maggi here. This one's looking like it's forming up nice and easy right in front of the rocks. It looked like it was going, but it's backed off. As let's not forget, we have low tide, excuse me, was already at 11:20, so almost low tide, as dead as it gets. And then normally there's kind of a stall moment when there is a change in the tides. Francesco here getting in on another wave in 2nd position. He's going to be moving over to 1st after that, adding his 3rd score. All right, here we have Maggi. Looks like he was thinking about using that one as a kicker, but decided against it and eyeing up to see if he's going to have another set coming his way.
Another score there drops for Francesco, 3.87 on that wave. So still chasing in 2nd. Oh no, he's popped into 1st. Excuse me, another score's just dropped. So Francesco Capuzzo, 11.87 now, into 1st position with 6.5 minutes on the clock. We can see here on your screen, Monim needing some work to do. Also has 3 scores on the board. Will definitely want to have a little look at what he can improve. He wants to improve that 2.0 on a wave, and here he is on the wave. Getting in the foam there, but it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Putting a few little check turns, little rotation, keeping his balance like a ballerina on that board.
Yeah, no, looking good. Got a couple of semi-decent turns on that one, and then adding, you know, a little bit of a tail slide out, revert there, wrapping himself up and Oloing the bar over his head. But still, good move there from Moni Maggi. Francesco is going to have his work cut out if he wants to stay on top of this man, as we're just waiting for confirmation on that last score. That's a better turn there from Francesco, keeping the power. Just getting a little bit light there. He needs to get another one. Able to get 1 decent turn and 2 little check turns there from the Italian athlete. Let's not forget, he has been a top 10 athlete throughout the past few years and looking to improve on his overall ranking, currently ranked number 9 overall in this 2022 season.
Capuzzo really is a guy that does it all. He keeps his calendar filled throughout the year with all the events. So again, you can see the frustration there, throwing his hands around just because that wave just didn't really offer him what he wanted. Closed out on him early doors, and Monim here, 1st turn on that wave, yanking the bar. Needs all the power he can get, straight lining this section there, but again, just getting caught up, not able to come out of that one.
Yeah, getting hit by the old washing machine. Detergent was adding and softener was definitely not there. Moni Maggi going down hard there on that one, as he still is in 2nd position. Francesco Capuzzo managing to get a little bit further up the competition ladder. Let's not forget, 9th in the world at the moment, ended up 6th last year. And Moni Maggi also got 9th in that event in tackler. Great to see more of the Moroccans over here. Definitely one of the names out there at the moment is Ali Bakali. Came in 4th position in that 1st event, and looking for the first time we will actually see him at a competition outside of Dakhla of Morocco. And I can't wait to see him get some damage out there, as he is one of my favorite riders. He is struggling a little bit on the freestyle, so let's see how he's going to do.
And on your screen now, Francesco getting on this way, sort of trying to use his hands to pump his way along as well. Got a nice style, Francesco, on spinning the bar there. Plenty of loops going on to keep that momentum on every single wave. It's a little bit light out there, and here we have a replay. Getting a little bit nice and vertical there on that one, just blasting his way past the whitewash again. Nice and vertical, a little bit more power on the second turn before a little check turn to finish. And you can see that little section there seems to be where both waves collide together.
That looked like a little bit of a wave spanking. That wasn't a wave pushing. Making his way and making sure that he can get back on that wave. But no, just the waves just saying, nope, I'm not going to take that. Thank you very much. 3 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. And we're already starting to see some 11 meters and 12s being lifted into the sky. We've already seen quite a few of the Alulas, the Hokipa fiber, also the end weave there from North, starting to get out into the competition area, as a lot of the brands making those lighter weight constructions so athletes can go out on the smaller, faster kites in lighter wind conditions.
Yeah, also it helps massively with the drift capabilities. So all these new technologies, we see a lot of the materials actually changing now. The canopy materials, leading edge materials. You know, these factories, these brands, they sure are busy bees when it comes to making the best quality kites on the market. And here, Monim Maggi on your screen sits in second position. There you go, a couple of riders warming up, just easing up the knees, getting low. Just under 2 minutes on the clock. Capuzzo still sitting in first position. You can see the green flag flying high still. So a little bit more action to come your way. Men, round 4, heat number 5, currently on your screens. And next up we have heat number 6, which will include Charlie Martin against Gabrielle Benetton. So they'll be your next riders that come up shortly. But for now, can Francesco stay in first position? Minute and a half left. He's trying to see what comes his way. Switches. Stance. Gets up nice and vertical. Gets the fins involved nicely. Sprays the water. But again, the wave is closing in on him.
As we can see, Francesco here, 13.77 on the old ticker. He is in the lead, but I tell you what, Monim Maggi is starting to make his way back as they're starting to get some scores up there. This is going to be a close one. 60 seconds to go, Liam.
Always gets a little bit tight in the last minute. We've seen a couple of buzzer beaters. Matt Maxwell putting in the buzzer beater of the day, where he got that last little wave which has pushed him through to the round. But here on your screen, Monim, can he do? Has he got enough to beat the Italian powerhouse Francesco Capuzzo?
Yeah, I mean, the wind is definitely not so strong out there at the moment. We can see we have about 13 knot gusts, but it's picking up here on the inside. Guys are out on 10 to 12 meter kites, dropping it down as much as possible in the waves. But yeah, Francesco just scraping, scrimmaging, making everything work for him. But are we going to be seeing a buzzer beater here from Maggi? We will soon find out. He's looking back. Is the ocean going to send him any love?
He's hunting for the love. He needs the love. He wants the love, but it's not looking like he's going to get it because the buzzer has just gone. And there you can see, nice little shot there of our competition area. Kiket there, bottom of your screen, rigging up, ready to go.
Yeah, let's get cameras back on Maggi as it looks like he was taking off on another heat. And we can see out the back here, he was already starting to push his way forward. And then we can see some of the ladies starting to get themselves ready to rumble. As we are waiting to see confirmation if they are going to be going out onto the water. As we have some of the Brazilian riders here. We just saw some of them there walking down the beach, getting ready, getting all their gear together. And as we said before, life is better in board shorts. Life is better in a bikini.
All right, Francesco Capuzzo, another week, another day here, another interview, advancing to another round. How was your heat?
Yeah, it was a bit tough because we start early morning today. I was at 6:30 already here for the skipper meeting. The wind was looking light. I'm kind of one of the heaviest on tour, so I was a bit scared. But actually, just before my heat, the wind pumped up. I was on my 12 lit, so I asked a friend like Nicola. Really thanks to him, he brought me his kite. So on my wave part of the heat, I was with my 9, just perfect. Waves were there finally because yesterday was a bit of shame. I was on high tide, so I'm pretty stoked now. I feel pumped to go to the next round. It's going to be a tough one against Sebastian, but definitely everything can happen. I will give it all to win and advance one more round.
Good job. Francesco, tell me, what is the best moment for you on tour this year with the GK?
Well, unluckily we didn't have so many events, so we only have Dakla and here. Dakla was amazing for me because there were really long waves. I really enjoyed it. But coming back to Brazil, like sailing in board short, literally like I will just chill on my beach with my lycra, and it's like something like really impossible to get anywhere else. So I'm really happy to be here.
Super, we're happy to have you here, Francesco. Good luck for the next round. You're rating so well, and we wish you lots of luck. And for now, we go back to the guys.
Thank you, Gemma. Congratulations, Francesco. That is what I call a buzzer beater. As you said, one of the heavier guys out there on tour, just managing to make his way through that heat up against Moni Maggi. And now let's go out onto the water, as we are going to be starting off with Charlie Martin from the Reunion Island up against Gabriel Benetton. Charlie, he's been on tour quite a few times, and I tell you what, this young man surfs like no tomorrow, getting himself together on the freestyle, but sometimes he just still has not got the confidence in between the buzzers. When it comes to competition rider, we have still not seen his full potential. I know he's been training a lot here. Let's see how he does. At the moment, he is up against one of the top contenders. The man that actually has the biggest combination score out there of the event so far, with a 20-point something, and that's what I'm talking about, the freestyle, racking it off with a nice kite loop board off just to start off his heat.
Another rider there with the boots on, so clearly had a choice there, and up he goes. Oh, that's a little Benetton highlight there. Plenty of rotations, making it look too easy on the water.
Yeah, beautiful double front roll there from Gabriel. He disappeared a little bit in the heat before, wasn't quite on his A game. It looks like obviously starting off with a banger like that right off the buzzer is going to be happy. All right, here we have Charlie. This is why I say just low crouching style, but losing his back foot on that turn. Let's not forget 12-minute heat. The top maneuver out of 5 trick attempts. And then it is the top 2 waves out of 10 trick attempts. And there we can see Guilherme Brandão, one of the legends of the Brazilian kiting. Used to be a freestyler, competing back in my days, the Pico A days, and then also when it came to wave riding, this guy rips. And great to see him down here at the event, just helping out a lot of the Brazilian riders, now working for Mystic Kiteboarding. And yeah, it's always good to see the old boys back here. And I tell you what, if he was in this contest, he would break a few hearts of some of the youngsters, I can tell you that.
He'd be breaking the eggs and making an omelette, would he, Joe? That's what he'd be doing. And here, just under 10 minutes on the clock, Gabriel Benetton's 6.67 freestyle move. So he's come in and swapped his board. But here, Charlie Martin showing that surfing style that he has. And back, full focus now onto Benetton with a nice sort of lofty turn there, but getting caught up in the whitewash.
Yeah, you can see these waves are a little bit one-hit wonders or two-hit wonders at the tops. And the guys that really are able to mix it up will get it there. There we can see Guilherme Brandão, El Capo, looking and taking a check out on all of the Brazilian athletes. And there we can see the beautiful surroundings, palm trees, warm water, kite surfing, the best of the best out on the ocean and making these waves, tearing them apart. And here we can see Gabriel Benetton front and center. This is the season finale of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour kite surfing discipline.
Season finale it is, and world champions will be crowned. So a very exciting event. Plenty up for grabs because we've only had one tour stop so far this year. That was over in Morocco, Dakla. So plenty of riders still in it with contention. And here Charlie Martin That's a better turn, getting to the top of that wave there, but getting caught up in the back section of this one. There we go, spraying the water, getting the fins nice and high, but just wanting to get those bottom turns involved as well.
Yeah, just linking them together, not quite getting the flow. You can see a little bumpy on that bottom side. He is using a stubby nose board, so it is more of a freestyle board there. Wondering why he's doing that. Let's not forget cross onshore waves. They are a little flat. Sometimes that little extra bit of volume underneath the feet will allow you to float through some of those sections. You know, in the end, everybody chooses their own weapons. All of these guys have all the boards to be able to, you know, mix it up. Gabriel, we saw him on the freestyle board for the freestyle maneuvers, and now he switched over to, let's say, what is more of a traditional surfboard shape.
Yeah, sort of more pointy nose, sharper edges. And Gabriel Benetton switching. As soon as he pretty much got that 6.67, he came in and thought, yep, thank you very much. I've done the freestyle trick that I want, and now I'm going to purely focus on the waves, because probably being told by the beach that it scored quite well, and you know, waves can be sometimes in the heats at the moment hard to come by when those sets do come through. So if they have a little bit more time to focus on the waves, and they've done the freestyle trick, then it's all systems go, go, go. And here we have him on your screens, Gabriel Benetton, your heat and current leader.
Yeah, one of the things I say time and time again when I'm watching professional athletes, body language. When you see an athlete foot forward, leaning into everything, smiling, you can see when you know when the good guys get into their rhythm and they start to kind of become unbeatable. They start to believe in themselves. Because let's not forget, as an athlete, when you go out onto the water, you are competing against two people. You're competing against the person who's against you, but most of the time you're also competing against yourself, because you have to land those moves and you have to pull off the goods. And there we can see Gilly Bandau giving some of the info to make sure that Gabriel knows exactly where he is and what he's doing. Thumbs up. Caesar is saying he can live.
Take a little bit of a breather, but you know, we're only just coming up to halfway through the heat, so I wouldn't say it's breathing time, because 6 minutes still on the clock. Gabriel Benetton, nice little score though, 16.77. So Charlie Martin chasing with a 10.40, needs a 9.64 to take the lead. So a couple of scores he needs to put on the scoreboards here. And here he is on your screen now, the Cabrina rider, hoping that a wave will follow in his footsteps. Pumping along on the board, trying to get some more momentum going into this one. And here he goes, dropping in. Just stalls on that one a little bit, doesn't quite get to the top of the wave again with the bottom turn, not getting as low, but this is looking a little bit nicer, a little bit scatty. Board looks to be sort of going a little loose under his feet there.
Yeah, you can see there he is, Charlie Martin out there on the Cabrina gear, and I mean, the waves are doubling up. You can really see how it does just double up underneath his feet, trying to keep it together. But yeah, the judges obviously going to be taking away some points for that, as he stands out there at the moment in second position with a 10.40. Gabriel Benetton comfortably in the lead with a 17.00. And it looks like, yeah, we can see that Charlie Martin out there on the X-Breed Pro from Cabrina, which is, like we said, it is kind of that mixed board where it is in between the waves and the freestyle. Little wider, little bit more volume, allowing him in these cross onshore conditions. But at the moment, it is Gabriel Benetton who is really pushing it forward. And there we can see coaches on the ground giving him the go, go, go.
And again finds himself another wave, getting past, straight lining that section. That's two turns, two nice turns, gets nice and vertical. Gabriel Benetton on, you know, a lot of his turns, very good seeing as we can catch it again on a replay. Goes low, boom, gets up, really pushes those fins out from underneath him, rides the white water, puts in another nice little turn there, plenty of power. You can see him yanking on that bar, getting as much out of the kite as possible. And there, Charlie Martin now, see our safety guy in the background there, making sure these riders stay nice and safe. And Charlie Martin, 3.5 minutes to go, still chasing in second position. Definitely needs to improve on every single one of his scores. Because this guy at the moment on your screen, Gabriel Benetton, just checking again with his caddies that are on the shoreline. Am I in first position? Am I in second position? But yeah, very comfortably in first with 18.03. Benetton there turning around, saw a wave. Let's see, switches stance. But just backs out of that one. Will we see a cheeky little set roll our way to close this heat off? And will we see a little upset or a buzzer beater?
Oh, it's definitely going to come down to the wire. But let's not forget, so the highest combination score was with Gabriel when he got in that first time he was out on the water, 20.33. But he had a 6-point ride and he had a 6.20 ride. So he had two big scores. Here we have Charlie Martin looking to improve on that second wave. And just that photo moment off the top, little bit of an air. This is a better ride here from Charlie. Wrapping it around all the way down to the bottom of this section. And let's see if he can link it together. That's another big turn. Much better wave. Let's get a replay of that last wave there from Charlie, because that photo moment on that first turn is where you can really see the quality. Look at this. Gauging in. Pulling. Boom. Smacks that tail out. That is what we're talking about. A lot better there from Charlie. He is going to have to start to make it work if he wants to have a possibility, because Gabriel Benetton is on fire out there at the moment.
Really nice wave there for Charlie. He's been wanting that one to come his way for the majority of the heat. So let's see what scores get thrown our way. Nice little turn there to end off again, kicking that tail out. So nice wave. Goes into the rocks a little bit towards the end, but we can see as scores get updated, still some chasing to do for the chap in second position, because this guy, as you mentioned, Joe, is on fire.
Oh, he is. I mean, 18.03. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to be the highest combination score of today. And no, I am mistaken. James Crew, 19.73. But wow, up there with the numbers that are at the top of the range. So we do see that it is on. It is on. Gabriel Benetton with an 18.03. 30 seconds to go.
Oh.
Mixing it up, Charlie Martin. This could be a buzzer beater. Two big turns. He's opening up with a freestyle move as he makes his way through. Let's see what the youngster have. He is not giving up. As what would he need? What would he need? He would need a 9.77 to take the lead. That is going to be a hard one. But you know what? If you're going to go out, if you're going to end it off, that is the way to do it, is just to push it out and to the end. Final 5 seconds. And here we have Gabriel Benetton about to drop in, because it looks like he has a victory lap. As yes, that is confirmed. Charlie Martin has just unfortunately not done enough. Had a 4.57 for that last wave. And Gabriel Benetton is going to be making his way through to round number 5. But before we go and continue on, let's catch the highlights from that last heat.
Okay, and welcome back everybody. So very good heat that has just taken place, but up next we can see on the left hand side there, yellow flag is flying high, green flag is soon to go up, and as you can see there it is, risen up into the air, and in the water now we have Camille Delanoy against Gray Foster. So big heat coming your way. 12 minutes on the clock. Let's see which one of these two riders can take it through to the next round. And as we begin with this heat, we're going to go down with Gemma, who's down with our previous heat winner, Gabriel Benetton. Let's see what he has to say about that previous heat.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Liam. So I'm down here with Gabrielle. Gabrielle, it's great to talk to you. Tell me, how was your heat?
Yeah, it was really good. I finally got the good wave, so I'm feeling pretty happy. I did a double front row as a first trick, so that helped to get my score like higher. So yeah, pretty happy to make it through.
How does it compete here in your home country in Brazil?
Yeah, first time competing here in Brazil, especially in the Taiba. Like, I love this place. We have wind every day. I train a lot here, so yeah, pretty happy.
Do you enjoy your whole experience with the GKA event that you do this year?
Yeah, I went to Morocco and Tarifa and Big Air, so I'm loving to be like on tour. I trained a lot, to like 2 years before, like to start competing, and yeah, that's it.
Great stuff. Well, thanks a lot for joining us, and good luck for your next round. For now, I'll go back to the guys. Thanks, Gabrielle.
Thanks very much, Gemma. You can see there, very pleased to be making it through to the next round, Gabrielle Benetton. And on your screens now, we can see Gray Foster just going down there, and Camille putting in a 6.73 on his first freestyle maneuver.
Yeah, already getting those big moves down. I mean, let's not forget Camille Delanoy. He was one of the athletes who got close to those 60 to 70 points back in the family days. He has been a single elimination winner of the strapless freestyle in prayer when we had some of those huge heats with Ayrton Cosolino where these boys were going off the rocket. So when it comes to freestyle, he is definitely one of the top athletes, and there we can see back-to-back 2 big sixes already up in the cards, and now it looks like he's going to mix it up and go for some of the waves. But watch out, because Gray has been on top form all the way through this contest.
Yeah, very good form. Little shove it there, but yeah, just goes down. Unfortunately, not able to land that one.
Yeah, and we saw there before Gabriel Benetton making his way through that last round with ease, meaning he is in to round number 5. He will be going up against Reese Myerscott in that round, but front and center on our screen, Camille Delanoy, because the winner of this heat will be going up against Leonardo Grangeiro, the Brazilian who has been pushing it down. I'm going to call him the Samurai Warrior because he was out there with a full face paint, the old ponytail, and this guy was slashing it apart like a samurai. So we will have to see, as we said about the Brazilians, they always, when there's waves involved, they are forced to be reckoned with.
Especially, yeah, when they know the spots as well, and they've been here a few more times than the others. It definitely does help. So yeah, some tasty heats coming our way as it starts to get, towards the later rounds in the competition. We see, round 4, riders starting to exit now and booking their flights home if they unfortunately don't get through. So it's really starting to get a little bit closer. The heats get a little bit tighter, and it really is anyone's game. We'll see what the conditions get thrown our way. But here on your screens, Gray Foster getting caught in what was a little bit of a slower wave. Back now, focus onto Camille, yanking the bar, getting up onto that, spraying, getting the fins engaged, joining onto what was another wave there, but here, the highlights from that previous ride. You can see right hand engaged, cranking the pressure on, driving, opening up that left side of his body there, before putting in a final little check turn to wrap off that ride.
Yeah, just mixing it up and getting it down because it's quite close out there at the moment. Gray starting off big hack on this one. This wave's opening up nicely. Yeah, and the fins loose a little there at the top. A little bit of an air, but not quite keeping with the power. And Camille, 3 turns all the way down, but getting looped and getting pulled away. And we can see Camille is out there on the new North carve that has that 2-ply where it has 2 canopy materials to make it kind of have a better torsion, move around the sky better, and it's looking like it is working nicely for him at the moment.
11 meters, that's what he's taken out as well, so full power out there at the moment on that nice blue carved kite. He's also riding out there the Charge, which is North's down the line performance surfboard. So he's got all the minerals to go through here, but he's up against a fierce competitor.
Yeah, no, I can see what is happening out there, and Camille is already, he put the work in on the freestyle and starting to get 2 medium wave scores. Let's not forget 12-minute heats, top 2 waves out of 10 attempts, top freestyle maneuver out of 5. Gray already starting to link it up, but as he has pretty much a 3-point difference on the freestyle, he is really going to have to smack it down on the old waves if he wants to have a chance to go through to the next round.
Yeah, he really, really is. And you can see Camille here, tiny little bit of D-power, not much at all, probably feeling nicely spiced up on that 11. And Gray Foster here, out there riding, well, I believe one of the Neos. And dropping into this one here, going in with a bit of speed. Probably wanted to be more aggressive going into that one, and you can see there, head goes back, slightly frustrated that it closed out on him there, not able to deliver the goods.
And Camille deciding against coming in closer as that low tide. We are just coming up on low tide now, 11:20 in the morning. Been here since the first light, bright and early. I tell you what, I'm definitely not a morning person, as that wind was just not quite coming in, and then around 8 o'clock it started to blow, and it was green light. And we've seen as the day is going on, the wind is starting to increase, and here we have Gray. Nice, this is opening up, A-frame and starting to make its way down. Here already getting 2 check turns. Now this, you can see it buckles up a bit. Down he goes, keeping the speed. This is a good ride from Gray. Getting the old schmackaroo on that 3rd turn. And is he going to be able to make it all the way down? Linking the maneuvers together. Keeping it calm, keeping it cool. Smooth riding out there. And yeah, linking at least 5 maneuvers together there on that wave. Let's see, let's have a little look and see what the judges have been giving him for that one, because that's probably one of the longest rides we've seen so far.
Definitely is, and that will improve that 2.3, which is his lowest wave score at the moment. So interesting to see what will come and fire our way. But here, Camille again riding this one through, sort of straight lining this section, trying to get past that crumbling white water, but decides against it. Off he goes, back out to catch another.
All right, here we can see that last wave there from Gray. Pushing, linked it up together, that nice A-frame that is starting to work as that tide is going to be starting to push back in. At this competition area, we kind of have 3 kind of sections out there. We have the kind of the outside bombs. You've got 1 or 2 hits. They flatten off a bit, and as they hit the rocks that at the moment are out of the water, it starts to jack up, and they kind of get 2 little sections that they can hit. Gray making the most of all of them there, linking it together. 4.47 for that last wave ride from him, as we're just waiting for those confirmation scores to come in. But Camille Delanois really putting in the work early. A little bit of a wall climb there.
Yeah, gone a little bit early on that wave there. Would have liked to have gone a little bit longer, but sort of put that 2nd turn on a flatter section. But is this wave going to form up? He actually seems to have joined another one there. But just the 3 turns, not the wave, not the scores you would want from that one.
No, I mean, he's looking to improve over a 4.10 backup score of his 2nd wave. And yeah, definitely that is not going to does not have the beans to be able to take that out. Gray hitting the top section and getting it all the way across the top. 3 minutes. And both of these guys are not letting out. And I'm going to say, I reckon it looks like the sets are starting to come in a little bit faster. So we might be seeing 2 to 3 sets each heat.
Just under 3 minutes to go now. Hopefully that is the case, Joe, because then we get a little bit more wave action. These guys are able to fire through a little bit more, get some more scores on the doors. And right now, scores are 11.47 for Gray, who sits in 2nd position, chasing and needs a 7.19 to take Camille off the top spot, who sits comfortably at the moment on 15.43. So there you go, 2.5 minutes to play with. And he's on a wave here.
Yeah, and coming up next, we will have Ali Bakali going up against Kiko Royce. And we will see who's going to be continuing on and making it through to round 5, because the next heat is the final heat of round number 5, and it is official. We will be continuing over with the men. The women are released for today, so we will be continuing to push the men competition here. And let's see how far we're going to go, because at the moment, 20 past 11 local time, there is plenty of sunlight, plenty of wind, and hopefully plenty of waves.
Will be really interesting to see how the conditions change once that tide turns as well, as it starts to come back in towards high tide, because as you mentioned, coming towards pretty much bang on low tide now. When the tide starts to come back in, we'll see a slight change of how the wave forms, and that sandbank will start to come a little bit more into face when it comes to getting these waves up and running. And talking about up and running, Gray Foster here, just talking to his caddies on the beach, just maybe wondering where he's sitting in regards to the scoreboard. Knows he's probably got work to do as we enter the final closing stages of this heat.
Yeah, we can see starting to make it all the way around. Camille once again linking it up, getting a good turn there. Foam climb here as it's closed down in front of him. Just under a minute to go. Here we can see that perfect, letting it off, getting that tail a little bit loose. Camille definitely improved on his overall wave riding, as he is coming in 9th position on the overall ranking here. And then back in 2021, he got the overall position of 9th. So trying to improve on his overall here this year. One of the top riders and looking very complete out there on the water. So we will soon find out. We will have to see. But there it is, 10 seconds to go. I reckon we're going to be seeing Camille making his way up the charts. And there it is. That's it. That's the end of that heat. So going all the way through, round number 5 awaits him. Coming out of France, Camille Delanois. But also a round of applause for that man there, the American athlete Gray Foster, putting on a solid performance here in Brazil. And welcome back, everybody. As there we can see some of the best action from those previous heats where we saw Camille Delanois making his way through. And talking about the man himself, let's go down to the beach with Gemma.
Thanks a lot, Joe. I'm down here with Camille. Camille on form today, advancing through to another round. How did your heat go?
Yeah, it went pretty good. I focused on the freestyle at the beginning, got 2 nice tricks, and then a swipe board to go for the wave riding. And I got a couple of nice waves. Yeah, got in the flow, in the right flow, and the conditions were great. So yeah, I'm happy.
Are we seeing an improvement on the conditions from what we had earlier this morning, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. So the wave is getting stronger now. I was quite powered on the 11, and the wave are also pretty good. Like they're small, but they're quite long, and you can do like quite a lot of turns. So that's nice.
Brazil is like home to you, pretty much. How does it feel to be competing here? You have your family here. You have a nice support network. Does it feel good?
Yeah, exactly. Like doing like a World Tour stop in Brazil always feel quite different, you know, because I know a lot of people, like a lot of friends are here, my family is here, so it's always really nice to be competing at home.
Well, good stuff, Camille. We'll let you get some rest and good luck for the next round. We'll hopefully see you back here again. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Back to Joe and Liam.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Congratulations, Camille. And there we have the 2 riders coming up next, Kiko Royce and Ali Bekali. Coming out of Morocco, Ali getting 4th position out there in Dakar in the first event in Kiko Roy. Here we have him starting off, going for 1, 2, double front roll, nice and clean. Let's get a replay of that one, please. Up and over, keeps the speed out, keeps the speed in as he continues over. Here we can see 1, 2, all the way around and down. Kiko Roy de la Anguila representando. All right, so a 7.30 for that double front roll. The judges liking what they see. And Kiko already getting a bit of an advantage up there. Let's not forget, 12-minute heats. The top maneuver out of 5 are the ones that are going to count. And then we have the top 2 waves out of 10 waves already out there on the water. Kiko Roy taking the leads here in Taiba, Brazil, the Copa Kitley. And we are just loving the action as we continue on. And let's see. All right, he's going for the double. I reckon he's going to be going for probably the double shove-it attempt. Kiko Roy in the driving seat so far. But watch out, watch out. Here we can see Ali Bekali dropping in on a wave. Starting to surf it up. All right, new member of the North Kiteboarding team out there on the carve. And there we can see him on the charger, but just going down and over the wave there, unfortunately. And it looks like Kiko is in a commanding position at the moment. All right, so just coming under 10 minutes. Kiko going for the double front roll, but unfortunately going a little bit too low and having a little skid over there, trying to find Nemo by the looks of it. But he still has that 7.30 commanding lead at the moment. Ali needing to up it because Kiko has a big advantage on the freestyle side, but then Ali has the big advantage on the wave side. So let's not forget getting in 4th position over there in Dakar, Morocco. Whoever will win will be making their way through to round number 5. Day number 2 here for the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour Kite Surfing Discipline. As we are just enjoying the sun and the beautiful vibes down here in Taiba. 9 minutes on the clock. What are the judges looking for? They are looking for execution when it comes to the maneuvers. They're looking for the style, the flow, the power, the rhythm. And then when it comes to the waves, they're looking, especially with these cross-onshore conditions, for them to be linking the maneuvers together, keeping that flow, pure 100% surfing. So if a rider pretty much could release his kite and continue surfing on the wave, like we've seen from the likes of James Giroux, Sebastian Ribeiro, you are going to get the extra kudos, shakas, and love from the judges. And there we can see some of the girls also starting to enjoy the conditions. They've just been released for the day, as we will be continuing on with the women's tomorrow. But dropping in, here we have Bekali, big open face hack, going down the line, looking for a second one. There it is, charging it up, a little bit of a foam ride. Very handbrake turns, not really getting the verticality that he wants. So probably not the scores that he needs so far, but early days, let's not forget 12 minutes of action out there on the water. All right, Quiquete la Anguila desde Tarifa. Looks like he's going to be mixing it up and changing his kite. And there we can see Gilly helping him out. If I'm not mistaken, I reckon he's probably going to be going out on his 8-meter session kite there from Arash. And he'll also be getting out on the surfboard. So we can see him here scooting down the competition area as we start to go. Get yourselves ready as we have action out here on the water. And there is the replay of that last wave. So as it stands, 8.30 Kiko Roy and a 5.06 there for Ali Bakali in this heat number 8, round number 4 of day number 2 of the competition. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the finals, the grand finale. Y ahí estoy viendo a Juan Luis, el papá. El papi Royce, aquí viendo a la anguilita, viendo al niño. Dale fuerza al torito. Already in the lead so far. Quiquete riding very well, becoming more complete, getting the waves because he was pure freestyle not so long ago. And let's see how he does against Ali because he has his work cut out for him. All right, mixing it up and over, but still not getting the turns that he wants. All right, so let's have a little look. Still not as high as he wants to be. Ali is starting to try and scramble and make his way out there. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Quiquete is out there on the AMP surfboard by Arash Kiteboarding. But we will have to see how that is going to play out for him as conditions are light and the wind is definitely not at its strongest, probably about 15 to 18 knots out there, Liam.
Yeah, I've just come up from the beach actually. You're bang on the money. 15 to 18 knots. It's definitely picked up from when I was last down there, but yeah, challenging conditions. But you know, hopefully we will see the wind increase throughout the day. We do get that thermal effect, but here you can see Ali Bakali just getting caught at the wrong section there on that wave, but still riding it, still making use of it. Currently sitting in second place, 5.43, just under 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's quite a slow heat out there at the moment. We've seen Kiko taking the advantage with that big freestyle maneuver of that double front roll that he landed pretty much as soon as that buzzer started to go. And getting into the rhythm, getting into the samba here in Brazil and starting to move it out there. And you can see with the acai bowl haircut, it definitely looks like this boy's got his granola and his bananas ready today because he was a little under par yesterday. But look at him full form here in day number 2.
Yeah, he's had his breakfast, that's one thing for sure. Gets a nice little start turn. Could have get a little bit higher, a little bit more aggressive, but that's a little bit better there. Much better. You saw the spray, getting the fins fully engaged. And let's not forget, Joe, that the winner of this heat is up against none other than Mr. James Carew.
Oh,
spicy.
That is going to be a big heat. That is going to be a big heat. But both of these boys are just concentrating on the moment out there. Ali Bakali looking for a good wave. He's got the speed up and over. There he is. First check turn back. Trying to move that board around over the top, but spinning out at the bottom. I tell you what, they do say that pressure is a pleasure, and it looks like it is playing a game out there on Ali at the moment, losing a turn. Unusual to see him missing a wave like that.
Very, very unusual. Very rarely do we see him go down. And here we can see Quiquete, the replay. That's the turn. That is the one. That is the money shot. And now attention over to Ali's highlights here. Just, again, nice flow to his style, but wants to get right up to the top, and there you can see board slips out underneath him. See you later, alligator, and now Quiquet back on our screens.
Yeah, and definitely it's going to be in a while. Crocodile, Quiquet there off the top, but still not quite getting linking the turns. Even so, he has a 3.0 wave and a 2.0, but again, this is where the complete athlete really excels. He's been able to push the freestyle, get an easier score there for him, but also he's performing on the waves. You know, what are we looking for here at the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour? We're looking for the most complete kite surfer on the planet. So you've got to be able to throw it down in maneuvers. You've got to be able to throw it down on the waves, in the flat, in the chop, in the easy and the not so easy. Put that all together, mix it up, caipirinha style, and you have your world champion.
You certainly do, and these riders out, I mean, they can all do a nice freestyle maneuver and they can all ride some really nice waves, but just some of these riders just have the extra shidazzle when it comes to pulling out at all the stops. And now Quiquet on your screen, very, very big freestyle background and just looking to advance on those waves. When similar with that, Muhammad Ali, very confident in the waves, but not so confident in the freestyle. And you can see there just crashing his kite and going down. He's definitely got some work to do with just under 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. One of the things you can see here with Quiquet, he doesn't quite engage on that bottom turn. You can see he lets off and hits the wave in the middle of the wave, not cranking it all the way around and going off to the top, which we see from some of the likes like Sebastian Ribeiro, or especially one of my favorite riders that is going to be coming up very soon, Artur Moraes. That guy was throwing down yesterday, and I can tell you one thing, I have a good feeling about this Brazilian rider. I reckon he's going to break some hearts.
Yeah, ripping and dipping around. He was yesterday a pleasure to watch on the water, but just over a minute here. So will we see an upset? There's definitely some work to be done from Ali Bakali here. He is chasing a 6.88 to take and snatch the lead, but Quiquet here really getting nice and low. Just getting to the closeout section there, unfortunately. It'd be nice to see a little replay of that wave once it's over, but it's not over yet because it's formed up again on the sandbank. And here, as he rides away, let's see if we can get a replay from that previous wave.
Yeah, just not quite getting that one together. And you can see again, mid-face turn, judges are deducting there. Probably he's not getting past the 2-3-point average. Probably going to improve on his backup score, Kiko. And he has a solid lead out there already. And this could be pretty much one of the first upsets of the competition, because Ali Bakali needs to hit a 7.28 on his last chance if he wants to have an opportunity and going big. But unfortunately, that is going to be it. Putting it all on the line, it was go big or go home. And unfortunately for Ali Bakali, that is it. That's it. That's all, folks. As you can see, just Quiquet mixing it up, getting the playing to his strengths there on the freestyle move, doing enough on the waves, and making it through to round number 5. First big upset of the competition. Ali Bakali is out.
4th ranked rider, and now let's go and have a few little look at the highlights from that previous heat.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, as the first upset of the competition has already gone down because Ali Bakali has just been kicked out by the man of the moment down there on the beach, El Anguila Kiko Royd, who we're going to get very shortly as we are just starting to go. Coming up next, we will have Hendrik Lopez versus Artur Moraes as they are getting ready, and we will see what kind of conditions will be coming towards us, and we will get the interview with him very shortly. All right, so we're just waiting. As you can see, it looks like there's a little bit of a technical error. We will get an interview from him, but also joining me here in the booth, we have our local commentator ready to rumble. Bon dia, bon dia.
Hello guys, thank you John for having me here. I'm Victoria Lisboa from Kitley, and I'm here in the beach of Taiba to show a little of Brazilian style, you know, and I'm here to talk about Artur Moraes, our bodinho.
Talking about Artur, that guy was going big and he was not going home yesterday. So much surfing style, and already we can see both of these guys, there is energy out there on the water.
É isso aí, John. E pra galera que tá assistindo a gente aí do Brasil, sejam muito bem-vindos aí à etapa final do Mundial que tá rolando aqui na praia da Taiba. A gente vai ter essa etapa sendo narrada em português e em inglês, porque é pra vocês curtirem isso aqui com a gente também. Então vamos lá, vamos pra cima, vamos acompanhar essa bateria entre o Hendrik Lopes e o Artur Moraes.
Yeah, that's it. Vamos para lá, galera. Let's go, let's go. And we can see already both of these riders starting off with a bang. Unfortunately not landing their maneuver. So we have Hendrik Lopez on the F1 coming out of Cape Verde representing Switzerland, and Artur Moraes representing Brazil. All right, he's got a good kicker. Off he goes, going for the board off, but landing in a bundle. And it also, these boys, both of them landing, not getting the maneuvers under their feet. Looks like, you know, let's not forget we're coming up a little bit further towards these more important heats, as this is now round number 5 of the competition. Each winner will be going through to the quarterfinals.
A gente já vê aí os dois atletas já começando a se movimentarem e tentarem tricks aéreos, porque vai estar pontuando 2 ondas e 1 trick aéreo, certo, John?
Yeah, certo. 2 ondas, 1 trick aéreo, então maniobras.
Então a gente já vê aí eles tentando as suas primeiras manobras para começar já abrindo a pontuação bem. Então vamos acompanhar a estratégia desses dois monstros do Kite Wave.
Yeah, and unfortunately they are just not getting it together. It looks like I can see from Hendricks he had a 1 wave out there already with a 5.83 as we continue on, but we can see they are having a little bit of issue. All right, up and over. 1, 2, goes big. Yes, he does. Hendrik Lopez, double front roll, CCC.
A gente já vê aí o Hendrik abrindo uma vantagem em cima do bodinho, já com um aéreo muito bem posicionado ali, dando landed com sucesso, já abrindo a pontuação na frente. Vê aí no replay, e lá vem o Hendrik novamente.
All right, Moraes. Okay. Oh, just going over his feet there, Victoria. This guy is so good in the waves, and one of the things, all of the Brazilians are amazing surfers. But before we go and talk more about the guys out on the water, let's go down to the beach because El Anguila Kiko Royd is through to round number 5.
Yeah, John.
All right, down here with Kiket. Kiket, you're advancing through another round. The conditions are tricky out there. You saved that heat with your freestyle trick. How did it go for you?
I know the freestyle thing was gonna make the difference in this heat because the local from Morocco, Ali, was a good surfer, and I need to do good 2 wave, like with my level, and try to make my best trick, and that's why I go for it.
The next round, you're coming up against our current leader, James Carew. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, a bit sad to go now against James. Oh, we know he is an alien right now, but I'm gonna try to do my best and just improve myself.
Do you want to send a message to the live stream followers watching from Spain?
Yeah, un saludo a mis padres y a mi hermana.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Kike. Good luck for the next round, and hopefully we'll see you back here. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Kite. Grande, mi niño, grande. Making it through to the next round. And now we have a battle on our hands. Artur Moraes has not able to land a freestyle move yet, and he is going to have to start to get and shift in a gear, because at the moment he has 0.00 up on the scorecards.
I guess it's more difficult to Arthur do some tricks, you know, because he's best in the waves and he knows where he should be to be the best, you know, and throw the water up. But he can do it. Let's see it.
Oh, we've seen it before, and he is, for me, one of the most stylish surfers I've seen out there. Yeah, he has the flow, he has the kick. You know, let's not forget Brazil is surf and surf is Brazil. But here it is about the most complete rider. All right, here we have him, Arthur, dropping in on his first wave.
Let's see how we do in this wave, né? He came really strong and stay in this front of the wave, so he knows where she should be to be the best move. You know, he's local here, so he's the natural place for him.
Yeah, this is just for him. This is just as if he was on his sofa and just watching the television. I mean, it is, you can see he has those turns on tap and really throwing down. But Hendricks has been intelligent one more time. He's got the big score on the freestyle, the same that we just saw there with Kiket. Oh! Off the top, just not being able to link it together. But some of the freestyle, one of the things we say about the Brazilians, some of the regulars on tour, they have a bigger freestyle background. And then when it comes to the waves, every time we come here to Brazil, there are always underdogs that completely mix it up. These guys that we haven't seen before, like this man here, just look, powerhouse. You know, it's Mick Fanning style. Gabriel Medina would be proud. Off the top, up and around, check turn, pulls it, and here it is, this ending turn. Just look, all driving through the fins. That is what I call surfing, and a 7.50 on the scorecards. Watch out, galera.
Yeah, it's a massive attack on the wave. Did you see that Arthur Moraes coming with a really strong move? Like attacking the wave and, you know, and coming with all in the wave. It's super cool to see. But I like also Hendrik, because Hendrik is super technical. You know, he looks and he knows what exactly to do to give him points. So it's about this. It's about strategic.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, this is competition rider, and, you know, it is about the strategy, like you say there, Victoria. It's about knowing what to do and getting that reverse. Just getting covered up by the kite there, unfortunately. Let's see if we can get a replay of that last move. Arthur Moraes. Pwah! Grande este rider. There it is, up around, and let's see if we can just see that kite going through, blocking the image. But still, you can see releasing the fins, 360, bada bin, bada boom. And that starts to equal it out again. So we have 14.47, Arthur Moraes. And Hendrik now needs to start to get some of these bigger waves, because he has the advantage, Victoria, with the freestyle. But the surfing on Moraes, increíble.
I guess Hendrik starts to thinking in choose best waves now. As I see, he's watching and looking for some, you know, big moves. But Arthur is coming really strong, and he knows he had to make a big trick move in the air to. I guess he still have a chance to pass Hendrik. Sorry, I'm Brazilian, so I'm here with all my heart inside of the water with Bodinho.
This is how it has to be. This is how it has to be. You got to represent your local nation. But yeah, no, like you say, Hendricks at the moment, he has done a lot more work. So he has in a better position because he has a big freestyle score. So if Hendrik improves on one of his wave scores, he's probably going to be overtaking Arthur. If it was me, I would be looking for a freestyle maneuver from Arthur. And here you can see Hendricks, not a bad first turn. Little bit of a handbrake. Doesn't have the flow of Moraes, but this is looking like he is definitely going to improve on one of those 2.5, so his backup score. So we're going to see Hendricks going slightly improving, but we will have to see what that's going to be. Yep, I reckon, you know what? I reckon that might put him into first position. So what Arthur needs to do, he needs to either go huge on the waves, which he already has 2 big scores, Victoria, or try for the freestyle. This is competition.
Yeah, you have to unite the strategic with your energy and your power and your strong to get the right move in the right place, because it's about this. It's not only about the surf and the feeling and the vibes. It's about the right place in the right moment.
Yeah, you got to know, you got to dot the I's and cross the T's and get the kudos and smackaroo it at the right and precise moment. And now Hendrik Lopez, very close, 14.07. 0.4 of a point in between these two girls. Victoria, you're starting to get nervous over here.
Sure I am, because, you know, I'm seeing Artur Moraes since in the last competition.
A couple of days ago, yes, we had the national competition, correct.
So he was a strong, really strong in that competition. And now we have a...
Now we have a score just about to be dropped for that one, but this is looking like a big wave. You know what? He looks behind. Dropping in, Moraes. Watch out, Gabriel Medina. Keep your eyes on the prize, the mix-up. We got Italy, we got Felipe, we got Gabriel, and we have Artur. Powerhouse in his way down the line. El Brasileño representando. But this one just not quite getting what he needed. But still managing to get those check turns. Oh, estiloso. All right, at the moment, it is equal points. Equal points up there on the scorecards. Now, I wonder how that is going to be played out. So this is going to come down to the wire. Hendrik Lopez looking to improve on a 3.30. Easily done. All right, dropping in. Big turn. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. Is that going to be enough? As we come on the final 60 seconds, Victoria, we have a batalla.
Oh my God, man. I'm just going crazy here because it's so close. They're equal now. So, oh my gosh. I don't know how to feel myself. I'm just, you know, paralyzed by the TV watching this show. It's amazing.
Yeah, and there we can see Andre putting the vibes and getting the vibe out there on the beach, our official MC. And Mariah's deciding against a wave ride there as he knows 30 seconds to go. Here we have Hendricks. What's it going to be? It does look like we have a little bit of energy out there in the ocean. What's out, ladies and gentlemen? Buzzer beater, buzzer beater. Yeah, you can see Moraes. I don't understand why he's going for the waves. If he had a pop, a grab, a little freestyle maneuver, he would be in first position. But there it is, equal points out there. So we are just waiting for the final scores to come in, Victoria. What a heat, what a heat.
My God, what a hit. What a hit, Joe. I can see that Artur Moraes is getting this so hard in the waves, but he needs to try some strapless. He needs to train this because it's necessary. He should be complete, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be a competition rider, you have to get down with the strapless freestyle as we continue on. But before we go to the next heat, let's have a little look at the best moments in the highlight reel of this previous competition heat. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back as we continue on. Out that last heat, we just saw Hendrik Lopez in the final moment just go past Artur Moraes. So that means Hendrik Lopez making his way through to round number 5. And now out there on the water, we have Matt Maxwell. Oh, going for the shove it back roll. And just going down, unfortunately then. Great ride in there from Artur, but just by the skin of his teeth, Hendrik getting through. And just before we can get on to this heat, here we can see Pedro, as both of these guys not going to land in yet. Oh, front shove it, bada bim, man. Let's go down to the beach, as I know Hendrik is going to have a smile on his feet.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I think that was the closest heat we've had all day, Hendrik. That's amazing. Through to round 5. How was your experience in that heat?
Wow, it was amazing. I did the double front, which was really good. And then the waves, I was kind of having a hard time, but like I had all these guys on the beach helping me, and yeah, I'm really stoked to get through.
Can you tell us a little bit about the gear setup you were using out there today?
Well, for freestyle, I first started on my 10-meter Bandit S4, and then I switched to 8-meter for wave riding. The wind is really strong, the waves are there, and I'm really happy.
Conditions are definitely improving, yeah?
Yeah, it's really nice, really nice. I'm really stoked, and yeah. Want to say a big shout out to my family, my mom, my dad. It's my uncle Ayrton that is watching, inspiring me a lot, and I hope he gets good soon, recover fast, and yeah, and soon back with him on the water here.
Absolutely, we're missing him here for sure. Thank you so much, Hendrik. Good luck, and we'll hopefully see you back here after round 5. Thank you.
There you can see both of the boys. Pedro absolutely spraying all the way down to Patacuru there. And here we can see Matt Maxwell also with that back roll, shove it with a flip in. It's getting a 5.23, if I'm not mistaken, just waiting for those maneuvers to get up there. So looking like he's already starting to go, but look at the power through that turn, Victoria.
I just love the style of Pedro because it's from Rio, you know, and in the Rio we have such a strong conditions and difficult conditions, so we have a big waves and a lot of volume of water, and he so easily spray water to up, so this is the Rio style.
Yeah, you can see he has that pure surfing style. Pedro Matos, let's not forget, at the moment he came in last year, he came in on 3rd overall and is not in the top 5 at the moment because he actually got kicked out in Dakla by Ali Bakali, and I know this man wants revenge. So here he is, starting to engage. Wave number 2, big cutback turn all the way back to the white water. Oh, a little bit of a slip up at the bottom there, but keeping it together, linking those 3 turns.
Isso aí, galera, a gente acabou de ver uma excelente onda do Pedro Matos aí, fazendo uma pontuação maneiríssima. Ele vem rasgando a parte de cima da onda, descendo e trocando com muita tranquilidade ali na troca de borda. Perdeu um pouco ali do equilíbrio, mas fazendo uma boa onda ali até o final.
Alrighty, yeah, boa onda de Pedro Matos. El brasileño, el powerhouse, the Brazilian powerhouse. Him and Sebastian Ribeiro, 2 of the big names out there, but Matt Maxwell answering back with 2 good smackaroos. The South African rider is not going to go out without a fight, and there you can see him picking it back, doing a little bit of a roundhouse there, as he already has a 5.33, and now we're looking for his second score to come up. Pedro Matos in the lead with a 10.13 so far. Decent hack there from him. Matt Maxwell already linking up some turns, and I reckon he's going to take first position after this wave, Victoria.
Yeah, Maxwell did a really good wave, you know, so technical with a lot of precise movements, you know. And here goes Pedro again.
Just losing now, trying to link that together with that little reverse, but unfortunately landing fin forward, but the board just getting from underneath him. So Pedro, as it stands, all right, Matt Maxwell is at 10.53, so he has 2 good scores. If he gets another good wave score, this could be it. We have a battle on our hands.
Yeah, Maxwell is looking for some waves, good waves, you know. He's choosing, I guess he needs to choose better waves, you know. Better waves that open more, to slam them, and he comes again.
Oh, he's been linking. He is getting these little 2-hit wonders. And I mean, let's not forget, Pedro is one of the best surfers on tour. He is a incredible surfer without a kite, and you give him a kite and he just excels. And there it is. I can pretty much say no more, as you can see him pushing and floating his way through those sections. Look at this, pure commitment through the fins, drives, but keeps the speed right onto the face. A little bit of a wall climb there. Once again, getting a little pump to make his way down, and then just ends it off with a little smackaroo. Pedro Matos leading and in a commanding position so far.
A lot of energy and clean movements, and in each waves he just connects and moves and flow with the water, and just beautiful to see.
Potencia brasileña on the water. All right, so we're coming up 6 minutes of action to go. Quite even in between these two guys on the scores, as Maxwell is looking for yet another wave score. All right, off and over. Nice off the top, links it down. The waves are definitely getting a lot cleaner. All of the riders are able to get 2 or 3 turns. And Maxwell pushing it. And I tell you what, body language, he has some action. He has some fire inside. This is a fight. We have a battle. Round number 5 of competition, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us here down in Taiba, the north coast of Brazil, for the season finale of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour Kite Surfing Discipline.
Isso aí pra galera do Brasil que tá assistindo a gente tá assistindo uma batalha de 2 gigantes aí do Kite Wave. Pedro Matos, que vem muito consistente aí também, entrando no circuito mundial. Já tem um tempo que ele tá no circuito mundial, vem fazendo aí um bom percurso, e ele tá enfrentando um cara que também é muito bom, que é muito consistente. A gente pode esperar grandes movimentos aí entre esses dois.
Yeah, grandes movimientos. We are seeing grandes movimientos están haciendo los atletas as we continue on. And there it is, the eye in the sky. Our drone view, and this is the beautiful area that we have here for the final competition of the kite surf season. And front and center there, we can see Matt Maxwell out on the blue F1 and Pedro Matos out there on the blue duotone. Maxwell, right, deciding, looping it up, going down heavy. Going down with the fishies there on this one. And Pedro Matos is looking like he wants to improve on his wave score, because he does have a second wave of a 4.83. And that is the view we want to see. Just look at beautiful Taiba. You have the sand dunes, the palm trees, the beautiful blue water. Get down onto the beach and it's nothing but música, samba and ritmo. Couple of cold beers, some caipirinhas, and the Brazilian vibe to make the Copa Kitley one of the biggest competitions worldwide. And what better way to finish off the season than the season finale down here on the north coast of Brazil.
And he comes again. Pedro Matos choosing his wave and looking forward. Looks like he chooses a better and bigger wave. He knows how to choose the right wave for it. He can slam all over the wave.
Yeah, he can rip those waves apart, but at the moment just not being able to link it together, even though he is in the driving seat. But knowing Pedro, he wants to get bigger scores, because let's not forget, we've already seen the likes of James Carew, the current #1 with 19-point averages. So Pedro definitely already showing that he is right up there with the top dogs on canvas. And here we have Matt Maxwell. Nice open hat, loops that kite around to get him all the way out there on the magnet, if I'm not mistaken. Here we can see him pushing along. Boom, linking 3 tricks, moves. Pedro off the top with power and with speed. Oh, up and over 360, keeping it together, linking it, keeping the speed, keeping the flow, adding another one. Dancing, bailando en la onda.
Isso aí, galera. O Pedro Matos vai liderando aí a prova com 18,53, fazendo uma excelente apresentação aí, rasgando a onda com tudo. Ele vem aí fazendo uma conexão perfeita entre as ondas, rodando a prancha no pé e mandando muito bem. O Maxwell também é um kitesurfista excelente, mas a gente sabe que é sobre técnica, é sobre energia, é sobre pressão, e o brasileiro tá mandando muito bem.
Yeah, we might be seeing one of the biggest combination scores so far, just waiting for that to get confirmed, because that last wave from Pedro was mixing it up and showing it down as we are just approaching the final 2 minutes. Maxwell already getting some good scores, and wait, watch out, because we have another big score coming his way. Pedro Matos already with a 7.00, totaling out. Oh, unfortunately just going down there. Get in a little bit of a butt check. But let's have a little look. Let's have a little look, because I have a feeling that Pedro Matos might have just got the biggest heat combination score. Let me double check that one as we are making our way through. There we can see as they're going all the way out. Yep, it is official. Pedro Matos, the biggest combination score of the competition so far, with a 20.70, and then the second biggest was yesterday Gabriel Benetton with a 20.33. Brazil, Brazil, Brazil.
Two strong surfers in Brazil, you know. Even that Gabriel was in the most difficult pace, you know. He's a Gulf guy, so he was totally in disadvantage. And he makes a miracle here.
Absolutely. Oh, look at this wave. Watch out, guys. We're going to have more action here. The closing seconds, and Pedro Matos taking off a set wave. This is looking like one of the better waves of the day. Off the top, opening up, open face carb, loops it down. Here it is, keeping the speed. Up again, getting those fins loose. Does it open up for him all the way down? He's going to have a little foam climb to get to that bottom section. And spinning that tail out, but just unfortunately closing out in front of him. But unless Matt Maxwell can get on a good section, it looks like we might have Pedro making his way through. Good carving turn there, Victoria. All right, and as he comes down, pushes it along as we close in on the final seconds of this heat. Just waiting for the landing, and watch out! Getting the kite loop landing there as well. So it is very close out there. Maxwell was going to need a combination score if he was going to have the possibility of going through. So, yep, that is official. Making his way through to the next round and winning, going all the way through to the quarterfinals. Coming out of Brazil, Pedro Matos.
É isso aí, galera. O Pedro Matos levando essa bateria para casa com uma certa dificuldade. Não foi tão fácil assim, mas ele mandou muito bem, fazendo aí uma das pontuações mais altas do campeonato até agora. Incrível!
Yeah, no, incredible work as we move on. But let's have a look at some of the highlights, and a big congratulations to that man there, Matt Maxwell, throwing down, and a really good competition for him.
Okay, guys, Pedro, nice to catch up with you here. I haven't seen you yet this event. So that's advancing through this round in that heat with Matt. How are the conditions right now?
The conditions are good. The waves are pretty fun. I was just kind of struggling some waves in the start, but then I kind of got the flow. And I'm happy with my performance. The score was good. I'm feeling good, and I think just continue with the same mindset to the other heats.
I see that you won the Brazilian Championships last weekend, if that's correct. And are you feeling good and optimistic for podium position here also?
Yeah, sure. Like that was a good train. Like I never won a Brazilian championship before, and like that's a dream come true. And yeah, just keep the flow and try to do the same in the World Championship.
Well, good stuff. We look forward to seeing your performance in the next round. So thank you so much. And now we go back to the guys. Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Parabéns, parabéns, Pedro, locking it in and throwing it down out there on the water. Good waves, good waves. And as we say, the pure Brazilian powerhouse surfing style of Pedro Matos. Now another Brazilian out there on the water, as we have Wesley Silva coming in, and he is up against Nikola Adabjiev. All right, up and over. Double flip, stylish there from the Bulgarian. And, you know, adding additions of style, representing the bucket hat out there. You don't want to get sunburned. You do not want to get sunburned. Let's have a little look-see at the old replay. Up and over, gets that board against the wind. Complete control. Flip number 1. Flip number 2. Dancing out there on the water. 5.43 on the scorecards. Good way to start off your heat. All right, it looks like at the moment, I'm going to say it looks like he's alone. Double back roll. Double back roll grab there from Nikola. And here we can see Wesley Silva. Let's have a little look-see at what Wesley did the other day. Wesley Silva coming up, newcomer into this competition. Got a 10.91 for his first round heat, making it through nice and easy. And then 13.83 in that round number 3. Now we are here battling it out in round number 5, and he is up against Nikola Adabjiev, who's moved his way all the way through in those future rounds. So here we can see just the board off, looping the kite underneath him to keep him up in the air as we start off with this heat. Number 3, round number 5 of the Taiba, the Copa Kitley, the Worlds, here for the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour kite surfing discipline, where we have the best of the best battling out against themselves and Mother Nature. And Mother Nature throwing us a bone at the moment as the waves are looking better. The tide is on the push. It looks like the wind is starting to increase as well. And low tide was at 11:20, and we could already see that tide starting to push through. The waves are getting bigger, the waves are getting better, and you know what that means? The action is only going to get better and better. Nikola Adabjiev going for the front roll, shove it, perfection, perfecto. And popped a blind there from this young man, front and center, Wesley Silva. But it is Nikola Adabjiev already taking the lead. Ain't done freestyle yet. Well, let's see when he starts to mix it up and change it out to waves. Let's not forget 12-minute heats. Top maneuver out of 5 attempts, and the top 2 waves out of 10 waves. That is what is going to be appearing on your scorecards on the top left. And here we can see Silva punching and powering through that first turn. Let's not forget the Brazilians, they have the surfing background, the surfing culture, and already linking a few moves together. Let's see how the end finisher is here. Not quite getting the verticality, but still, that's going to be the first wave score here. At the moment, it is the Bulgarian in first position. That A-frame really is starting to open up in front of the competition area, where we can see right in front of the judges. Nikola pretty much front and center on as he just went on that waves, but they have to pick off the ones that are really peeling down, and that's where the local knowledge really starts to go in. Nice release of the fins, release of the tail, all the way through that. But here you can see it just flattens off, and then as it gets a little bit further down to the left, Good timing there for Silva. Pushing it all the way along. He has a 3.0 for his backup score. And I reckon he is definitely going to be improving over on that one. So he's going to be going a little bit further up on the scorecard. Is it going to be enough to overtake Nicola? We will soon find out. And you can just see pushing along, pushing off of the fins. And here we can see the competition area. Whoa, head over heels. Trying to find Nemo there. Nicola going down and under with the mermaids. As we approach 7 minutes of this heat, 12 minutes of action. Heat number 3, round number 5. The winners of each one of these heats will be making it through to round number 6, the quarterfinals of the season finale here in Taiba. And man, what an amount of action we have seen throughout the whole last month. We've had the twin tip freestyle, we've had the wing foiling, we now have the kite surfing and the hydrofoil freestyle. And it has just been action-packed left, right, and center, and a full week of entertainment still here as we are going to be competing until the 27th of November. And let's not forget that at this competition, we will be crowning our world champions on the kite surf discipline and also our world champion on the hydrofoil freestyle. Wesley now overtaken and taking a little bit of advantage. Nice little pop out air there from Nicola. As it continues on. Let's have a little look at the replay there. All right, so very, very close out here at the moment. We can just see that last wave from Nicola Adabziev, 13.07 total for him. and just trying to mix it up and get into his groove, as there is only 0.70. Wesley only needs a 3.71 score to be able to go through into the lead, so he can either decide that to be a wave or a freestyle move, as they have 12 minutes to be able to perform their best freestyle maneuver or their 2 best waves. Let's not forget, they can get tricked out though. Let's have a little look-see. So Wesley only has 2 freestyle maneuvers, so that's fine. He had 2 crashes at the beginning, so that means 4. So he has 1 more freestyle chance. But then when it comes to the waves, here he is, looping, keeping the speed. And I tell you what, I just love how the Brazilians surf. I really do love how the Brazilians surf as they continue pushing through. But it is so close out there. Nicola improving a little bit on one of his scores, so now he's winning by 1.50. Checking his watch as he knows it is getting close. And there it is. There it is. The last wave here by the Brazilian. Whoever wins this heat will be making their way through to the quarterfinals. And whoever wins this heat is going to have to be going up against, because they will be going into heat number 2 of the quarterfinals. So the winner of this heat and the winner of the next heat in between, Janice de Lonamo and Manchu Lopez, will be battling it out in that quarterfinal. This is when we start to separate the boys from the men as we start to get to the future rounds of the competition. But hey, World Championship on the water, any round can be a final and anything can happen. We've already had one of the first big upsets of the comp. Ali Bakali kicked out by Kiko Roy at the beginning of the contest, and then Nicola just getting groovy and sliding it out, as both of these guys are not letting their foot off of the accelerator. It is pedal to the metal down here in Taiba. Big finishing, sliding a maneuver there from Silva. See what the judges are asking. They want to see commitment. They want to see the execution. And here we can see keeping the speed, letting go of the bar, showing that it is pure surfing. And this is that finisher. You can see him just looping that line around, getting into the impact zone. And just a whackaroo and smack off the top. And just slow-mo makes everything look so much better. Wesley Silva at the moment needing a 4.51, and Nicola really starting to get back to it. Good 2 smacks. A little bit of a foam ride there, doing just enough at the moment. Winning by 1.50. And Wesley is going to have to start to ask and see if he can see a better wave off the top. Can he hold it? No! Goes up and over. That is going to get him some points deducted. As unless anything changes in the next 10 seconds, we're just waiting for confirmation scores on a few of the athletes as it continues on. All right, so waiting for a final score to see if he can improve on a 3.90. No, he can't. So that means making his way through to the quarterfinals out of Bulgaria. Put your hands together for Nikola Avagiev. And now let's have a little look-see at the highlights of that last heat. All right, and welcome back, everybody. Coming up next for this round number 4, heat number 4, we will have Machu Lopez going up against Yaris de Olmo. But before we get into the action out there on the water, let's go down to the beach with Gemma as she has the last winner, Nicola Adavjiev.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe Nicola. I think you're so stoked right now going through another round. It must feel amazing. You have a huge smile on your face. Your morning yoga definitely paid off. How did it go for you?
I'm really stoked. I'm really happy I made it. There's tough heats coming up now, but I'm happy with my riding. I want to say I love everyone back at home and Bavo Citrogenden.
That was happy birthday to your grandma because we know she's watching. Was there anything else you want to add? What setup are you riding at the moment?
So I was using a 10.5 for strapless freestyle, and I have my 8-meter religion for riding waves, and I use the same board, my freestyle wave board. Everything works pretty good now, so I'm really happy about it.
All the stars are aligning for you today, Nicola. Good luck. Thank you so much. We'll see you after the next round. Thanks. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Gemma. And we have the boys out there in the water. Machu Lopez, Yaris de Olmo. We just saw Yaris get a back roll with a triple tic-tac. A little bit of a butt check, but we will have to see how both of these guys are performing. Let's not forget, 12 minutes of action. Top freestyle move out of 5 attempts. Top 2 waves out of 10 wave rides. As we go. Round number 5 of the competition. Winner making it through to the quarterfinals, Liam.
Big stages now of the competition, getting into those final rounds, final heats, and plenty of action to come your way. Machu Lopez on your screen right now. He really is a guru out there on the water. 12-minute heats, exciting stuff coming your way. And Yaris has been putting in some big freestyle maneuvers in the previous heats, Joe.
He ain't messing around. He definitely ain't messing around. And let's not forget, Machu Lopez, third out there at the moment. And he was 4th overall last season. He's been a world champion himself, so he is always dangerous. And I always say, he is the Rob Machado of our sport. He lays back. He's got that lazy style. So stylish, has the flow. But like you say, Yaris is on top form.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. You know, these conditions are certainly challenging out there. Yaris, you know, nice little 5.4 to just a little opener. Still in first position. Machu coming through with a 4.67, but still waiting for scores to come in.
All right, yeah, Machu there, toe side front roll. And we can get the old replay, find and see all of the moves. And just a simple front roll there for Machu. Let's not forget, Machu is one of the guys who was one of the first guys to ever land that triple front roll. They don't call him the Cape Verdean Tornado for no reason. Mr. Tropical himself.
Nice little maneuver there, as you saw from the replay. And here he is, Mr. Tropical, as you so frequently call him, Joe, on your screens. 8.47, bumping himself up into first position. Has a nice little wave ride as well. 4.67 was his wave score. And there he is, fully loaded, fully powered up by the looks of things, keeping those fins, locking and loading them. And nice little maneuver.
Yeah, once again going for that toe side front roll again. But I reckon he's looking for the toe side 5. But just not quite getting the speed, not quite getting the height. Yanis opening up on a very nice wave all the way over here as he has this A-frame starting to open up. But just dropping in out behind the wave, having to use the kite to stay on that one. Gets the turn and off the top. And again, just going past, you can see, look on his face, not happy about that performance.
No, he's not happy there. He would have rather had it just purl up a little bit nicer for him. Machu looking over his right shoulder now. What's he seen? Engaging.
Machu, for me, one of the best backside riders there are out there. And he is very used to going backside because down there in Punta Preta in Cape Verde, he has to ride backside all the time. And it looks like, okay, he's asking to change a kite, getting another little hack off of that wave as he is in first position so far. But he looks like he is going to have the old pit stop Formula 1. He's going to be changing equipment.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the corner of my eye here and see what he's moving up to because I'm not quite sure what he is on. He's come in, there's a 9 that's going up, and he was on an 8. So he's gone up a kite size.
Yeah, it looks like he needs a little bit more power up there at the moment to be able to get the beans, to be able to get the gasoline to ignite and make his way through this heat. First position for Lopez, but Yaris de Olmo also put it in the work, changing up equipment, Pit stops have been made, and there it is. That is our beautiful competition area here for the Copa Kitley. Just look at that. We got the sand dunes, we got the beautiful sand, blue water conditions, wind, Brazil, Brazil, Brazil.
Starting now when that tide is just rising up, coming towards high tide, just getting pretty much prime now. It's good sign though with Matthew on the 9 and Yaris as well, that the wind has clearly picked up over the last sort of 45 minutes. Previously riders on 11s and 12s, but now 9-meter kites, 8 meters. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, it is, and you can see everybody enjoying the sun. We've been saying it throughout the whole stream. Life is good in a bikini, and life is good in board shorts. You can see starting the crowds to come down, and Yanis there, if I'm not mistaken, going for the boogie loop, and that was full acceleration, just missing out the landing. Let's see a replay of that last move. So we're going to get that replay soon, but before, we're going to enjoy these beautiful drone shots of the Taiba Bay, where we have our season finale, where both of these duotone riders out there. So here we have, goes up, gets the board, yanks it, boogie loop up and over. Good control, just doing the old parallel split, just missing out there on the landing, but hey, going for it. Matthew, you can see the look in his face. He's not getting the moves that he wants, but still in the lead, but by a very small margin.
Yeah, small fractions are separating these two riders. Oh, there it is. What is that? That's the eye in the sky. And there we can see that's where we are in those booths on the beach. Kites are on the sand. The wind is blowing, and you can see waves now starting to form a little bit nicer. You can see also the rocks have disappeared, so tide is on the rise. Waves really are nice. Just under 6 minutes to go, so we're just over halfway through this heat. Both riders both have 3 scores next to their name. Yaris on a 10.56, Matthew 13.77. So Yaris needing a 5.74 to take the lead and move and bump himself up into first place. Here he is on your screen right now. I wonder if he came in there, Joe, and just switched things up.
Yeah, I reckon he did. I can see it actually looks like Yaris might be out there on the new Slash SLS from Duotone, which is the small to medium waveboard. And then we will see Matthew Lopez is out there on the Whip D-Lab. So obviously different boards. The Whip, really famous board from Duotone. Also a little bit more waves and the strapless freestyle. And the Slash just gives you a little bit extra fine, a little bit extra on the freestyle side. So Yanis obviously more the freestyle rider than the surf. Matthew kind of mixing it up and going out there on the Whip. But you can see both of them. And there you can see Matthew starting to get frustrated.
Yeah, and he's gone down into the drink there as well. So frustration clearly on his mind. It's super, super close this heat. Round 5, heat 4 of the men. So every stage now counts. And there we can see a nice bird's eye view. We can see kites on the floor there, pumped up, ready to go. They've all got their sizes rigged and ready to launch. And the wind will hopefully continue to increase. We should see those smaller kite sizes, those nippier kites just whip around the bay, as the conditions are only going to get better as the afternoon goes on.
Yeah, you can already see, just looking at the old wind meter here, it's saying it is already around 18 knots. So it looks like the guys are starting to bring out the 9s and the 8s. We saw Matthew there starting to bring out some of the smaller sizes. But here we have Yaris starting to push his way down this way, looking like a better one, getting caught up on the bottom there. Just under 4 minutes to go. Both of these guys kind of changing and trading positions. Matthew with a little bit more of a commanding lead, but neither of them really engaging on anything too good so far.
No, those set waves definitely are delaying themselves. We keep sort of going back to that 5-minute time zone is when we're sort of seeing these set waves come in. Maybe it's a little bit longer now, but hopefully as the tide just reaches that little sweet spot, we'll see some nice rolling waves come through, and we can see Matthew on our screens now just looking over his shoulders, trying to see if anything is going to come his way. Frustration in the eyes. You sort of see the body language a little bit. He's sort of asking for Mother Nature to throw him a bone. And there he is, Yaris on your screens, just blasting his way back upwind. Matthew dropping in, and hopefully this wave will hit that sandbank and just give him something to work with. Here he goes. First turn doesn't quite get as vertical as he wants to, but this one going in with a bit more power. There it is, just backing the tail out of that one.
Yeah, and you can really see Matthew, he's going past vertical there. You can see he's sticking that board up, going past that 90 degree, whipping it around, coming all the way down. Very good. Not a lot of power, but there isn't a lot of wind out there for on when you can see on those waves. You can see up and over, up and over. Let's have a little look, see what the judges are thinking of that one. Yeah, medium, small to medium score, because you can see he is going off the back of the wave there, but still making the most. He's in the lead. It ain't how you score the goal. It's about getting the ball in the back of the net. And we can see Matthew out there on the competition board of Duotone with the D-Lab whip, as he really is mixing it up. Let's not forget for some of the smaller riders, which I think that is what Yadis is on. We'd have to double confirm that is out there on the new Slash, which is a 4-4 board. So it's great to see. So a lot of the brands are starting to bring the youngsters some of their equipment, because let's not forget the future is in the young guns, and they are coming with power and they are coming with hunger.
Brand new board for the lineup. That one there from Duotone, but Matthew just having a bit of a butt check there on that freestyle maneuver. A minute and a half to go. Up in first position still. We haven't seen much change on the scoreboards over the last few minutes. 13.77. Yaris chasing 10.86. So needs a 5.54 to advance. And here he is on your screens now. Just waiting and seeing what's coming his way as he goes towards the edge of the competition area.
I mean, Yadis has an opportunity here, because a 5.54 is a medium wave. More than doable. He is out there. It does look, actually, I'll tell you what, it does look like he is going to be able to have that opportunity. Set wave coming in behind him, but I don't think he's seen it. He's going for the freestyle maneuver, going for the boogie.
Oh!
It's the landing. Yes, it does.
Oh!
Hands in the air. Yadis El Olmo getting the boogie loop. Is that going to be enough? Needing more than a 5.54 to take the lead. Watch out, Matthew Lopez. This could be a big upset unless Matthew starts to get something close. Matthew Lopez in the lead so far, winning by 2.91. Waiting for the scores to be dropped. I tell you what, this is going to be close. This is going to be close. Matthew knows how important this is. He only has a 3.80 on the line. Up and over. Front goes down. Oh, we are going to have to wait. We are going to have to wait, because you know what? I have a feeling Yadis might have done enough. I have a feeling that Yadis the Olmo might have done enough with that boogie loop all the way over. But before we get confirmation on that score, look at this. Up in between the legs, Liam yanks it.
Oh, gives it full crank. Did he crank? Oh, you can't believe he landed it. He must have been so pumped after that one. Look at him celebrating. He knows that potentially might have given him enough to advance.
Oh, I tell you what, it's going to be close. It is going to be close. I'm refreshing here to see what that is going to be. But while we wait for those results to come in, now let's have a little look-see at the highlights from that last heat. And that is going to come down to the wire.
Okay, and welcome back. And here we have on the water a big heat. Francesco Capuzzo against Sebastian Ribeiro. Wow, the action coming your way for the next 12 minutes. Sit tight and get comfortable, grab a drink, do whatever you need to do back at home, because the next 12 minutes are going to be exciting, to say the least. On your screens there, the duotone rider, Sebastian Ribeiro against RRD, Italian powerhouse, Francesco Capuzzo, the guy that can do it all. But Sebastian Ribeiro, pure wave master. Big background in surfing. And you can see it here as he rips through the first wave. Getting all the turns he can possibly get. Flatlining that section. Oh, little rotation just to finish it off. Spicing things up. Beautiful wave score to start the heat off. Francesco would have been watching him out of the corner of his eye. Judges will be firing the scores our way very shortly. But here he is, the big man, Francesco Capuzzo. Riding a slightly different shaped board, as you can see, to Sebastian. A little bit more of a stubby shape there. But going to be dropping in on this one very, very shortly. You can see the white water following him, but looks like he's going for his freestyle move. Unfortunately, he just goes down there. Big butt check. Here's the highlight. Goes up. Spinning the board around in the air, but just doesn't quite get it. But, you know, looks good there on the slow-mo.
And there we can see Francesco trying to rack up the moves. Looks like he's out there on the cotton from Roberto Ricci in first position at the moment. Like you said there, Liam out there on the stubby nose. We see for the freestyle, some of the guys, they go out on the more stubby nose. Why? Because that way the board they can land front or backwards with equal amount of power, equal amount of speed, has a little bit more volume, so easier for the freestyle maneuvers. And then halfway through, it looks like this is exactly what is going to happen here. We see them coming in to the beach, and they will change the kite. There we can see Bruno Kajia helping out, and it will be going over to the surfboard. And here we can see Francesco getting out, and if I'm not mistaken, that is either going to be, I reckon that might be the Chiata, the smaller wave board from Roberto Ricci. But now, talking about waves, Sebastian Ribeiro, one of my favorite surfers, and this is a very big heat, because let's not forget Sebastian was second in Dakla. He is second on the 2022 overall standings, and he is one of the world title contenders, because it's all open here in Brazil. Anything can happen, but you know, let's say the top 5 is kind of the ones that have the biggest chance. And Sebastian, you just see pure 100% Brazilian surfing style.
Shows it every time he gets on the water as well. And a pleasure to watch every heat he's in. But he's up against a tough competitor here in Francesco Capuzzo. So, yeah, he's not got it cut out easy for him. And hopefully the conditions have certainly improved since his last heat. Here's a nice little replay. Little front side rotation there from Sebastian Ribeiro.
Yeah, nice toe side to revert there. Popping it out, 180 to 360 all the way around. So toe side 3 there for Sebastian Ribeiro. And coming in, all right, it looks like we might have a freestyle moves. He's stacking an eye and something up. Yeah, pop to revert. So both ways, already starting to mix up to get those freestyle moves. And just wrapping himself around. Nice landing, good speed, entry and exit. Judges are going to be liking that. But with Sebastian, where we really start to hit, where we see the vibes and see the moves, is when it starts to come down to the wave, Las Ondas. And here in Taiba for the second day of competition, there it is. This is our playground, and the best of the best kite surfing athletes battling out against themselves and Mother Nature, and Mother Nature sending us some gems today.
14.21, Sebastian Ribeiro, 3 scores on the board, but here we have Capuzzo getting everything he can out of the kite. You can see him working it. Wave's gone a little hollow on him. Backs out of that one, but let's have a little look at Sebastian's score. 5.27 for a wave, 5.47 for another wave from the freestyle maneuver. being that lower 3.47. So, like what you said, Joe, he really does shine when it comes to wave riding.
Yeah, it definitely does. And, you know, I'm actually quite surprised. Francesco, I reckon he's probably going to try and go for a bigger freestyle move, as he knows Sebastian has the upper hand when it comes to the surfing, to see if he can get a couple more of those points. But, hey, you know, he is one of the best all-round athletes we have out here on tour. And Francesco Capuzzo just dropping back in as we are looking to see what he can produce, as the winner of this will be making it through to the quarterfinals of the competition.
Quarterfinal stages. So, big heat coming up to the halfway point. Sebastian Ribeiro in first, Francesco Capuzzo second place. And Francesco's been a busy boy. Last week was competing on the wing foiling world tour and had a little bit of a podium finish in the surf slalom. And now riding this wave, yeah, gets the fins really nice and high, engaging the power. Boom, there it is, flowing from top to bottom. There, this is one of the nicer waves that I've seen Francesco ride all day there. Plenty of power, nice flowing motion, carving from bottom to the top.
Yeah, wrapping that Religion Y27 all the way around and getting it looping left, right and center. Like you said, definitely one of the better wave rides we have seen from him, and the scores are going to equal it out, as he is now going to get a very nice second wave score coming his way. Francesco's definitely going to be happy with that. You can see one of the bigger boys out there on tour, but pushing that ball as far as possible. He is now going to get a little bit closer to Francesco and Sebastian, so we will have to see what is going to be going down. 5 minutes left of action, and there we can see also Sebastian Ribeiro making his way back, as he is in the sweet spot, and it looks like he's got a set wave coming his way.
You can see them sort of rolling behind him. He's looking over his shoulders. He knows it's coming. He's just got to be patient out there, wait for the right one, and with that surfing background that he has, wave selection is key, and I'm sure that Sebastian will be choosing the right little gem to showcase his skills on, as right now he heads back out. Didn't quite like what he saw to begin with, and now the attention goes on to Capuzzo here, who's still chasing in second position. 4.5 minutes. And let's see if we've got a little bit of action here. Yes, we do. Francesco, one turn. Nice little carving. Gets past the white water, but the wave is closing in on him. And can he just power up the kite? Yes, he can. Gets through the little bit of a mess as the wave starts to hit that sandbar and open up again. It's one of the longer waves we've seen. Nice turn there, getting the fins out of the water. And now full focus goes on to Sebastian, who again is making use of a nice set that's come our way, Joe.
Yeah, it is looking like there are some nice waves. And Sebastian, this is what I love about him. You could take away his kite, and he would still be surfing pretty much with the same speed, the same style, and the same power. That is what the judges really love about him, is he just has that 100% surfing style, wraps it around. He's won events like Mauritius. He came second in Dakar. He is always a force to be reckoned with, and every single time there is a wave event, you know Sebastian is going to get a good result. But look, back, power, control, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, getting all the beans, and just bringing on one hell of a show out there. And here we can see already going to be improving on one of his wave scores, I reckon, after that performance.
Rides it all the way into the beach as well. Seen a little bit of the times recently. A few of the riders just backing out just that few meters too early, and Sebastian there coming all the way into the beach. Signed, sealed, delivered that wave. Looking forward to seeing the score when that one pops up. But now we can see Capuzzo from the sky looking down on the Italian. Is he going to find himself a little wave here? Decides against it, turns around. But chasing in second place, 13.23, and Sebastian there, his score just increasing to 16.14. 2.5 minutes left.
It is very close in between them. Francesco putting in some good maneuvers. I am surprised that he is not going for a bigger freestyle move, though, because that is definitely one of his strong points. He's got a 4.03 for a back roll tic-tac, and Francesco is more than capable of getting bigger moves than that. But it looks like he is trying to get the waves. There is a set coming in on the horizon. He knows, Sebastian knows he's in first position. You can see him getting the info in here on the beach. But He knows he is not in the complete safe zone so far, because as it stands, there is only a little bit under 2.5 points in between the two of them. And let's keep going, Francesco dropping in. This is looking like a very nice wave, Liam.
Yeah, he needs it to be a nice one now, and he's working it for all that he's got. Needs to get really nice and vertical here. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Lovely little second turn there on the wave. Getting into the foam now in the white water, but powering up that kite. Is the wave over? Yes, it is. Some nice turns there. Here we can see a replay. First turn, just probably wants a little bit more on it, and he definitely shows it with this second one where he gets really against it. Fins go right to the top of the wave, putting in plenty of power and showing pure aggression on that second turn.
Oh, he is putting the beams out there, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like I can see the round tail. That is either the Barracuda or the Machina there from RRD, and he is floating that thing around. Francesco is really looking for this wave score as we come in on the final 45 seconds. But talking about waves, talking about surfing, Sebastián Ribeiro. At the moment, let's have a look at the combination scores compared to the other heats. Sebastián has a 16.14 total. So let's have a look. We've seen that at the moment that of the round number 5 is the highest combination score total, but Pedro Matos with a 20. Then in the heats before, it's around the 19, so he's a little off of some of the bigger scores we've been seeing. But hey, you know, it ain't how you win. If you have in your heats, that is the score you needed. It can be 0.01 of a difference. We've seen it in heats before. 10 seconds to go on the old ticker. Let's see if Francesco Capuzzo is going to be able to put the old buzzer beater, but that is going to be very hard because he only has 1 more second. There's the buzzer. This last wave is going to be counting.
You can see him riding it through here. Heat finish, though. I don't think that's going to be enough, but let's go and have a little look at the highlights because there was some quality action shown just there.
Okay, Sebastian, congratulations passing through to the quarters with that heat there, knocking out one of the big names, Francesco Capuzzo. How did it go?
I think it went well. I mean, my front row didn't come through. That was so sad, but I had a second trick on the row to try. Luckily, I landed, but my main focus is on the waves, so I'm trying to do whatever I can on the freestyle strapless and really focus on the wave. Francesco is a really good guy. I know if I let him choose his waves, he can knock anyone in the contest. So I just try to really be upwind and get the waves I want.
How do you find the conditions right now? Have you seen an improvement to what you were riding from the morning?
Yeah, for sure. The tide is just starting to get high, and then in my opinion, mid tide is the best one here in Taiba, so the waves are great now.
Okay. Well, good job, congratulations. We'll see you during the next round. Thanks, Sebastian. Good luck. Back to you guys.
And welcome back. Reese Meyer-Scott already taking off some of the big scores, starting off with a decent wave. But Gabrielle Benetton is about to get also a good freestyle maneuver score coming in. We're just waiting for that system to update. No information out there, as it does look like the winds have about 15 to 16 with a gust of 18 knots so far. The guys are out there on 10-meter kites. There we can see the boys already starting to get some of those jumps in there. Back roll tick from Reese Meyer-Scott, nice and easy. Nicely landed. And waiting for two big numbers to be coming our way. All right, and now we're going to see the replay of that last move there from Gabrielle Benetton. 1, 2, going for a double front roll. Getting the landing. And now we're just waiting for numbers to rack up and come over here on the competition scoreboard. All right, so here we can see Gabrielle Benetton dropping down, starting to go backside here for this wave. All right, so Gabrielle at the moment having one of the biggest scores out there confirmed coming in, so we will get that scoring graphic coming up very shortly. Reese Meyer-Scott at the moment leading with a 9.76. And already got some good freestyle moves. Off the kicker, loops it around, pushes it out, and gets the landing here, the Canadian, and Adin just not getting the control out, spinning that board around. So there is that last move there from Reese. Kite loop, pulls it, holds it, able to continue on, but just this last moment he decided, unfortunately, to go down. So Gabrielle Benetton in the lead with a 13.66, 8.83 for double front roll. Shove it. And a 4.83 for his first wave. And he's going to be dropping in on another wave. Gabriel is in sync. He has the rhythm. The Samba is with him. He is going hard. And he is here to prove a point. The second highest combination score of the competition so far. Big! Off the top and all the way around. Gabriel Potencia Brasileña. Working this wave all the way to the end. Linking the moves. And I tell you what, this is going to be a very decent score for him. He is not stopping, and he is the man to beat out there on the water so far. But here we can also see Reese Meyer-Scott making his way out. Reese was 5th on the overall ranking last season, and he got 9th in Dakla, so looking to get some points to go up on the overall this year. Let's not forget we have contenders Pedro Matos, Sebastian Ribeiro, Machu Lopez, and James Carew, the current #1. But Gabriel Benetton is proving a point out here, and he is here to make some damage already with a 13.66 and waiting for the last score of that last wave. All right, so Reese eyeing up to try and find, to see, as he has a freestyle move of a 4.67, excuse me, and that first wave of a 5.0 as we continue on in this round number 5, heat number 6. Winners making their way through to the quarterfinals. The winner of this heat will be going up, then none less than none least than Sebastian Ribeiro. And coming up next, we will have Camille Lenoir, Leonardo Grangeiro, and Kiko Reut against James Carew. As we continue pushing on, the idea is to continue on until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon local time. That's in about 2 hours' time. And then we will probably be switching over to the Hydrofoil-Freestyle. As soon as I have that information, I will let you guys and girls know. But at the moment on the water, day number 2, Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour Kite Surf Discipline, round number 5. All right, so just got a little information in. We're just waiting to see if we are going to push until the final quarterfinal, heat number 36. But we're just waiting for that information to come in. All right, 5 minutes to go. Reese, 12.74. Gabriel Benetton, I tell you what, bada bim, bada boom. Already a 22.33. Let's see if we can find a replay of that big move and the last wave that we saw all the way down the line with an 8.67. The youngster, he is on fire. Look at this. This is this wave already starting off. Big open hack, stylish, powerful, stooping his way all the way along. Up and over Gabriel. Gets it. This one really racks up. Another big open face, carving turn, driving his way through the fins. Times it, links it together. This is what the judges really liking. And you're here on the backside. Gabriel really proving why he is going to be a force to be reckoned with once again. The biggest combination score of the competition so far. I tell you what, the youngster, the young Brazilian is on fire. There is fuego out there on the water. Reese Mascot braking, pushing, keeping the power. And here he is going and pushing those fins out. But Gabriel at the moment in a world of his own compared to the rest of the competitors. More than 2 points different from the highest, second highest score there of Pedro Matos. And 3 minutes to go as they continue forward. All right, Reese gaining some speed as he needs combo out. He needs to improve on all of his scores. And this is a nice open face hack here from Reese. So you can see looping that kite down, keeping the power. Up the top, driving one more time through the fins. Slowing down a little bit there, getting the arm in. But still got some very nice surfing style there from him. 4.47 for that last wave. But Gabriel Benetton has been dropping the hammer And so far, making it all the way through. But I can see out of my competition live stream booth here, Reese is just getting on and very nice. Next wave. Oh, just going down there. That would have been the perfect finisher. Waiting for scores to drop. The final 2 minutes. Whoever wins make it through to the quarterfinals here of the Copa Kitley, the Worlds. And there it was, just getting caught up on the fins there. Such a shame. Could have been a great finisher there for him. And now, as we continue on, it looks like we have athletes getting ready to go in the water, trying to get some information out to see if we're going to be continuing on with the strapless. We move over to the freestyle. I'll get that info to you as soon as possible. Gabriel, up and over. Big moves, big moves. One minute, 60 seconds, ladies and gents. 60 seconds to go. Round number 5 here of the competition. As we move on and we continue over Copa Kitley, the Worlds. Get ready, Taiba. We are going. We have Reese Myerscott and Gabriel Benetton, the Brazilian powerhouse with the surfing style, and the biggest score out there today, 22.33. Bada bim, bada boom. There from Gabriel. And now Reese needs to have a miracle if he wants to be making it through to the next round, because I tell you what, this young man has put in the beans from the very beginning. And this is going to be his final wave. Reese is pretty much going to need a 10-point ride if he wants to be able to increase over on this one. And he is comboed out. So no matter what he does, Reese is not going to be able to make it through to the next round. So a big congratulations to Gabriel Benetton. 24.40. Gabriel Benetton, the biggest combination score of the competition. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. Gabriel is on the prowl, and that was one of the best heats we have seen so far. And to just remember and to catch the action, let's take a little look at the highlights from that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing on with round number 5, heat number 7. But before we get out there to the action, the man with the biggest combination score, Gabrielle Benetton, destroying that last heat.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, so much. Gabrielle, that was an insane heat. That's the highest combined score of the competition so far, over 24 points. What got into you out there?
Wow, the feeling is amazing, you know. Like, I planned to do all, and like all came together on the heat. Like, I found I think the best waves of the heat, like the sets. I did the double front shove it, like first time I think I am landing this on a comp. And yeah, I'm so happy.
It was amazing. It was an amazing heat to watch. You're one of the favorites here. I've heard your name being dropped about, you know, getting up on the podium and possibly the event win. Do you feel any pressure?
Yeah, for sure. Everybody's like, you can get it, and it's like quite high pressure, but I think I'm still fine with it, you know. So I'm just feeling good, and yeah, let's go to the next round.
I see you have your coach watching closely. Is he helping you a lot during the competition?
Yeah, Gilly is one of my best friends now. I'm like living with him, training a lot. He's helping me. So yeah, it couldn't be better.
Well, whatever it is, it's definitely working. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see your performance in the next round. Thanks a lot, Gabriel. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Cheers, Gemma. Thank you for that. And there he is, your previous heat winner, Gabriel Benetton, absolutely shredding through the last round, putting in a great show. Very, very interested to see how far he can go in the competition. But now we move on. We've got more heats to fire through. Men's round 5, heat number 7. Who have we got on the water? We've got Camille Delanois against Leonardo Grangiero. And there on your screen, Leonardo just stomping that freestyle trick, making it look really, really good as we come up towards 10 minutes, so plenty of time left. And there on our screen, Camille Delanois, the North rider, looking to get a freestyle trick under his belt. And I'm joined here with Victoria. So Victoria, just give us a little insight. We've got Leonardo here on the water.
Thank you for having me here, Liam. And now we are seeing Leonardo Grangiero. There is a big wave kite surfer from north of Brazil. His lane in the Brazilian competition in the last few days was amazing to see, and now we see how he can do now.
Well, there we go. He's going to be taking it to Camille. Camille surely does have work to do, because these local Brazilian riders, they know how to surf and ride the waves. So it's a battle out there. It is a battle, and we can see there Leonardo with the first score on the cars with a 3.80. And now on your screens, the freestyler himself, Camille. Big freestyle background. Let's see what he comes up with here. Double front rotation there with a little board kick flipper. Flipperoonie. Again, very similar score to Leonardo there. Let's see which one comes back from that. And Victoria, Leonardo going down there. Just talk to us. How much of a good wave surfer is he?
Yes, Leonardo, he's a really strong on waves, not too strong in the strapless mode, but he's training and he's doing his best. I know he can pass through this phase.
I'm sure he can throw it down as well. And there we see him on the screen running and sprinting up the beach. Let's see if he is changing up. And it looks like he's changing his board. And just continuing to sprint his way up the beach. Probably going to be losing a little bit of energy as he rockets up there. But here, Camille, plenty of scores to go. 8 minutes on the clock. Focus in his eyes.
And for you guys from Brazil that's watching us, Leonardo Grangiero mandou muito bem nas últimas ondas dele do circuito brasileiro, e ele está enfrentando um cara que é casca grossa, que é o Camille Delanois. Então a gente pode esperar grandes movimentos, grandes envolvimentos aí nessa disputa que vai ser animal.
There we have it, Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. We love seeing the Brazilians compete here over in Taiba. Great to see them shredding out there with some of the world's best, and they are among the world's best as well, with Sebastian Ribeiro, Pedro Matos being thrown in the mix, still in the competition.
And now we see Leonardo choosing a wave. He's choosing the best and the biggest wave of the series. And he comes.
Okay, here he is, up and down on the wave, going from the top all the way to the bottom, carving beautifully. This is where the local knowledge comes into the mix. You saw there, just making use of every part, and a replay will show, look at that, huge big top turn, getting the fins right to the top, massive bottom turn, leaning back against his kite, keeping full tension in the lines, yanking on the bar, putting in that third turn, and there, look, you see it, half of the back of the tail out of the water, giving it full crank, 100%. That will score beautifully.
So good to see the Brazilians competition here. They're so comfortable in these waves. That is beauty to see. I love the style of the Camille Delanoy here too, because he's adapting himself.
Yeah, Camille Delanoy is a big freestyler on the surfboard, and like me and Joe previously discussed, he's been working on that wave riding, and you can see it here, but he has a fight. He does have a big fight on his hands, because these local guys, they know the competition so well, and they know this spot also very well, and we can see here Leonardo putting in another wave, working it from top to bottom, eyes on the prize there every single turn with so much aggression, really putting full force through his feet into the board, feeling very connected with the wave. And here he is, his opponent, Camille, working his way on this wave, and the heat so far, you can see cranking on the bar, but he's been really focused on the wave so far, not putting in a freestyle big maneuver just yet. And with his background as, you know, one of the best kitesurf freestylers out there, he'll definitely be wanting to get that score on the scoreboards.
He comes so fast to attack his waves. I can see how much pressure he put in to lay the top of the wave.
Yeah, you can see the water just going crazy at the top of the wave. There's so much force that goes in to the pressure of that board that they really do work it. They work it as hard as they can. But Camille at the moment sitting in second position. So definitely needing to do something special, because this guy is ripping.
Leonardo was amazing in the Brazilian competition. He does a lot, even against the competition. There is a long time there's world secret, so he's a local talent.
Local talent for sure. Great to see these local guys competing, because they can knock out some big names. We've seen Artur Moras as well putting in a great performance, especially yesterday, just making it look really easy. But just under 4 minutes now on the clock. Leonardo 15.87. Camille, another score comes in, 10.60. So he has some work to do, and we can see here our lovely competition site. The tide is getting higher, so that will definitely change the water state and how it looks. But here he is. Boom. First turn. That's what he's after. And again, top of the wave. Bang. Thanks for coming. Now rides the whitewash, but can he power up? Will this wave form again as it hits the sandbar? Doesn't look like it. Wants to back out of that one, but replay. Nicely done. Bottom turn, goes all the way up, gets really pretty vertical as he comes up onto that wave. Full power into that second turn. Little bit low, maybe a little bit of a butt check there, but absolutely fine, because that will definitely score and hopefully be an increase on one of those lower scores. So just under 3 minutes now. Round number 5, heat number 7. And let's just have a little look into the scoreboards. We see a Leonardo here with a back roll rodeo, which scores his 3.8 as a freestyle move. The 2 wave scores is where these Brazilians are shining. Look at that, 6.9 and a 5.17 for their waves. So that beats both of Camille's wave scores. And then Camille's freestyle front roll maneuver scores exactly the same as Leonardo.
I guess Leonardo Grangeiro is improving his skills, because in the Brazilian competition we didn't see so many skills of strapless, you know. So I guess he's really focusing on this competition to have the best results in the final of the day.
For sure, and there's been a few days since that local Brazil competition, so he's had some time on the water to get used to the conditions, to get as much time between now and the competition. And look at him shred this wave up, making use of every part of it, and you can see he's really enjoying himself out there. He's enjoying competing. Little bit of air time going back with the fins. That is exactly what we want to see. The judges will appreciate that, and I think that is going to be an increase on his 15.87 with a minute and a half to go. Let's just watch this replay. Bang, fins come out the water. Plenty of tail kick on that one. Again, nice turn in what was a little bit of a messy part of the wave. Looks to his left, goes nice and wide, gets the tension in the lines, leans over the front of the board, goes full power, getting the air time. And look at that, just shifts it back round. Thanks for coming. Signed, sealed, delivers. He can do that in his sleep. And Camille, I'm sure, would have seen that out of the corner of his eye, because he's got some work to do. Final minute. And this guy just does not stop. He is going. All guns blazing. And if Camille can't handle the heat, then he's going to have to get out the kitchen, because this guy is on full firing force.
He's not playing this time, huh?
He is certainly not playing. Goes down. The first time he's gone down in the heat. And there we see the scores come in. 16.60 now is the chase. And a nice little replay here. Waves are definitely starting to get nicer.
I love to see how Leonardo is so fast. He's really fast in this wave. It's like he comes out and up and down with really fast moves. And I love to see how they quickly change the board side, you know, to carve and go up with all pressure.
So much control over the boards during the bottom turns and the top turns. And here we have Camille Denenoir on your screen. This has to be a really good wave. His score has increased to a 12.43, but the buzzer has just gone and the red flag is up. So this wave will count, but we will find out the score shortly, because right now we're going to throw it over to the highlights on what was a very exciting heat. Okay, green flag is in the sky. Green flag is in the sky. And big heat on our hands right now. Quiquet on your screens just there. The young Espanol against the powerhouse, the Australian guru when it comes to riding a surfboard, James Carew. And there on your screen was going for his freestyle maneuver, unhooking there, but maybe just not quite getting the execution he wanted. But here he is, the current world champion is on your screens now. And let me tell you one thing, he is ready and fired up to win. But before we get knee deep in this heat, we're going to catch up with our heat winner who's down on the beach with Gemma right now. Okay, slight technical issue there. We're going to put full focus back onto the heat that's on the water as we're now focusing all attention onto James Carew. But that's Quiquet. Nice little front 360 there. He's got to take it to James here because James really hasn't put a foot wrong during the whole comp so far. 2 heats down, showing what he's made of, which is pure steel. And I've just been told that we have the interview ready down on the beach now. So Gemma, let's catch up with our heat winner.
Right. Sorry, Liam. I think you can hear us now. That's better. So always a few sound issues down here. Leonardo, felicidades. Estás avanzando muy lejos en esta competencia. ¿Cómo fue tu manga? ¿Lo pasaste bien?
Sim, a bateria foi bem disputada. Estou muito feliz com meus resultados. E é isso.
¿Cómo te sientes, Leonardo, compitiendo aquí con los mejores de todo el mundo?
É um sonho realizado. É um sonho, sempre foi meu sonho estar aqui podendo competir e estou muito feliz em poder mostrar meu talento para o mundo. Muito feliz.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much and good luck for the next round. We wish you lots of luck. Back to you guys.
Look at the smile on that guy's face. It says it all. He is super pleased to be going through and takes out one of the big and heavy hitters in Camille Denomois. Big freestyle background for Camille, but unfortunately going out against a wave master. But it's all systems go, and our eyes go back onto the water for this heat where Quiquet there going down and not managing to land that freestyle maneuver. Another replay here while we were catching the interview. James Carew, just look at that. 1, 2, just opening up the chest, looking like a ballerina up in the air. Full control, knows exactly where the kite needs to be, knows exactly where he needs to be. And you can see right now 5.63, he's in first position. But it's close so far, plenty of time left on the clock, just under 9 minutes. And James Carew there altering on the click bar there, just getting the right amount of power that he needs. You can see unhooking, there he goes. Oh, beautiful stuff there, unhooking. Not many riders are doing that maneuver at the moment with James Carew, one of the only guys. Here we go. Goes front, round to the back of him. Grabs the bar. Hooks himself back in. Currently out there riding one of the Neo D-Labs. 10 meter he's on at the moment. And I can see him out of the corner of my eye. Just switching things up a little bit. And Quiquet here talking to his caddies that are down on the beach. Not coming in just yet. Wants to just improve on some of those scores with 8 minutes on the clock. And that double back roll from James Carew will surely be scored very soon. And you can see him, here he is, coming in, Bruno Kajia. Doesn't look like he wants a board change, or maybe they're just both fancy a little bit of a run up the beach together. I wonder what they're talking to each other about. There you see it, 8.20 there for that unhooked maneuver. Big score there from the Australian. And look at that, he's even getting it, even getting the leash put on his foot for him. What service that is. And Quiquet here. Looks like he's hungry out there because he's got his leash in his mouth. Hasn't had his lunch. But it looks like we've got a full change up going on here. Kite and board. And if these guys didn't have caddies, it would be an absolute nightmare for him. Just trying to see who that is. We've got Matt Maxwell, I believe. And Nicolas giving Quiquet some help. Blasting, running back upwind. Let's get eyes on James Carew, who's out on the water at the moment, just while these two get themselves on the water. Let's see if we can go and see what James is up to. Just about to potentially drop into a wave, but doesn't quite fancy it. No, he likes what he sees. He likes what he sees. Nice, big, carving turn. Open face wave here. Reaches the peak. 2 nice, quick, consecutive turns. Again, just really making use of this. You can see he's cranking the bar up on the lines. He's not just staying on the lower end of it. He's really getting up on the lines, making sure you can direct that kite really quickly. And here's the replay. Low, bending the knees. Up it is. 2 quick consecutive turns, one after the other. And that is what separates these guys. The top guns, they just make use of every single part of that wave. And these waves here, they do tend to break a little bit faster. They can be a little bit messy, so you want to try and get as many turns as you can. And speaking about turns, here he is, Quiquet, making the most out of this one. Getting towards the bottom section now. Big freestyle background for this fella, the air rush rider. Unspin of the bar, because those bar lines do get twisted when these riders are looping and throwing these kites around. Here's the replay of the last wave run from Quiquet, and we're going to have a little bit of a score update. And I'm just checking in front of me. James Carew, first position at the moment with a 13.73. One more score to come in from Quiquet, because that 5.27 was from a previous maneuver. And it's looking like a slightly lower wave score coming through shortly. Just under 5 minutes left on this one. And there looks to be a slight little low in the waves. Not as many waves coming through right this moment, but maybe there'll be a set. And you can see James just looking over his shoulder, having a little look how this one will line up. And now he puts on the full pedal. 1. Oh, there goes 6 feet up in the air. The spray of that last turn. Second turn. Gets caught up a little bit in the white water. Pumping his way past. Gets to third, but a little bit of a check turn there. And now the wave is starting to form once it hits the sandbank again. Little bit of an air pop there as well. So showing a nice bit of variety. Would have liked that one to have formed out a little bit nicer. But Mr. Carew doing all he needs to do out there at the moment just to be in first position. Quiquet an 8.60 now. The 3.33 from that previous wave has come in, but he's still chasing. Another wave here. Wanting to get that third score on the scorecards, because there's only a little bit of time left. 3.5 minutes. Anything can happen still. Boom, another score drops, and that's a 6.50 for Mr. James Carew. 20.23 overall, 3 minutes left. He's a force to be reckoned with out there, showing pure power, and there he goes again. The guy just does not stop. He's like a Duracell bunny. There is 2 massive turns to start on what looks to be quite a difficult wave. He's making the most out of it. There's 3, grabbing the bar, yanking it back and forward. Nice little air, grabbing the nose of the board as well. Guy doesn't stop. He doesn't take a day off. Boom. You see the tail of the board there coming out of the water. Not once, but twice. Look at him go. Full stretch there with the bar fully depowered. And you can see just carving from the top of the wave down to the bottom. Pops up, little shimmy, says hello to the birds up in the sky. And a very solid wave. I definitely think we will see a slight improvement. And once again, James Carew goes onto another wave. Kiket must be thinking, what have I got to do to beat this guy? What have I got to do to come close? Because he is on absolute fire right now, catching every wave. Oh, he's just making it look too easy. He's treating it like a playground out there at the moment. Nice little set that has come through for James, and he's made use of every part of that. But let's see what Kiket can do, because he's had another score that's dropped 11.70 now. Will definitely want to improve on the 3.10, his lowest wave score at the moment. His freestyle maneuvers nice though, with a 5.27. That front roll there towards the start of the heat, giving him that one. But we are now entering the final stages of this heat, and Kiket really needs to pray to those above to send him some waves. He might have one here though. Let's see what he can make of it. There he goes, getting the turn. 2 turns now done on this wave. Juicing up on the kite. Gets caught in a little bit of mushy water there. You can see sometimes these waves do fold into one another. You have one wave that catches another, and then it can get a little bit messy. Sometimes these riders catch a little edge. But James here just having fun with it. 20.57, big score. We've seen, oh, there he goes. Nice bit of air as well. The judges love to see that variety. They're looking for the most complete kite surfer on the water. The guy that's going to take the world title home. And with the final few seconds remaining, it's going to be James Carew that advances, because he was just a little bit too strong for Kiket today. And there it goes. Buzzer sounds. And there was some amazing action in that heat. So let's go and have a little look at the highlights.
Alright, and there is some of the best action out there on the water, and our current ranked #1 making it through to the quarterfinals, James Carew.
Thank you, Joe, so much. Are you feeling a little bit of pressure? It doesn't look like it because you really just cruised through that heat looking fully confident, and it looks like you're feeling great.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling really good, really confident. I just wanted to get that 3-1-3 in that heat. I wasn't very good, but I got the score and a couple waves. Wind is quite light, but feeling good.
Who would you say your main competition, your main competitor is at this event here in Taiba? Who do you have your eye on that you're like,
Well, I have my eye on Ayrton, but he's not here. So yeah, just focusing on myself. I know if I do my best, then it's mine.
You've been here a while training already. You're fully prepped, is that correct?
Yeah, I've been here for almost a month now, so I know this place like the back of my hand. And yeah, I'm ready.
All right, well, we're ready to see what you've got, man. Bring it on. Let's see you in the next round. Thank you so much. Good luck. Get some rest, and we'll see you afterwards. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Gemma, and it is on like Donkey Kong and eyeing up. We've also a big shout out there to Ayrton, who has an injury on his ribs. We hope you are okay, mate, and very missed over here in Brazil as we are continuing on with round number 6, quarterfinals of the Copa Kitley. Hendrik Lopez, Pedro Matos.
Yeah, John, I'm here again, so to see Pedro Matos, that it's an amazing kite-surfer of Brazil, and let's see some action in water.
No sé si está escuchando.
Quarterfinals of the Copa Kitley, Hendrik Lopez, Pedro Matos.
No. Here again, so to see Pedro Matos, that it's an amazing kite-surfer of Brazil, and
Alright, so Hendrik making his way down over here, coming back towards us already. Got a couple of scores out there, so we have some numbers just about to go up for Hendrik Lopez, and the timer is stopped, but there is obviously a system error. So let's go remove that graphic until we get that one fixed. All right, so Hendrik Lopez, I'll give the information until that one is fixed. We have a 7.00 for a double front roll there from Hendricks. Pedro Matos having 2 crashes already.
oh my gosh, this will be a difficult one for him because he's a good kite surfer, but Hendrik is too strategic on his moves. So let's see what he can do. And now here he comes.
Yeah, nice. Toe side front roll there from Pedro Matos off of the kicker. Look at this, the control. Just up, ollies it out. Toe side front roll, very nice. Easy peasy out there for the Brazilian.
For the Brazilian that are watching us, nós estamos agora com a bateria do Hendrik Lopes e Pedro Matos, uma disputa de 2 caras que são feras demais. Olha o que o Hendrik consegue fazer, é muita pressão.
Yeah, Hendrik already at the top with a 7.0. Pedro Matos going for the front shove, but unusually losing the board there. He wants to get a better maneuver as we are just entering in on the time as we will continue on. All right, so Matos crashing out there on that one. He has a 4.73 for that toe side and rocking out the duotone cap there. You got to protect the nose, got to protect the nose.
One more, whoa, almost. He lose his feet on the last second and crash in the water.
Yeah, you can see just missing that. Unusual to see Pedro miss that. Obviously, let's not forget quarterfinal. We can see a little bit of a pressure there for him. Hendrik already with a 7.00, but let's not forget Pedro Matos in the waves, throws down. Alright, so Hendrik swapped out. He is now going on the surfboard as Matos has tricked himself out. So that means that his freestyle score is going to be a 4.73. Because let's not forget, 5 trick attempts, only 1 move counts. 10 waves, 2 moves count. So now Pedro has to surf. He cannot do any more freestyle.
Now we will get some move in the waves. So he's the best in the waves in Brazil. You know, he and Sebastian are chasing one another in the waves because they are just both 2 guys the best in Brazil. So we can expect a lot of moves here.
Yeah, absolutely. They are the top 2 riders. Let's not forget Pedro is the new Brazilian wave champion, and Hendrik Lopez there getting a little bit of a wave. But what Pedro doesn't realize is that even though he landed that move, he is tricked out. And you can see him going the big word of porra. Not too happy about that because he knows that one will not count. So now he has a decent disadvantage compared to Hendrik Lopez, because there is about 2.5 points, 2.27 points on his freestyle move. So he's going to have to gain that back in the waves. But hey, if anybody can do it, it's Pedro. Hendrik off the top. Look at this. The boy can smell blood and he is circling out there like a shark. Hendrik's coming down. He's got a new name and he's going to be called the Cape Verdean Barracuda. Out on the prowl. Here he goes.
Oh my gosh, Hendrik was so fast in that last wave. So fast moves, and he goes up. Pedro will have some difficulty to catch these moves here.
Yeah, we can see in Pedro rocking out on the new Neo D-Labs. Stronger, lighter, superior. As we can see, they are just pushing forward. But there, look at that. The F1 rider racking that board around. And you know what? He has just got some confidence here. I know Hendrik has feels. He knows he's in a good position. He knows he's in a solid place. Coming down on this wave. This is opening up very nicely. Pedro also in on a wave. Let's change the camera. First turn. Good hack. These boys are throwing down. Pedro letting that tail loose. Gonna loop it all the way. You know what? We're gonna have a battle, and there is still 6 more minutes to go. Watch out, Brazil. Watch out. As we continue on. Pedro Matos.
For the Brazilians, seeing this competition, o Pedrinho não pode mais pontuar um trick. Então agora ele tem que arrasar nas ondas, vai ter que se esforçar muito para conseguir alcançar o Hendrik, que está dominando a bateria aí com o melhor trick até o momento.
Yeah, and he's already getting a big score here for that, because let's not forget, Hendrik has about a 2.5 point advantage, but Pedro is such a good wave rider. He has the surfing background, he has the skills. And if he's going to bring out those skills, you know what? You've got to dig deep, get the weapons, and go all guns blazing. Because Hendrik Lopez has put the Brazilian champion in an unusual pressure point. And you know what they say? Pressure is pleasure, but it does not feel like a pressure out there for him right now.
A lot of drama and emotion in this heat, huh?
Quarterfinals, Copa Kitley. We knew there was going to be drama. And there we can see Pedro scavenging, looking, searching for that next wave, because let's not forget, we just saw a set come in, 5 minutes on the buzzer. There's definitely enough time for one more, but Hendrik has more than a 4-point lead, which is easy for Pedro to get on a wave. Let's not forget this, he is one of the best surfers out there. Hendrik now has to go all in on his surfing, because to be honest, to improve on a 7.0 on the trick, probably not going to happen, but to improve over his 2 low to medium scores on the waves, way more probable. We have the quarterfinal number 1 already throwing down for us here. Cape Verdean Hendrik Lopez dropping in.
Wow, almost done here. He loses his hand and keeps the balance too much on the last part of the board, and he doesn't go really good in this last waves, but let's see which more he can do.
Yeah, that is very true. Big smack from the Barracuda. Alexander Lewis Hughes always here. Good to see you, mate. Enjoying the strapless surfing of the season finale. And it does seem the waves are actually picking up a little bit more as we're about mid-tide now. Far and few between the sets. I tell you what, less than 4 minutes to go, and this is going to be close. But I am going to say it, a 4.54 wave for Pedro Matos. He can do that with his eyes closed, but the ocean has to send him some love and send him some energy if he wants to make that happen.
And here comes Hendrik again, just making quickly moves and really fast and going. Yes, it's a good move in the last wave of Hendrik, and he's coming to get more points in the wave points.
Yeah, wrapping it around. 2 solid hits all the way down, linking it together. Can he get it up? A little bit of a foam ride to end it off. Is that going to improve over his backup of a 343? We are soon going to find out, but Hendrik Lopez is all in. If this was a poker match, I tell you what, he would have all the chips out there on the table, and he is going for the royal flush. He is not leaving anything. There is no bluffing out on this game. Hendrik Lopez coming all the way down, and his score is going to improve because he has a 5.33. I tell you what, it is on. It is on. All right, Pedro Matos dropping in on a wave. There we can see turn number 1. Good slash. Down again, you can see just getting low. Going stylish, easy and control. Pedrinho.
Now he has to risk everything and go to all in to catch some good, really good moves. Not the medium moves, but the real good ones.
Oh, he certainly does, because he needs a 6.44 to lead. The Brazilian champion, he has all the work out. He is all the way down. He needs to get back out and hope, pray, cry, sweat, bleed. If he can make that next set, make his way forward to continue on in this competition. Ah, 90 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, 90 seconds. As we have Pedro Matos all the way out in the back, searching for that set to be coming his way. Hendrik Lopez on the right-hand side. Let's not forget Pedro Matos is in 9th position overall this year so far. Came 3rd in the general last year, but watch out, watch out. Okay, this wave is looking nice. Victoria, run me through this one.
Man, I just can't talk. I'm too focused on the screen right now because Pedrinho, he's all in now. He has to do everything that he knows to make some big points. But Hendrik catch all the waves in the ocean today.
Yeah, he's trying to make that one all the way down, and I can see Leo, his coach, down there on the beach, getting a little bit too excited with his hands up in the air. Is that going to be enough? We are going to soon find out, because the final 30 seconds, it is close, it is close. Hendrik Lopez looking up on a wave to see if it is going to be enough. Pedro Matos waiting for the call. It is going to be down to the wire. And you know what? I reckon the Brazilian might have pulled this one out of the bag by the skin of his teeth. Just waiting for confirmations, because that was so close. It is going to come down to the final buzzer. Going to come down to the final wave. Hendrik Lopez, 1 second. So this is going to be his last counting wave. He wants to improve on a 4.43. This is where you have to leave all the beans out. This is where he's going to have to get those scores. Is he going to be able to improve it? Right on the inside. As it stands, Pedro is in the lead. But so close, waiting for confirmation. Is it going to improve on a 4.43? We are soon going to have to find out. But what a heat in between these two guys. What a heat. As, yes, it is.
Was an amazing battle in the sea today. Was amazing battle between the two most complete athletes in the world of kite wave.
Yeah, incredible work. But I know someone who was a little stressed at the end there, Pedro Matos. But in the end, that is what defines a champion. Bringing out the moves when you need to. And winning by 0.77 of a point. And a big congratulations to Hendrik Lopez, who got 2nd position but brought it to the Brazilian champion. Going through to the next round, Pedro Matos. Wow, and what a heat we just saw with Pedro Matos making it through to the next round by 0.77 of a point on the last wave. That is what I call a champion out there on the water.
Thank you, Joe, so much. I'm down here with Pedro. That was a tight call. You're advancing through. You've locked down your spot. Tell me a little bit what happened out there.
Yeah, so like I tried my first maneuver and then break my board. So like I landed all the other maneuvers like with my broken board because yesterday they decided like that wax were not allowed for freestyle. So we had to change board. So this one is the one that I had with Dak and it broke. So I had to try with the broken board and it happened. But I really thought like in that kind of mixed condition there was like 4 tricks and then I think my front shove didn't count. And yeah, and then I could get a couple waves and it was fun. Yeah, I hope good that I make through.
You made it through, so now you can relax, chill out a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us here and good luck for the next round, okay? Thanks a lot. Back to Joe.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations, Pedro. By the skin of your teeth, mate, but good work. As we continue on, Nicolas Adamdziev versus Matthew Lopez. 2 good friends off of the water and friends out there. But as James Carew would say, as soon as he's out there on the water, it is time to just rip their heads off. So we are going to have a battle in between these 2 boys. Nicolas Adamdziev there, back roll rotation. And then let's see Matthew Lopez also looking like he's going to be trying to eye up for the freestyle maneuver.
Matthew there on your screen. Going into this heat with full focus, full commitment here. First freestyle move, little front rotation with a shove it, I believe, Joe.
Yeah, nice front shove it there by Matthew, and Nicola deciding to take up on a wave opportunity because as there's only 2 riders, let's not forget 12 minutes of action. Now they don't have to do the movements on one moment or the other. They can do all of the moves whenever they want. So they have 5 trick attempts, best move counts, 10 waves, best 2 waves count. That is the name of the game. This is the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour kite surf discipline, and now we are in the quarterfinals.
Quarter-final time. It's getting tight. It's getting tight. The top of the top are making it through, and Matthew Lopez here just going and popping himself into first place. 5.90. Nicola with a 2.3. So Matthew there sort of eyeing up what's ahead of him. Be in a nice position there. Good score to get first there, Joe.
Absolutely. No, nice way. He's just waiting for a second score, and he will be going up into first position. Matthew Lopez here. What we can see a lot of these guys doing is they're kind of looking to see if a set wave comes. If it doesn't, they go in the flat in between the waves, and they will start to get some of those freestyle moves. Matthew here making his way all the way down. More of a right foot forward rider when it comes to the freestyle. And I reckon we might be seeing one of the kickers on the way out. Already has the 590 for his front shove it, but I know he's going to probably want to improve on that.
And now Nicola's wave score 4.5 just goes and drops there, so just pushed himself into first place. Nice little freestyle maneuver there, throwing the board around in the air just like it's a yo-yo.
Yeah, really nice back roll double flip there from Nicola. Going to be improving on his freestyle skills. All right, Matthew, nice kicker. Are we going to see something from him? No, we aren't. Looking around, and I reckon we might see the first wave for Matthew Lopez. All right, locking in. Can see the guys. A lot of the athletes, they grab the line to make sure that kite comes around at the right time. Open arc off the top. Lopez waiting for the right moment. Here you can see crouching down again. Open face, roundhouse. Good surfing there from the Cape Verdean. But going off the back, unfortunately, not as much power as he wanted. But still, good way to start to get loose in the heat.
Yeah, they really put those kites through their paces, don't they? With yanking on the lines, full force. And there is that back roll from Nicola with a double board flip, which he just goes, boom. Thanks very much. I'll take that on the scoreboards. And then we flick over to Matthew here. That backside riding, just known for it, making it look so easy. And there, just putting a nice sort of roundhouse turn in.
Yeah, I mean, for me, probably my 2 favorite backside riders are Matthew Lopez front and center and Kiahi Boitis from Hawaii. These guys just flow down the line, know how to connect it and just make it look easy. But hey, you know, the good guys, their job is to make the hard look easy, and we have the best out on the water. But right now, Nikola Adadziev taking it to the current world at number 3. And now let's see how he's going, because this wave is opening up very nicely here for the Bulgarian athlete.
Opening up nicely, it is indeed, and a lovely turn there, going from top to bottom, just riding, flatlining this section as the wave starts to open up again, looking for a nice couple more turns, but will he be able to get it? It closes in on him. Unfortunately, just a couple of check turns to round off that wave, but now full focus goes on Matthew, the backside rider.
Yeah, and we can see also Matthew opening, carving, turning, round the house, up the top, letting the tail loose. You can see Eye of the Tiger. There's fire out there. Oh! Just missing that maneuver, not being able to get that tail around, but that was a beauty. First time we've seen that backside here from him today. And these are the signs, when you see these athletes starting to look loose, starting to look comfortable, that's when we really see the good gems coming out.
We do. He's feeling the conditions out there now. Got a few minutes under his belt as we start to approach the sort of halfway point in this heat. But this was really unfortunate that he couldn't make this little turn. Boom, little, just getting dizzy out there. But unfortunately, the wave just closing in over his feet there on top of the boards and wasn't able to pull through that one. But I don't think that's going to be the last time, Joe, that we see that maneuver, because there's plenty of time on the clock, and now some scores have dropped. So what have we got up there? Matthew Lopez, 17.07. Nikola in second place, but not that far behind.
No, I mean, early moments of the heat, let's not forget there's still half of the heat to go. Matthew just looking, you can see very tense, very focused out there on the water. You see some of the riders, I always talk about body language. Matthew always seems like he is all in. And Nikola here on this wave going down the line where he got that 4.70, if I'm not mistaken, just waiting for confirmation to come in. He needs to improve his scores by about 2.5 points to be able to go through into first position. If it's on a freestyle move or if it's on the waves, it doesn't matter. That's the kind of increase he's going to have to do if he wants to go through the first, because at the moment Matthew Lopez 17.07 taking the lead.
And one of those wave scores 6.67, so the highest wave score of the heat so far, as you can see on the scoreboards there. And here he is on your screen, looking focused. Boom. Can definitely get more vertical than that, though. We've seen him get right up into the pocket of the wave, and again, just the timing actually unhooks there, and you can see the frustration. Out goes the tongue. Just the timing, just maybe not quite there on a couple of ways, but it's definitely there because we've seen big scores so far in the heat.
Yeah, we can definitely see it, and here we have Nikola. Front shove it, landing it, perfect. That is going to increase his scores. You know what? That is going to put him back into contention, because he needs, what does he need? He needs a decent amount of score to be able to. He's got a 5.87 for his freestyle maneuver, so that is definitely going to improve it. But he needs to improve on his wave scores to really make some damage there to Matthew. So waiting for that confirmation, looking like it's going to be about a 6 for that one. And we can see here Matt Maxwell giving the info there. And we can see also Nikola out there on the Varial. That is the Varial RRD surfboard, the strapless freestyle surfboard of Roberto Ricci Designs. 15.10, so he has increased that, 6.27. So now I reckon it would come down to the waves. 4 minutes to go. You want to be looking and seeing what is happening. All right, Matthew. Grab, toe side front roll. Nice and easy. Getting the tap there. Indian it out. We're going to be seeing, yep, I can say it from here. Numero uno. Number one, mate. Number one. All right, here's that replay. Look at the hair going all the way back. The rasters are speeding across the competition area with the flow. Mr. Lopez landing that maneuver.
Very nice little maneuver there from Matthew. And you always see Matthew as well, just altering that click bar, just clicking away, changing, messing around with the power a little bit, always just fine-tuning his gear. And look at that little sort of backside 3, but goes down, unfortunately.
Yeah, trying the handle pass maneuver. Only James Carew has landed one of the moves so far. And here we can see Matthew Lopez trying with that backside free, just missing out on the landing. But yeah, good to see the boys going.
It's exactly what we want to see, Joe. These guys just throwing it down. It's tight times out there. Men, round 6, heat number 2 in the final 3 minutes. And here we have Nicola just chasing Matthew, but great start. Nice big first turn, getting the fins out of the wave. Sort of checking that one there. Not getting as vertical, but that third one a lot nicer. And a final little fourth check turn. So waves are definitely starting to just open up a little bit nicer. We've seen a lot of change out in the water today when we had the tides. The tide now is getting pretty high. Still some space, but all the rocks are now disappeared by the water. And waves are starting to look a bit nicer, Joe.
Yeah, they definitely look like they are increasing. Let's not forget about mid-tide out there at the moment. We have high tide at 5:30 in the afternoon, so it is exactly at mid-tide. They are taking a little bit of time between sets, but there are some better ones making their way through. And here we can see Matthew Lopez looking like a nice wave is coming his way. Is he going to be decided to engage on it? No, he isn't. Seen something behind, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I thought he was going to drop in on that one when you saw him just switch to that toe side stance there and go right backside, but doesn't like it, decides against it. Still looking at the corner of my eye. He's now dropping into what looks like quite a juicy wave here. Big vertical turn there. You're getting that nose out of the water. Driving past that whitewash. Again, this wave has not finished. It's going to start coming together on the sandbar. Matthew looks at it, thinks, yeah, I'm not done here. Again, getting super vertical. Third turn. You can see this is where the waves start to form and go on each other, and that's exactly what it's happened there. There's a little section towards the back end of it where sort of two waves collide into one, and it can be quite difficult, especially if riders choose to do their maneuver and their turn at that point.
Absolutely. And 1 minute to go, 60 seconds. Let's see if Nicola is going to be able to make the moves to take it to Matthew Lopez. But at the moment, he looks like he is just slightly forward on the surfing side. But there's still time. There is still time.
We've seen time and time again towards the back end, sort of the last few heats especially, buzzer beaters as we like to refer to. Matt Maxwell did it. Pedro did it in the last heat. So the scores are close. We need a 4.94 for Nicola to advance into first position. Definitely doable. We saw Pedro get the 5 on the last heat. So is this going to be the wave that can send Nicola into the next round? Let's watch as this one unfolds. Definitely needs to really get amongst it. That's the sort of turns that he should be looking for. Wave looking nice. Gets the third turn. Wants a little bit more sort of top to bottom action. Making use of every single part. Working the kite. The legs must be burning on this one because he's gone all the way down to the left-hand side of the competition area. Buzzer goes. Score to come in for that one, but while we wait for the score from the judges, we should go and have a little look at those highlights.
And there we have the biggest action from that past heat, where that man down on the sand with Gemma Machu Lopez advancing in to the semi-finals.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I'm down here with Machu. Machu, it's nice of you to join us. Tell us a little bit about the conditions and how you're running through the heats today.
It's very, very difficult. It's light wind now, it's a lot of currents. I'm struggling a lot. I apologize for those who are watching on my previous heat. I got so much stressed, I don't know why. Things were not connecting. I got frustrated, things that I do often. I'm being here 1 month training. Stresses me out when I cannot do it. I'm happy to come out and making it to the semi-finals. Stoked. That was my roommate. He rides good. I thought he won or something. The time is very little and the waves are difficult to find. The tricks are not coming in. I don't know why. I think it's that day. I hope tomorrow I ride better.
Luckily, you still have more days. Machu, tell me a little bit about what you think about being here in Taiba. I know you've been here a month already training. Are you happy with the spot? Do you enjoy the location?
I come to Brazil very often, especially Taiba. It's an amazing place for kiteboarding. You got long downwinds, you got a lot of waves, you got good conditions to ride. It's windy normally, and I love it. I'm right now at Amarela, Pousada Amarela. I think the best place to stay. If you come to Brazil, check these guys out. They're the best. And yeah, for you at home, thanks for support. Sorry for previous heat. I fuck it up. Sorry, but let's go. Next one.
All good, Machu. Thank you so much. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you, Machu. Great riding out there, mate. You know, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes the nerves do get to us, but good to see the man with the vibes back out there and flowing. Action out on the water. As we can see, already two of the biggest Brazilian athletes. Gabriel Benetton has the highest combination score of the championship, and he is up against Sebastian Ribeiro. He's one of the top surfers out there. Here we can see Gabriel already going to start to get it down. Here we can have a very big double front roll landing with speed. Gabriel and also Sebastian has a 7.37 for his first wave already. And watch out, because this wave is looking very nice. Sebastian Ribeiro dropping in. Here we go. Wave number 2. Over and off the top. Hitting that first turn. A little bit of a check turn back. Roundhouse trying to get back into the power section. This is where it hits that bottom bank. Sebastian up and over. But unusually fumbling that turn. You can see the look in his face as he knows he's missed an opportunity there. But still early times in the heat. Early times. And here we have Gabriel also getting another one of those waves this set. He does look a little nervous out there right now, though.
He does, but the nerves, I'm sure, will go away once he gets his first wave under his belt. Just there. I mean, great turn there, getting nice and vertical. And he's got his freestyle move dialed down quite nicely. It's funny, Joe, as soon as they get, Gabriel especially, as soon as he gets that sort of big 7-point score for his freestyle maneuver, he comes in, changes the board, gets the proper down-the-line surfboard under his feet, and he's going to spend the next 9 minutes of this heat pure focusing on getting those wave scores.
Yeah, and you can see, I'm going to say it, Gabriel is nervous. It's very unusual to see him missing things like that. All right, there we have toe side. Oh, toe side to revert there from Sebastian Ribeiro. Getting that toe side. Here we have toe side all the way around. Wrapping it Olier in that bar. Just managing to pull that one off.
Yeah, they both definitely look a little shaky out there to start the heat. We've seen Sebastian Ribeiro get caught out on a wave just at the start of the heat, just going down a little bit, and then just there, just struggling to wrap the bar around. So there's definitely nerves out there. They are probably good friends off the water as well, both from Brazil. So plenty on the line here. And Gabriel Benetton, 7.03. Sebastian Ribeiro, 7.37. And there again, just going down. So there are nerves flying around left, right, and centre.
Yeah, no, you can see, I mean, both of these guys know how important this is. There is bragging rights out on the beach. Two of the best Brazilian athletes in the world out there on the water. Don't forget, this is the Copa Kitley, the world's. And we are here in the beautiful location of Taiba, for the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour kite surfing spot. The best of the best athletes battling it out against Mother Nature and themselves, and at the moment they are trading places because Gabriel Benetton in second, Sebastian Ribeiro in first. This is going to be a photo finish.
We love a photo finish though, don't we? We can't get enough of them, and a score waiting to go on the scoreboard there for Gabriel Benetton at some point, but Sebastian Ribeiro there, 15.53 on your screens. Mr. Benetton himself dropping in. Nice big turn to start this wave off. Little check turn there just while he gains a little bit of momentum, and this is the one. Look at that, fins really kicking out the tail of the board. 3 lovely looking turns, and that will be a score which I'm sure we'll see improve the 12.63 that's currently shown.
Absolutely, and Seb now, he knows he has to up his game because Sebastian Ribeiro has a 3.33 for his freestyle move, but Gabriel Benetton has a 7.03 for his freestyle move, and now Gabriel is starting to mix it up and hit it with the waves. Let's not forget, one freestyle move, top 2 waves are the ones that counts. That's what gives us the score at the top. Those are the numbers. Those are what they are looking for, and letting that tail loose, as you know, slow-mo makes everything look better. Life is better in board shorts. Brazil. And now I reckon after that last score about to be dropped, it looks like Gabriel is going to be going through to first position one more time.
It's just one after the other. They are throwing punches all around the shop. It's coming up towards the halfway point now in this heat as we shortly approach the 6-minute mark. Gabriel Benetton on your screens there has popped himself into first position. So 17.90. Gabriel Benetton just taking and snatching it away from Sebastian Ribeiro. But plenty of time left, and I reckon we're going to see some big combination scores, Joe.
Absolutely, and a little bit of an add-in info. Let's not forget Sebastian Ribeiro is a world title contender, and it's with move like that is the reason he is up on top of the world, getting second in Dakla. But if he does not make it through this heat, it means his world title race is over, and it would come down in between Machu Lopez and James Carew. So that is where it out. Such an important heat out there on the water for Sebastian. This is why he is leaving nothing in the background.
He's got one issue on his hands, and it's this guy on your screen. He is absolutely shredding the waves. Just those 3 fins on the tail of his board are just destroying anything in his path. Just watch this turn. Boom. Thanks for coming. And you can see he's just enjoying himself out there as well, just playing with the conditions. Conditions now really are shaping up nicely for these heats, and it's exactly what we want. It's going to be a photo finish for sure, and let's have a little look at the scoreboards once this replay passes.
Yeah, and let's not forget Sebastian Ribeiro, one of the top wave riders out there, and Gabriel Benetton is one of the newcomers, one of the young rippers, one of the youngsters. Let's not forget the youngsters, they come with a fire, and they are hungry, because you know that is the pecking order. You want to take out your idols, you want to go up against them, and you want to have the opportunity to take it to them. And at the moment, Gabriel is rocking it towards Sebastian Ribeiro, 2 of the best Brazilian surfers out on the water, and we can see hands up in the air. He wants to know where he's at because he knows it's going to be so close. I tell you what, I cannot call this one because both of them are absolutely blazing who will be making it through to the semi-finals, because let's not forget, already if Sebastian doesn't make it through, world title race over. If he makes it through, their title is still up for grabs. Will we see a Brazilian world champion? We will have to find out.
There's still a few Brazilians left in the mix, but Gabriel Benetton, sure, he is not fighting over crumbs. He wants the bread. And here he is, hand up in the sky. He's just wondering where he is positioning, just putting that one finger. Is he first? Is he second? Well, currently still sitting on first place. And a little increase there on the scorecards, 19.43. So Seb having some work to do, but plenty of time on the clock.
Yes, and also these 2 guys are good friends and train together. But I tell you what, if I know Seb as well as I do, as soon as he gets out on the water, there ain't no friends. There are absolutely no friends, and it is all down to business at the moment now. Sebastian Ribeiro, What is holding him down is that freestyle maneuver, that 3-3-3. That is the score that is putting him and weighing him down to that second position. He's looking to increase on his waves, but I reckon he would need to go for the freestyle if he wants to have the opportunity of going to pass Gabriel, the youngster, coming up and around, and looks like he's going to be engaging on another set wave, and right in front of Sebastian there. I think I saw a little wink.
Oh, a little wink. If he's got time for that while he's out there, then fair play to him. But right now, he's getting amongst this one, looking like it's opening up quite nicely. I look out the corner of my eye. Yes, it is. Getting that ball out of the water, but just managing to... Thought he held it together there, but the ball just got caught away from his feet. And just talking, Joe, about that freestyle maneuver. Gabriel Benetton's freestyle with a double front row, scoring a big 7.03. Sebastian Ribeiro just with a toe side air 360. So plenty, like you said, plenty of work to do. And if I was Seb, I'd be thinking, look, I want to get the wave scores for sure, because that's where I know I can do some damage. But that 3.33 needs some improvement.
Yeah, I mean, he already pretty much is giving more than a 3.5 point advantage to Gabriel going into the waves. Don't get me wrong, Seb is one of the most stylish surfers, but a 3 point advantage on the waves, that is a hard one to come at. But still, look how close it is, and that is pretty much the difference they have in between them right now, is those 2.5 to 3 points. So are we going to see Seb going for the waves to try and get the 10.0? We have seen it before. Or is he going to start to mix it up out on there on the freestyle? So close, Seb all the way out the back. And it looks like we have a very nice set wave coming our way, as it is just coming to the final 60 seconds. It's going to come down to this. Thank you, Mother Nature, for throwing us a bone. Vai, porra. Here we have him, Sebastian Ribeiro. Let's go. First turn all the way out the top, opening up nicely. This face, he knows how important this is. A World Championship title race up for grabs. Big carving turn. Can he check? A little bit of a whitewater wash going back out. I don't think that's going to be enough, but he's definitely going to improve on his scores. And let's see what pressure he's going to apply. 40 seconds to go, Liam. 40 seconds.
Yeah, the surfing background, I think, kicked in big time there. He was on that wave, and to us watching on the stream here, it looked like it was shaping up to be nice, and then he just decided to back out of it, so clearly closed out on him, and he's gone back out to the edge of the competition area just in the hope that, as you said, someone throws him a bone, because there is 20 seconds remaining. Gabriel Benetton here, however, looks to be making use of one of the last set waves of the heat, and there his caddies on the floor, on the ground, not knowing what's happening. Final few seconds. This wave is going to count, and I wonder if Sebastian Ribeiro is also on a wave out the back.
Yeah, we can see Sebastian out the back also entering on a wave. So he is going to have a last opportunity chance to be able to get past him. But Gabriel Benetton taking the hammer, grabbing the nail, hitting it on its head and going through. There we can see Gilly Brandao waiting to see if it's going to be enough. Sebastian Ribeiro also getting a big move here on the inside. It's all going to come down to the final moments. The final moments out there. What is it going to be? And then we can see Golfinho also getting involved out there down the beach. So waiting to see the numbers. Waiting to see the numbers. Seb's face does not look too happy, as it is so close in between them. Both of them there. Both of them are down next to the water's edge. You can see the tension. You can see everybody waiting for that final score. I'm hitting refresh as if it was the last key on the keyboard. I tell you what, we're waiting for the final wave of Gabriel Benetton to see if he is going to be advancing through to that semi-final. And just waiting for confirmation, as it is so close. One more score to come up. Who's it going to be? Gabriel Benetton or Sebastian Ribeiro? Who is it going to be? Oh, I tell you what, this tension is killing me, guys. Come on. Update that result.
Why do they do this to us, Joe? Why do they do this to us? Every time they put us through this, and I can't handle it.
We're just waiting as it stands out here on the scoring system. But there is the reaction. That is what we want to see. There it is. A big congratulations. Gabriel Benetton making his way through to the semi-finals, taking out Sebastian Ribeiro, the second big upset of the competition. Congratulations to that young man. And while we're waiting for him to come down and hear what he has to say, let's grab the highlights of probably one of the best heats yet.
Oh my God, Gabriel, what an amazing performance. You've knocked out Sebastian Ribeiro from the competition. You're advancing through. You have such a big smile on your face. How do you feel?
Sebastian was always an inspiration to me since I started kiting. Like, I grew up kiting, watching his videos, you know, and I'm a big fan of him, so I'm just stoked to make this heat. The conditions were incredible, yeah. Can't believe.
How do you maintain your focus, Gabriel? Because through every heat, you've been looking so on form and like nothing has bothered you. You're cruising through, you're getting the best scores. What's your secret?
I think I trained a lot for this, you know? It's like the hard work is paying off for sure. Because when I got here in Taiba, riding backside with onshore wind is pretty hard, but I started to get used to it, and now like I'm feeling pretty comfortable like riding backside. So. Stoked.
Thank you so much. Good luck, and we can't wait to see what you do in the next round. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Wow, there we have it. Gabriel Benetton going through, putting on an absolute show for us here in the booth and for you at home. And next up, last heat of the quarterfinal stages, and we have James Carew. James Carew, what is he going to do for us?
Aussie, jumping in and spinning around there. A double back roll board off from him to open up his heat. Kind of his go-to move. We see it in the freestyle on the twin tip side. Guys have their routine. They have their moves already down and ready. Like that one, this tic-tac that we see here from Leonardo. James Carew starting off with his move, just getting about a medium trick. Here we can see rotation number one, racks the feet round. You can see throwing that head in, gets it, lands it, claims it. That's a good maneuver out there for him. And then Leonardo also with the tic-tac here on the inside. 5.57 versus a 2.23. Starting off as we continue on with round number 6, the quarterfinals. The final quarterfinal out there on the water. Who is going to be going up against Gabriel Benetton? We will have to soon find out.
And what I must also say is with Leonardo in his previous heat, taking out Camille Delannoy in the last round that he was in, and he was just riding the waves so smoothly, so well, putting on an absolute show. So, you know, James Carew has definitely got a little bit of a fight on his hands because nice little landed maneuver there from the Brazilian. And there he is on your screen, the Australian powerhouse, James Carew, full focus. Going for those freestyle maneuvers, tucks the board underneath him and just makes it look too easy.
Yeah, just wrapping it full control. Let's get a replay of that last move. You can see goes up, gets it around, and this just shows the control because he did not want to do that. He did not want to do that. You can see went over, got the board underneath, and he's changed board going to the surf. So he was out there on the provoke, and now he's going out on the whip. And it is time to surf it up. He's going to bring it down to the waves. James Carew already in the lead with a 5.57. And just waiting for some wave scores here. And it looks like he's going to start to decide this one out there. All right, Carew dropping in. Big first hack all the way down. This is the difference. You can see the verticality. Drives through that bottom turn. Waiting, stalling. Check turn, getting a bit of speed, and here it is. There's the timing, off and up, releasing the fins, getting the white water off, and a little skipperoo across that white water as well.
Brilliant stuff there from James. And now on your screens, Leonardo. This guy can also rip and dip those waves and just going out, waiting for that next set wave to come in. He's looking over his right shoulder. This is looking like a nice shaped wave. Nice big open face first turn there. Really leaning back against those lines. Creating tension, wants power. Are we going to see him put that bottom turn in and catch it for the next part? Yes, we are, and just gets a nice bit of spray, but the back end of this wave looking slightly challenging as he comes quite close in towards the judges, trying to pump the board along before just jumping out and sprinting back upwind. Now you can see the replay. Would have definitely liked to have got a little bit more vertical on that wave, but you can see here it closes in on him. He's sort of pumping with the legs, trying to get past the sort of the mushy part before putting in the final turn on what he was hoping for, probably to be a better wave. There he is, making his way back out. Just tweaking with the power a little bit, trying to find the sweet spot. We're 8 minutes on the clock. James Crew currently sitting in first position, 11.04. Leonardo, 6.16. So there are your current scores.
And we can see James, 11.04, already starting to rack up the points all the way out the back. And we can see he is out there, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like he's out there on his 12 meter, just trying to double confirm that. And he's making his way back. Wind has dropped off a bit, about 15 knots out there already. As we saw before, we did see some of the riders. As we continue on, and because now the scenarios, it all comes down to Matthew Lopez and James Carew.
What a showdown there we have. And here he is, Leonardo, finding himself onto another wave. Big first hack on the top of that wave. Going in, dropping in again. Little check turn. I'm just looking out the corner of my eye. James Carew also on another wave.
Both of the athletes making it all the way down to the bottom. Let's get a replay of that wave from James. All right, here it is. Up and over. Getting the nice air reverse. Very nicely, senor. Si, senor. Up and over again. Wrapping it around. Getting a little bit more power. And here we have ending it with a little hack. So James looking to improve on his. So this is going to be his backup wave. And here we can see just beautiful Brazil. The palm trees. Everybody getting ready. The waves, the water. And we can just see everybody looking at those scorecards. Who is going to be going through? Because let's not forget, it is all coming down to this. Because the world title race comes down to two men, James Carew and Matthew Lopez.
This is what we want, Joe. This is what we want, though. Coming down to the last few heats of the competition. You can see there, James, just having a little look onto the beach there. Just sort of visually giving his caddies the eye, just making sure, yeah, I'm in first place, 15.47, so some score increases there for him. We can see Leonardo on your screens now, making his way back out, hoping that some bigger waves get thrown his way. But when we talk about bigger waves, James Carew, surely, you know, if they're bigger waves, he really does rip on them, doesn't he, Joe? Just like he did in Dakar.
Absolutely, and a little bit of the old world title race. If James loses this heat, it leaves it open for Matthew because he would need to win his semi-final to be able to become world champion. At the moment, James Carew is comfortably in the lead, but if he loses, he does leave the doors open for Matthew. We will have to see as it has come down to those final two. There can only be two, and then there can only be one, as the Highlander says. But James Carew already getting a bit of an advantage, and it looks like he's going all the way out to try and see if he can set off of one more of those set ways, because it does look like we have some motion out there. We can see him looking over to his left. So James Carew already pushing his way forward as we continue on in this quarter final. Dropping in on a wave. This one's opening up nicely. Sometimes the ones that start off slower are easier in the end. Opens back to the power zone, right back, making sure he's timing it right. There it is, complete double pump on the bottom. Gets that kite up again. How's it going to finish? As he times it, whack, and how he keeps that underneath his feet. This is why he is ranked world #1 at the moment. James Carew in the lead.
Cheers, Reza.
All right, James just going off the back of the wave there. Still, so let's just repeat that. If James loses this heat, Matsu would have to win his semi-final. So Matsu would have to win his next heat, making him first or second, meaning that he would become the 2022 world champion. But at the moment, James looking like he is not going to give that up at all as he is pushing forward. But boom, Leonardo spraying all the way down the coast. As he has not given up. He does not care that the rank number 1 is in the water. He is going to give it his all until the final buzzer.
I'm sure he's very much enjoying competing against world number 1, James Carew, as well. And here he is on your screens, really starting to work this wave. I don't know how he manages to keep his balance sometimes, Joe. When you think he's going to be falling down, boom, he stays on his feet. And here is the replay. Just watch that, just rotating from one hand to the other, working the kite, working the board, knows exactly where he needs to be at the right section on every single wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here he has him. So, James Carew in a commanding lead, looking like he is en route to fight for that world title race. Matthew Lopez already in the semi-finals. Already one step ahead of him, who will be going up against Pedro Matos. And now James Carew will be going up against Gabriel Benetton if he can get through this heat. 17.37 at the moment, 11.03. It is going to come down to the final heat. And this is going to be the final heat of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. We've seen some very good surfing action. We will be back tomorrow with more kite surfing of the men and the women, and also the hydrofoil freestyle, where we saw the likes of Charles Bodell, Ryan Parson, and a few of the other riders already starting to throw down. But it is this man, the man of the moment, James Carew, in the driving seat. But Leonardo Ganhedo is not going to be letting up whatsoever.
He will not be letting up, that's one thing for sure. Definitely wants to take it right through to the final dying seconds of this heat. Doesn't want to make it easy for the current world champion. And here he is on your screens. He'll definitely want to be improving on some of those scores. Had a good heat against Camille previously, where he scored around the 16 mark. So he's definitely capable of making the current scores that little bit nicer, that little bit sweeter, that little bit higher. And we can see comboed out 11.03 at the moment. James Carew 17.37 into the last minute of the last heat of the day. And there he is, just hoping that he can catch just one more wave, just one more, just to see the day through. Because at the moment it's this guy on your screen that's put in a pretty show-stopping performance from start to finish.
Yeah, for sure. And we can already see final seconds. So no matter what he does, Leonardo Granjedo is not going to be able to kick out the current rank number 1. So James Carew, it is official, is going to be making it through to the semi-finals of the competition, as this being the final heat of the day. So a little bit of a victory surf here for him, as he's going to be making it all the way down the line. Great performance from everybody. So we have our top number 4, and that will be coming up tomorrow. Pedro Matos, Matthew Lopez, Gabriel Benetton, and James Carew. Those are your 2 semi-finals. Wow, what a day.
What a day it has been. Very, very good. Once those conditions started firing that little bit more, we were able to really see what these riders could do. And right now, just before we go and have a little chat with the man himself, the winner of that heat, we're going to have a little throwback to the highlights from the action that just happened.
Wow, that was the action out there of the final heat of the day, and that is going to be a closing for us. So thank you very much for everybody here on the stream. I'm Joe Siastra, and joined here by me with Liam Dregg. It has been a pleasure. So to close it off, let's get the final words of our current ranked #1, James Carew.
Joe, yeah, we're going to wrap it up today with our last interview with James. Tell me a little bit about how that last heat. You're on fine form. Looks like you're feeling great. Are you ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I have a lot more to give. You know, I'm holding back a little bit on the tricks especially. But yeah, it feels good to get in the water. It's super tricky with the tide like this. Wind also drops. So yeah, it was a tricky heat, but nevertheless got through onto tomorrow.
What kind of conditions do you think we might be expecting tomorrow?
I think tomorrow we'll get a little bit better than this. Not as strong as this morning, but hopefully on a 10, some little baby waves should be fun.
Let's hope so. Fingers crossed. We look forward to seeing it all tomorrow. Thanks a lot, James. Get a good night rest. We're going to see you again tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with the first possible start at 7:30 a.m. And as usual, everything will be live streamed. So we'll see you all there. Thank you.
Three, two, one.